Chapter 12 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. English commerce with Iceland, the Icelandic Church, intercourse of the Hanseatic cities with Iceland. In 1397, Iceland and all the Norwegian dependencies entered into the union between Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, established at Kalmar, but no change was made regarding Iceland's relation to the general government. Only gradually did the effects of the union become noticeable in the choice of Danes as bishops and higher officials, and the extension of Danish commercial and administrative policy to the colony. During the 14th century, the old intellectual life and national vigor were waning, and in the 15th literary activity ceased almost completely. Various causes contributed to this growing national exhaustion, but the most conspicuous was the Black Death, which ravaged the island in 1402 to 1404. The popular estimate that the epidemic carried away two-thirds of the entire population may be an exaggeration, but the loss of life was nevertheless enormous. Many districts were almost depopulated, whole families died out, farms were lying idle, and all activities suffered a severe setback. Poverty increased, and as the land was now in the hands of the clergy and a few rich proprietors, the people had to live as renters in misery and want. After the ravages of the Black Death in Norway about the middle of the 14th century, the trade with Iceland declined. This trade, which now embraced the whole intercourse with the colony, had been gradually monopolized by the merchants of Bergen, with whom the king had entered into a sort of partnership. He owned 1/4 of every merchant vessel licensed to trade with Iceland, without paying any part of ship or cargo. Under more favorable circumstances, a lucrative monopolized trade with the colony might have been established, but the prosperity of the Bergen merchants, who were slowly recovering from the depressive effects of the Black Death, was again destroyed by the ravages of the Victual Brothers, a powerful organization of pirates, who sacked and burned Bergen in 1393 and 1394, and again in 1428 and 1429. Under these circumstances, intercourse with Iceland could be only feebly maintained, but since Icelandic economic life was paralyzed as a result of the ravages of the Black Death, the need of imports was now more keenly felt than ever before. In the already mentioned memorial addressed to the king in 1419, the people stated that they had been obliged to trade with foreign merchants who visited Iceland in violation of the government decrees. These merchants were English fishermen and traders who were now beginning to carry on a clandestine traffic with Iceland. The intercourse with the British Isles, which had existed during earlier periods of Icelandic history, ceased during the latter part of the 13th century. During the 14th, no trade seems to have been carried on between Iceland and the British ports. English foreign trade had hitherto been in the hands of Scandinavian, Venetian, Genoese, Hanseatic, Flemish, and other foreign merchants, but from the beginning of the 15th century the English merchant adventurers entered into competition with these maritime states for the control of their own commerce and the extension of English trade into new fields. These bold mariners made their appearance also in Iceland, tempted by the rich fisheries and prospective lucrative trade. English merchants in Iceland are first mentioned in the Icelandic annals in 1412, but they had probably made voyages to Iceland even in the 14th century. In 1413, an English trader by the name of Richard came with a ship to Iceland, says the annalist. He had letters from the King of Norway granting him permission to sail unhindered in the realm, and many bought goods from him when he came to port in southern Iceland. During this period buccaneering and lawlessness were everywhere prevalent upon the high seas. Even merchants who were engaged in legitimate trade might turn pirates on more distant voyages and seize defenseless merchant vessels with their cargoes. Along the coast and in the harbors little heed was paid to the rights of private citizens or the laws of the land by the rude master mariners trained in a service which knew few principles but daring and prowess. It is not strange, then, that in so distant and unprotected a country as Iceland, English sailors and sea captains, in an effort to penetrate into a new field of enterprise, should be guilty of many violent and lawless acts. The first English vessels which visited Iceland trafficked with the people in a peaceful way, and sought to establish a friendly intercourse. The later buccaneering activity of English traders, resulting in outrages unusual even when measured by the standards of those times, was due partly to the character of the English mariners and seamen, but partly also to the annoying interference of the royal government in a feeble effort to maintain a monopoly of Icelandic trade. From the beginning of the 15th century the English engaged extensively in fisheries in Icelandic waters. In 1413 the annals record that 30 English fishing smacks came to Iceland. The same year 5 English merchant vessels also arrived at Vestmannaeyjar. One of these, a royal vessel, brought letters from King Henry V to the government and best men of Iceland, asking their permission to carry on trade in their harbors. But Eric of Pomerania, king of the United Scandinavian realms, protested against English traders visiting Iceland without his permission. In 1415 the same protest was renewed, but English trade with Iceland continued to grow. In that same year 6 English ships entered the harbor of Hafnarfjord. One of these was loaded for the return voyage with codfish and a large sum of money, with which the royal Herðstjóri Vigfús Ivarsson himself sailed to England. The protests of King Eric finally moved Henry V to issue instructions to his subjects forbidding all trade with Iceland and fisheries in Icelandic waters, except in the manner which had obtained from earlier ages. But the aggressive English merchants paid little heed to the royal orders, and the number of English vessels in Icelandic waters continued to grow, so that on April the 13th, 1419, according to the annals, 25 English ships were wrecked on the coasts of Iceland in a storm which lasted only 3 hours. That the Icelanders should welcome this trade was quite natural. The Herðstjóri, Arnfinn Thorstensson, issued a permit to English fishermen to carry on fisheries in Icelandic waters, and at the Althing he joined with the lawmen and the people in a protest to the king against the attempts to exclude English traders from Iceland. To this remonstrance they added a petition requesting the king's permission to trade with the foreigners who brought them the goods which they needed, but the king refused to grant them such a privilege. This interdiction of foreign trade may have provoked many of the deeds of violence henceforth perpetrated by English traders in Iceland. In 1420 they attacked Bessastaðir, arrested the royal official Hans Paulsen, and killed his assistant Tedeka Becker. In northern Iceland the crews of 3 English ships landed in full battle array, killed the royal official Jan Ibe, ill-treated the overseer of the estates of the Hólar bishopric in the presence of the bishop, and committed various other outrages. At Vestmannaeyjar, English ships commanded by John Morris and Rawlins Tarrington seized and carried away large quantities of codfish belonging to the king. When Thorleif Arneson set sail for Norway to report these outrages to the government, he was attacked on the sea by an armed English vessel, and was able to escape only with great difficulty. The English buccaneering traders were emboldened in their aggression by the knowledge that the government of the United Realms was unable to control affairs in Iceland. Queen Margaret had suffered the naval power of her kingdoms to fall into complete decay, and the weak and worthless Eric of Pomerania, who succeeded her on the throne, devoted his attention chiefly to bootless foreign wars which lasted from 1416 till 1435. Intercourse with Greenland had now ceased completely, and the Norse colonies on that distant island disappeared. Iceland might have suffered a like fate but for the timely advent of the English traders, who, in spite of their lawlessness, proved of distinct benefit to Iceland. Untrammeled by royal decrees, they continued their operations on a growing scale, with constantly increasing violence. By lawless terror, directed especially against the helpless government officials, they were able for a time to exercise almost complete control over Icelandic trade. In 1422, 2 English captains, claiming that they had been denied the privilege of trading with Iceland, attacked Stadir and killed some people. The following year English buccaneers ravaged northern Iceland, robbed and burned the churches of Harissi, Husavik, and Grimsey, seized a number of sheep and cattle, and even carried away many people into slavery abroad. In 1424 Stadir was again attacked and plundered by bands led by the buccaneering sea captains John Percy, John Pastall, and Thomas Dale, and several government officials were abducted. Another band under the leadership of John Selby landed at Fliot in northern Iceland and seized a well-to-do proprietor, Brand Halldorson, who had to ransom himself with the payment of a large quantity of codfish. The Vestmannaeyjar especially seem to have been a favorite rendezvous for English traders. In a report to the king regarding the aggression of the British merchants, their Herthstjori Hans Paulsen wrote in 1425, "There is an island near the coast of Iceland called Vestmannaey, which belongs entirely to the King of Norway with all rights, so that no one except the king has any authority over it. To this island the English have come every year since this harmful traffic began. On the island they build houses, erect large tents, dig up the ground, carry on fishery, and make use of everything as if it were their own property. They have neither sought for nor ever obtained permission from the king's officials, but occupy the place by force, and do not permit the fish belonging to the king or any other persons to be shipped from the island before they have loaded their own vessels according to their pleasure." In his report he also complains of various outrages committed by British traders on the island. Nicholas Dalston, who in 1420 killed Tideke Becker at Stadir and had carried away large quantities of fish belonging to the king, continued to be a leader of the English traders, many of whom were guilty of various crimes. In 1425 the two Herthstjorar, or royal governors, Hans Paulsen and Balthasar von Damen, went to the Vestmannaeyjar to arrest the intruders and seize their vessels, but this attempt miscarried completely. When they arrived they were attacked by the English, who broke their boats so that they could not even leave the island. They retreated to a favorable position and sought to defend themselves, but the English attacked them in battle array with bows and arrows and other weapons. They were soon forced to surrender on the condition that they should be allowed to leave the island. Captain Dalston sanctioned this agreement, leaving the difficulties to be settled by the kings of Denmark and England. But when the officials prepared to depart, they were again attacked and robbed of all their belongings. Their followers were finally allowed to leave, with the exception of one who was treacherously slain, but Hans Paulsen and Balthasar von Damen were brought as prisoners on board the British ship and carried to England. Hans Paulsen's report of the affair was submitted to the English Council and Admiral Duke of Exeter. It was also confirmed as correct by a commission assembled in Bergen to investigate the affair. Such outrages were frequently repeated along the Icelandic coast. Officials were intimidated, slain, or carried out of the country. Trade and fisheries not carried on by Englishmen were obstructed, and boats and fishing tackle were destroyed. So bold were the raids on seaports and settlements, and so helpless were the government officials, that Iceland virtually passed under the complete control of the merchants of Hull, Lynn, York, London, Bristol, and other English cities, which could keep large fleets of trading vessels on the sea. Many of these outrages seem to have been committed for the purpose of intimidating the people and the royal officials in order that complete control over Icelandic commerce might be established. In spite of these serious disturbances, most of the English trade with Iceland was undoubtedly carried on in a peaceful way, but the annalists, who usually report only special events, paid but little attention to general conditions. In 1431 King Eric again made complaint to the King of England of the damage done his subjects through unlawful trade with Iceland and by robberies committed by English traders during a period of 20 years. For these encroachments he asked an indemnity of £40,000. From English state documents it appears that the King of England had tried repeatedly to stop this unlawful trade. In an agreement made by the two sovereigns at Copenhagen in Denmark, December 24, 1432, he promised to punish those of his subjects who had committed robberies or other depredations in Iceland or elsewhere in the Danish-Norwegian realm. All persons who had been abducted should be returned to Iceland and were to receive a fair compensation for the services which they had been forced to render in England. The royal orders against unlawful trade with Iceland were to be renewed and enforced. On April 28, 1433, King Henry VI issued an order prohibiting trade with Iceland. This proved effective to the extent that no more outrages were committed, but illicit trade was not wholly discontinued. In 1440, King Henry issued licenses to 2 ships belonging to the Bishop of Skalholt to buy goods in England, but since these were Icelandic vessels, this permission would not contravene his previous order. Christopher of Bavaria was elevated to the throne of the United Northern Kingdoms in 1442 and ruled till 1448, when he was succeeded by Christian I of Oldenburg. In 1449 a new treaty was negotiated between Christian I and Henry VI, prohibiting English trade in Iceland and Hålogaland and Finnmarken without permission from the King of Denmark Norway, the treaty to remain in force till 1451. That English trade with Iceland continued in spite of these measures appears from the following provision in a law promulgated by King Christian at the time of his coronation in 1450. We declare all Englishmen and Irish who trade with Iceland to be outlawed and their property to be confiscated unless they have our sealed permit, and they may be lawfully seized anywhere. By new prohibitory orders, King Henry VI sought to restrain his subjects from the unlawful trade, but the licenses already granted he permitted to remain in force. Like his predecessors, King Christian became involved in useless and expensive foreign wars. Dynastic interests received his attention to such a degree that commercial and colonial affairs were almost completely neglected. In 1453 he appointed the chieftain Bjorn Thorleifsson governor of Iceland and instructed him to resist the British traders as vigorously as possible. But how such an order was to be carried out seems to have been no part of King Christian's royal forethought, as no effort was ever made to aid the governor. On a voyage to Iceland in 1456, Bjorn and his wife were seized by the British and carried to England. After a time they were released and were finally able to reach their destination, but in his attempt to carry out the royal instructions, Bjorn was finally slain by the angry British merchants in a clash which led to serious difficulties. In 1463, King Christian I issued an ordinance forbidding Icelanders to trade with foreign merchants who did not pay the sekjagjöld, or duty levied on Icelandic goods imported to Norway. 2 years later he concluded a treaty of friendship with Edward IV of England, which should remain in force during the lifetime of both sovereigns. Regarding trade with Iceland, this document contains the following provision: The King of England shall see to it that unless they ask and receive permission from the King of Norway, his subjects shall not trade with Iceland, nor shall they sail thither or to Hålogaland or Finnmarken, unless they be driven thither by storm, and they shall not then carry on any trade there. That these often repeated agreements led to any definite results does not appear. The attempts to prevent trade only aroused the anger of the English merchants, who cared little for treaties which the King of Denmark Norway was in no position to enforce. In the harbor of Rif in Snæfellsøla they had established themselves in large numbers and were carrying on a lively trade. In 1467 they seem to have laid careful plans to attack the governor, Bjorn Thorleifsson, who was especially hated because he had been very active in collecting the duties imposed on foreign trade. When he arrived at Rif with a large escort, they fell upon him and slew him, together with 7 of his men, as already noted. 20 men made their escape, but his son was taken prisoner. As soon as Olaf, Bjorn's wife, was able to secure the release of her son by paying a large ransom, she gathered forces and attacked the lawless merchants at Rif. 3 of their ships were seized after a struggle in which many of the sailors were killed. 50 others who were taken prisoners were released after being held in custody for a short period. In 1468, Olaf sailed to Denmark with her son and reported these events to King Christian, who is said to have complimented her as a spectabilis mulier, that is, a woman pleasant to behold. A new governor, Thorleif Arason, was then sent to Iceland. British subjects who sailed to Iceland without the king's permission were outlawed, and 4 English vessels were seized in the Sound as compensation for the loss suffered by the king and Bjorn Thorleif's son's widow. The English government, thinking that the Hanseatic League had brought about the seizure of the English merchantmen, arrested all the Hanseatic merchants in London. War broke out between England and Denmark-Norway in 1469, but it was not carried on with vigor by either side and does not seem to have interfered with English trade with Iceland, which was still carried on as before. By the peace treaty negotiated in 1474, the old relations between the two realms were restored. By a new treaty of friendship concluded between the two kings in 1490, the English received the privilege of free trade with Iceland for the period of 7 years. The English merchants paid high prices for herring and codfish, Iceland's chief articles of export during this period. The goods which they brought to the country were of good quality, consisting of commodities most needed by the people. Their trade was therefore of the greatest value to the Icelanders, and might have been still more advantageous if the Danish-Norwegian government had permitted free and peaceful intercourse and had limited its interference to the maintenance of law and order in the island. The lack of wisdom and efficiency which characterized the civil administration in Iceland at this time found its counterpart in the incompetence and worldly mindedness shown in the management of ecclesiastical affairs. During intervals, one or both of the bishoprics might be left vacant because new bishops were not appointed, but this was scarcely as harmful as repeated appointments to the leading positions in the church of uninterested foreigners and incompetent old men, or of unprincipled adventurers who used their high ecclesiastical offices for the most mercenary and selfish ends. From 1403 till 1415 or 1419, the Holar bishopric remained vacant for reasons not known. Bishop Vilchen of Skalholt went to Norway in 1406 and died there the same year, and as his successor Jan did not arrive in Iceland till 1408, the country remained without bishops for a period of 2 years. Bishop Jan died in 1413 and was succeeded by Arni Olafsson, a native Icelander who seems to have belonged to some monastic order. During his stay in Norway he had been chaplain in the home of the rich nobleman Hakon Sigurdsson of Gisk. He had visited Rome and was consecrated bishop in Lubeck by order of the Pope. He is described as athletic, generous, and capable in everything which he undertook. He loved display and showed great talent as a flattering courtier and a collector of money. As a royal favorite, he succeeded in being appointed Earthstejori over all Iceland, and he was also placed in charge of the vacant bishopric of Holar. He was thus able, upon his arrival in his diocese in 1415, to exercise the highest authority both in church and state. But as he had only his own interest at heart, this extraordinary official authority only gave him the opportunity to display the rapacity and love of power which characterized his whole career. On a journey through the Holar diocese, he collected property of all kinds and had it brought to his residence at Skalholt. He caused expensive improvements to be made in the Skalholt church and bishop's residence, and costly furniture was bought. Because of his liberality, he was nicknamed the Generous. Saving was no part of his administrative policy, as he could always secure more goods and money on new journeys through his dioceses. Such government could only be extremely oppressive, but since Bishop Arni conducted himself in all respects as a chieftain, the people condoned his foibles to such an extent that he even enjoyed some degree of popularity. In 1419 he went to Norway, probably for the purpose of rendering an account to the royal government, as he owed the king's treasury a large sum of money. How this difficulty was finally adjusted is not known, but he never returned to Iceland. His successor was the unworthy royal favorite Jan Gerriksson, John Jerikini, who through the king's influence had been chosen Archbishop of Uppsala in Sweden, but because of his vicious life was tried by order of the Pope and forced to resign from his archdiocese. The king, who still favored him, caused him to be elected Bishop of Skalholt, though it must have been apparent to all that he was wholly unfit to hold a higher ecclesiastical office. He came to Skalholt from England in 1425, accompanied by a band of followers which he seems to have gathered in the British Isles, unprincipled adventurers so devoid of moral character that he could not have controlled them even if he had desired to do so. With this band of rowdies he travelled from one district to another, as Bishop Gudmund Aurson had done 2 centuries earlier. All sorts of deeds of violence were committed, even against the leading men of the country. Teit Gunnlaugsson, one of the most prominent young men in eastern Iceland, and Thorvard Lapsson, son of the powerful Lapt Mason of Modruveller in the northern districts, were seized without cause and imprisoned at Skalholt and subjected to all sorts of indignities. After making their escape, they laid a plot to revenge themselves on the bishop and his band. In this undertaking they were stimulated to redoubled efforts by new provocations. The bishop's illegitimate son Magnus, the leader of his unruly band of followers, had been wooing Margaret Vigfusdottir, one of the most prominent young ladies in all Iceland. She ignored him, as might be expected, and in order to revenge himself he proceeded to her residence, Kirkjubol, killed her brother, and set fire to her house. Margaret saved her life only with great difficulty, and vowed that she would marry no one but the man who possessed sufficient courage to wreak vengeance upon her assailant. Thorvard Lapsson appeared as her champion and suitor, and Bishop Jan began to realize that serious trouble was brewing. But when Magnus fled from Iceland, he thought that the storm might blow over without dangerous consequences. In July, Thorvard Lapsson and his associate Teit united their forces in the neighborhood of Skalholt, where many people were gathering to celebrate the Thorlaksmos. A number of tents had been erected, and Thorvard and his men were able to approach unobserved. When Teit and his band also arrived, and the bishop learned of their presence, he fled to the church with his priests and associates. Attired in his priestly vestments, he began to sing the mass before the church altar. The 50 men, led by Arni Magnusson of Dal, effected an entrance, dragged him from the church, tied him in a sack, and drowned him in the river Bruvara. His followers were hunted down and slain. No action seems to have been taken against the slayers of the bishop, either by the church or by the royal government. Thorvard Lapsson married Margaret Vigfusdottir, and both he and his associate Teit Gunnlaugsson lived long and enjoyed the people's highest esteem. After Jan Geriksson's death, one Jan and later Godsvin became bishops of Skalholt. Godsvin died or left Iceland in 1448 and was succeeded by a German ecclesiastic by the name of Marcellus, a royal favorite who was made bishop of Skalholt through the influence of King Christian I, though he was found unworthy by the Roman Curia to become Archbishop of Nardaros. Marcellus did not even visit his diocese, but used it as a source of income till his death in 1460. During his incumbency, the affairs of the diocese were administered by Gottskalksson of Holar, who acted as vicarious, and with the consent of the king and the Archbishop of Nardaros, exercised supreme authority both in ecclesiastical and secular affairs in Iceland. After the death of Jan Stefansson Crabbe, Marcellus' successor, in 1465, 3 native Icelanders succeeded one another as bishops of Skalholt: Svein Petersson, 1465 to 1475, Magnus Eyjolfsson, 1477 to 1490, and Stephen Jansson, 1491 to 1518. Bishop Stephen Jansson was a man of high moral character, an active and able administrator who kept up the cathedral school and created system and order in his diocese. He was succeeded by Agmund Paulsson, the last Catholic bishop of Skalholt, in 1521. Olag Ragnarvaldsson, Bishop of Holar, who died in 1495, was a harsh and autocratic man who was constantly involved in lawsuits in which he was usually the aggressor. He did not spare his opponents, but forced them to pay heavy fines, and in his efforts to enrich himself he seized their property and estates. His successor, Godskalk Nicolasson, was equally harsh and greedy. He lived in concubinage, and it seems to have been his chief care to acquire property for himself and his children. In his relations with the people of his diocese, he showed an arrogance and despotic temper which brought him into serious conflicts with the leading men. Clashes had often occurred between the chieftains and the churchmen who sought to establish the supremacy of the Roman hierarchy, but the bishops had usually been moved by a desire to promote the interest of the church by enforcing the principles of ecclesiastical ascendancy. No such redeeming features of principles or churchly interests is to be found in the conduct of prelates like Olag Ragnvaldsson or Godskalk Nicholson. Entrenched in the power of their high ecclesiastical office, they used it ruthlessly only to gain their own mercenary and selfish ends. The noted controversy between Bishop Gottschalk and the lawman Jan Sigmundsson shows how completely they rejected all spirit of fairness and reconciliation in attempting to enforce their own arbitrary dictates. Claiming that he had found that an unpermissible degree of blood relationship existed between Jan and his wife, who, according to the bishop's contention, were third cousins, he summoned Jan to appear before him at Holar. When Jan disregarded the summons, he caused heavy fines to be imposed on him. Jan was able to clear himself of most of the charges brought against him by the bishop, but this only increased the restlessness of the angry prelate. He laid Jan in ban and summoned his wife to appear at Holar. She was forced to confess to the bishop, to part from her husband, and to pay a fine of 300 hundredth, as she did not have the courage to resist. But even this did not satisfy Bishop Gottschalk. He again cited Jan to appear before him, laid him in the highest ban of the church, and imposed new fines upon him. Jan now went abroad to plead his case to the king and the archbishop, as he was able to show that Bishop Gottschalk had extorted much property from him, and had seized many of his estates, and had laid him in ban wrongfully. The archbishop decided that the Skalholt Bishop Stephen Jansen should examine his case. The crown prince, who was acting as regent, appointed him lawman in the northern and western districts of Iceland, and ordered that Bjorn Gudnason, lawman in western Iceland, should decide concerning the estates which the bishop had seized. On Jan's return to Iceland, Bishop Stephen Jansen confirmed the decree of Bishop Gottschalk against him. Bjorn Gudnason decided that Jan's estates should be returned to him, but this decision was annulled by Bishop Gottschalk. In order to settle the controversy, Jan finally agreed to pay the bishop 200 hundredth, and to swear him an oath that he would obey all rules which he might establish. He was now freed from all the ban, but the agreement did not last long. On a visit to Holar, Jan was attacked and wounded with a knife, but the bishop paid no attention to the outrage committed. Instead, he summoned Jan to appear before him to receive absolution for his sins. When Jan refused, he was laid in ban by both bishops. He now retired to western Iceland to his friend Bjorn Gudnason, and the two sought to aid one another in the struggle with Bishop Gottschalk. Jan's son Einar was also accused by the bishop of having aided his father. He was laid in ban, and his estates were seized. Jan again went abroad to lay his case before the king. He received a royal letter of protection, and the king also issued instruction to the governor of Iceland that Jan's estates should be returned to him. But when the governor arrived in Iceland, it is said that the bishop, through bribes, turned him against Jan. At the Althing, it was decided that Jan should not be heard, as it would only tend to disturb the peace. Bishop Gottschalk also tried to kill him by having him shoved from a narrow bridge into the river. Jan fell in, but was rescued. The chieftains had tried to form a confederation to protect themselves against the aggression of the bishops, but this too proved futile, as the church exercised so complete control over the minds and conscience of the people that they did not dare to resist the bishops for fear of ban and excommunication. When Bjorn Gudnason died, Jan Sigmundsson stood friendless and alone, deprived of his wife and stripped of his property. He died in poverty in 1520. The same year, Bishop Gottschalk Nicolason also died. He was succeeded by John Ericsson, the last Catholic bishop of Holar, who was consecrated bishop in 1524. In the struggle for supremacy, the bishops had at last won a decisive victory, but it weakened rather than strengthened their position as leaders in the church. Upon the advent of the Reformation, they soon discovered that they were waging a losing fight, as they found themselves antagonized by their former influential opponents. Their greed and arrogance deprived them of the support of the best men, and hastened the overthrow of Catholic hierarchic rule. In the period 1430 to 1440, the Germans also began to trade with Iceland. This trade is first mentioned in the Hans Recess, or official records of the Hanseatic merchants in the year 1434 to 1435. The first German merchants who came to Iceland were from Lübeck and Danzig, but in 1476 the Hamburgers also dispatched 2 vessels to Iceland, and they soon grew strong enough to outstrip their competitors. King Christian I of Denmark-Norway, who was always in difficult financial straits and needed the goodwill of the German merchants, granted them the privilege to trade directly with Iceland without submitting the question to the Council of the Realm. According to a royal decree of 1480, they were not allowed to stay in Iceland over winter, but their trade increased so rapidly that in 1482 the Hanseatic merchants in Bergen made complaints to a meeting of Hanseatic representatives in Lubeck of these new competitors in the trade of the north. The Hamburgers replied that the privileges of the merchants in Bergen did not extend to the region north of Bergen, that the king had a right to grant the Hamburg merchants the privilege to trade with Iceland. At that time, the Icelandic articles of export were of far more importance to European trade than in later periods when the same goods could be obtained in many other countries. The chief staple was fish, for which there was a great demand throughout continental Europe. Before the discovery of the rich Newfoundland cod fisheries, Iceland and Norway were the chief sources of supply of this important commodity. Sulphur was another product obtained for a long time chiefly in Iceland. Falcons, eiderdown, wool and woolen cloth, mutton, sheep skins, butter, tallow, and train oil were also important articles of export. The goods most needed in Iceland were grain and flour, timber, iron, linen, pitch, and tar. Beer, malt, sugar, and honey were also general articles of import. As the grain export from Hamburg tended to create shortage and high prices at home, such dissatisfaction resulted that in 1483 the city council was forced to pass an ordinance prohibiting trade with Iceland. The ordinance was formally obeyed, but ships for Iceland were loaded in other places and the traffic continued. King Hans of Denmark, Norway, who succeeded as Father Christian I in 1482 and signed a convention with the Swedish and Norwegian councils that he would forbid the Hanseatic merchants to engage in Icelandic trade. In 1490 he sought to limit their commerce by allowing the English and Hollanders to trade with Iceland, but the Hollanders never engaged extensively in this traffic, and the English intercourse with Iceland was rapidly declining. King Hans' successor, Christian II, was an avowed enemy of the Hanseatic merchants. In 1513 he issued an ordinance prohibiting their trade with Iceland. He sought to create a strong Scandinavian trading association which could compete successfully with the Hanseatic merchants, but the plan came to naught as a revolt drove him from his throne in 1523. During the reign of Frederick I, the German trade with Iceland entered a new phase of development. English and German merchants took part in the deliberations of the Althing and succeeded in passing a resolution modifying the ordinance which prohibited foreign traders from remaining in Iceland over winter. Young boys and persons who were not engaged in trade were now allowed to remain over winter in the island. This participation of foreigners in the deliberations of the Althing aroused such resentment in Norway that Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson of Nidaros in 1531 complained that the Hamburgers held Iceland and the Faroe Islands as fiefs. At this time they seemed to have gained the upper hand in Iceland, but they were not yet sole masters of Icelandic trade. The English were vigorously resisting their encroachments. From 1486 till 1532, 8 severe clashes are known to have occurred between English and German traders in Iceland. The severest of these took place in 1532 when an English trading vessel, the Peter Gibson, from London, commanded by John Briar, came to the harbor of Grindavik in Iceland, where it remained for 20 days. The Englishmen carried on fishing and sold the goods which they had brought, but Briar quarrelled with the royal Herthstjori, refusing to pay the required toll. Trouble also arose between the English and German traders, the outcome of which was a severe fight. 280 men from 8 German vessels attacked the English at 2 o'clock at night, killed 15 men, and robbed the ships so that the English merchants suffered a loss of £1,500. King Henry VIII turned to the government at Hamburg and demanded an indemnity, but since King Frederick I of Denmark-Norway supported the Hamburgers, he was unable to secure a satisfactory settlement. The trade of the Hamburg merchants with Iceland reached its height about 1530, but we possess no statistics regarding the volume of this trade at this time or of the number of ships engaged in it. The laws forbidding foreign merchants to remain in Iceland over winter were now little heeded. The growing influence of the Germans in Iceland can be seen also from the fact that at this time a German church was built at Hafnarfjord. In 1538 the Lubeckers resumed their trade with Iceland, but the Hamburgers, who regarded them as rivals, sought to lay hindrances in their way. In 1540 King Christian III of Denmark-Norway took energetic steps to prevent foreigners from trading with Iceland and from keeping their own fishing boats in the island. In 1547 he granted Iceland to the mayor of Copenhagen for a certain yearly tax. His policy with regard to Iceland, like that of his predecessors, was wholly dictated by considerations of revenue. The rich sulfur deposits in Iceland were sought by the Hamburg merchants, but the king decided to stop the export of this commodity. The Hamburgers sent a delegation to see the king, but without results. When they attempted to ship sulfur from Iceland contrary to royal orders, he seized their vessels in the Sound and elsewhere, and forced them to pay a fine of 10,000 thaler. This led the king to forbid also the sale of other Icelandic commodities. In 1565 he offered to open to the Hamburgers 10 Icelandic harbors if they would loan him 100,000 thaler. As they feared that ultimately they would have to pay the whole sum, they rejected the offer, though he threatened to stop their entire trade. During the last decades of the 16th century, the merchants of Bremen also entered into sharp competition with Hamburg to obtain trade privileges in Iceland. They complained that the Hamburgers forced them out of Iceland in an unfriendly and unneighborly way. Also, between Lübeck and Hamburg there was constant rivalry and contention. About 1560 Danish merchants began to trade with Iceland, and competing cities obtained from the king the privilege to enter different Icelandic harbors. Since Hamburg and the king of Denmark, Norway, quarreled constantly, the king found opportunity to thwart the Hamburgers in regard to their traffic with Iceland. In 1572 all Icelandic harbors were closed to them. 2 years later the regulation was made that the fish which had hitherto been sent to Hamburg should be brought to England. By such measures German trade with Iceland was destroyed in the next few years. What this interference with commercial intercourse would ultimately mean to the Icelanders the king does not seem to have seriously considered. But in 1579 former trade relations were finally restored. The volume of this trade at that time is shown to some extent by the number of vessels engaged in it, though the size of the vessels is not known. During some years few German vessels would come to Iceland, but in 1590 17 ships arrived. During the years 1595 to 1598 the yearly number was 14, 16, 15, and 17 vessels respectively, an average which was quite well maintained for many years subsequent. In the reign of Christian IV, German trade with Iceland ceased. In a letter of July the 24th, 1601, the king notified the Hamburg merchants that he wished to reserve the Icelandic trade for his own subjects. A like notice was also given the Council of Bremen. In vain the Hamburgers sought to persuade the king to restore their trading privileges. In 1602 he granted the cities of Copenhagen, Malmö, and Helsingør the Icelandic trade as a monopoly. The Germans could no longer carry on trade with Iceland directly, but they adapted themselves as far as possible to the altered conditions by engaging in the Icelandic trade for the interest and under the control of Danish merchants. Smuggling was also carried on, not only by the Germans, but also by the Hollanders and the English. Toward the close of the reign of Christian IV, the Hamburgers again sought to obtain the right to trade with Iceland. In 1645 they offered to lease the island for the sum of 500,000 thaler, but the king seems to have stipulated conditions which they would not accept. 30 years later the matter was again considered, but without results. The period 1400 to 1550 was an era of retrogression and decay in Iceland. The Black Death had sapped the people's strength. At the bishop's seat of Skalholt all learned men died except Bishop Vilchen himself. In the bishopric of Holar only the 6 priests, 3 deacons, and a monk remained, of all men possessing learning. The monasteries stood empty. The interruption of commercial intercourse with the mother country tended to increase the growing economic distress, and although the traffic of English and German traders brought some relief, the terror and lawlessness usually accompanying it could only tend to disrupt the weakened intellectual and social life. The old literary activity ceased, and religious life struggled under the evil incubus of indifferent foreign and mercenary bishops. For a period even the schools seem to have died out, as nothing is heard of any institution of learning in Iceland from 1393 till 1474. Only in the monasteries could any attention be given to learning, but even here it must have been done only in a feeble and inefficient way. In 1488 Lopt Janssen sold the estate Ran Naf Narbaki to the abbot of the monastery of Helgafell, on the condition that he should instruct Lop's son, so that he could receive consecration as subdeacon. The next abbot of the monastery, Narfi, 1511, is known to have devoted a part of his time to teaching, and the same was done in other monasteries. In 1500, Jan Arsen, the later Bishop Skalholt, received instruction from Einar Benedictsson, abbot of the monastery of Thuvera, and Gisli Jansen, Bishop of Skalholt, from 1558 till 1587, received instruction from Alexius Paulsen, abbot of the monastery of Vidi. Towards the close of the 15th century, some efforts were made to revive the schools and the cathedral churches. Stefan Jansen, Bishop of Skalholt, 1491 to 1518, established a school at his bishop's seat, but it was not continued by his successor, Agmund Paulsen. School is also said to have been held at Holar at the time of Bishop Gottskalk Nicholson, 1498-1520, but this work was not continued in the days of Jan Arason, the last Catholic bishop of the diocese. In 1542, Latin schools were to be established at the monasteries of Vidi and Helgafell, according to royal decree, but little progress was made till 1552, when a permanent Latin school was organized at each bishop's seat. At first these schools were not very efficient, as the leading teachers were foreigners and the native teachers lacked the necessary education. But interest in learning was reviving. From the latter part of the 15th century till the establishing of the Reformation, many Icelanders again went abroad to study. Svein Petersen, Bishop of Skalholt, 1465 to 1476, and his brother Odd had received the degree of M.A. and B.A. respectively. In 1472, Stefan Jansen went to France to study. Agmund Paulsen travelled in England and the Netherlands, and Olaf Hjalteson is said to have spent 6 years at the Latin school in Bergen, Norway, 1515 to 1521. Odd Gottskalsen had also studied in Norway. Gizer Einarsson studied in Germany, and Jan Einarsson, together with the two brothers Martin Einarsson and Glerauge Petter, travelled and studied in Germany and England. After the Reformation, the Icelanders who sought higher education usually studied at the University of Copenhagen or in Germany. In the field of literature, history writing had ceased before 1400. After that time, prose production was limited to letters and documents, Maldagar, and a few annals, important only as historical material shedding some light upon an age about which so little information exists. The rhymer or ballad poetry continued to flourish. Professional rhapsodists appeared to travel from house to house singing rhymer for pay. So popular became this form of amusement that the clergy felt called upon to inveigh energetically against it as inimical to public morals. At wakes and other gatherings, and likewise at weddings and parties, there is scarcely any other form of amusement or entertainment than this nonsensical poetry, which, God pity, says Gudbrand Thorlaksson in the introduction to his hymn book, 1589. Religious songs in skaldic verse were produced in Iceland ever since Christianity became permanently established, but during the period of national decadence also this form of literary activity languished, until shortly before the Reformation. In the 15th century, a revival of religious interest resulted in the production of a new religious poetry written in rhymed verse, evidently according to the pattern of Latin hymns. As in the case of the rhymer and other folk poesy, melodies were soon provided also for the religious songs. The singing of hymns as a part of religious worship took its beginning in Iceland already in this century. No Icelandic hymnal exists from the Catholic period, but the number of religious songs about Virgin Mary and other saints was growing rapidly in the period immediately preceding the Reformation. Besides the two national saints of Iceland, Bishop Jan Agmundsson of Holar, who died in 1121, and Bishop Thorlaksson of Skalholt, who died in 1193. Many other saints were venerated. Saint Olaf, king of Norway, who fell in the battle of Stiklestad in 1030, was especially popular. 52 churches were dedicated to him in Iceland, and sagas and other literary works were written about him. Virgin Mary was the most generally venerated of all saints in Iceland as elsewhere. About 150 churches were dedicated to her. The great number of songs written to her also testified to the popularity of this cultus. Of the apostles, Peter was the most popular saint. To him 60 churches were dedicated. 20 were dedicated to St. John the Apostle, 20 to St. John the Baptist, 13 to St. Andrew, and 3 to St. Paul. About these and other apostles many songs are found. The cross was generally venerated throughout Iceland in Catholic times. Crosses which were regarded as especially sacred were found in many districts, the most noted being the one at Kaldadarnes, to which pilgrimages were made from all parts of southern Iceland, especially at Krosmas, September the 14th. All pilgrims brought votive offerings to the cross unless they were beggars. Sick persons who were unable to walk were glad if they could get far enough to see it, as they thought that this would be sure to bring them relief. In 1518 the pilgrims going to Kaldadarnes met with a great accident. About 50 persons were drowned in the Olfusa, among others the priest Bodvar Jansen of Godar in Altanis and his daughter. The veneration of the Kaldadarnes cross seems to have culminated shortly before the Reformation. In 1548 the cross was removed by the first Lutheran bishop Gizur Einarsson and stored in an obscure place. It was later destroyed by Bishop Gisli Jansen in 1560. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Part 1 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reformation in Iceland. The Lutheran Reformation, which was gaining a firm footing everywhere in the north, was brought to Iceland during the period of lowest ebb in Icelandic national life. If it had come as a religious revival in response to a spontaneous public sentiment, it might have produced a new awakening in Iceland, as it had done in many other lands. But the Icelanders had hitherto remained wholly untouched by the movement of religious reform and the intellectual renaissance which accompanied it. They clung faithfully to the established doctrines and the forms of Catholic worship, which had become a system of intellectual and social life as well as of religious belief. The old ways were still dear to them, and since no desire for any change existed, the Reformation was not welcomed as the dawn of a new era. It was thrust upon the people almost as a surprise, in the form of royal decrees backed by military force, promoted by methods which remind us of the introduction of Christianity, forced on an apathetic populace under the frowning brows of an angry king. In the establishing of the Reformation, similar scenes were enacted. Again the royal government bent itself to the task of forcing upon the Icelanders the king's religion. The first effect of this procedure could only be negative, resulting in the destruction of what still remained of ancient culture. But it cannot be denied that the Reformation, even in this unattractive form, proved so powerful a stimulus to the weakened energy of the Icelandic people that after its introduction traces were soon seen of new intellectual vigor and literary life. As already noted, the two last Catholic bishops in Iceland were Agmund Paulsson of Skalholt and Jan Arason of Holar, both very interesting as types of Icelandic chieftains of this period, rather than as representatives of the Catholic clergy. Bishop Agmund, the elder of the two, had sought to hinder Jan's election, and a hostile feeling existed between the two prelates. Agmund, who was an able and energetic administrator, acted no less as ruler than as bishop of his diocese. Though proud and ambitious, he was on the whole well-meaning and generous, but withal an arrogant chieftain, violent of temper and wholly unable to brook opposition. Jan Arason was a chieftain to a still higher degree, more gifted than his rival, dignified in appearance, charming in manners, cheerful and spirited in conversation. He was a born leader, highly admired by his adherents, but a firebrand against all opponents. Jan was born at Gerita in Eyjafjord, probably in 1474. At the age of 34 he became priest at Helgastadir, and 2 years later, 1510, at Hrofagnagil. Upon the death of Bishop Gottskalk Nicolason, he became provost and acting bishop in the Holar diocese. In 1524 he was consecrated bishop. The statement in the Biskupasugur that he knew no Latin is probably erroneous, as he is said to have received instruction in his youth from the learned Einar Benedictsson, abbot of the monastery of Thuvera. It must be assumed that he also studied Latin, which in those days was the principal subject of instruction in all schools. But he was probably no Latin scholar. From youth up he lived in concubinage with Helga Sigurdsdottir, and reared a family of sons and daughters. But this relation seems to have been tolerated at this time even within the Church. Although priests were not allowed to marry, says the saga writer, holy and God-fearing fathers would permit them, I know indeed not with what authority, to have concubines instead of wedded wives. And as the priestly office was then held in much higher esteem than in these degenerate times, it was easy for the priests to get women, so that they often got the daughters, sisters, and relatives of chieftains for their helpmates. Proper and lawful agreement was entered into by both parties, so that nothing was lacking of real marriage but the name. It was not thought proper for them to enter into holy wedlock, which was otherwise solemnized in church in presence of the congregation, but the binding of the agreement with festivals, documents, and formal betrothals was not forbidden. Though the domains of the two bishops were clearly limited to their respective dioceses, clashes between them were unavoidable whenever they met at the Althing. At their first meeting in 1526, Ogmund was accompanied by an escort of 1,300 men. Jan brought 900. Armed conflict between the two hostile groups was averted only through efforts of the parish priests, who succeeded in maintaining peace on the condition that the controversy should be settled by a fight between two champions selected for the purpose. This duel, contrary even to Icelandic civil law, was fought on an island in the Oxara in the presence of the two bishops and their adherents. Ogmund's representative succeeded in throwing his opponent and was declared the victor, but Jan and his party were not well satisfied. The following day the cathedral church at Skarholt was destroyed by fire, a calamity which almost overwhelmed Bishop Ogmund. As he considered it a chastisement from heaven, it softened his enmity towards his opponent. He soon set to work with great energy to rebuild the church, and the task was almost completed before his death. The progress of the Lutheran Reformation in the north, the friendly attitude of King Frederick I of Denmark-Norway to the new movement, and the fact that his son Christian, heir apparent to the throne, and other leading men openly accepted Luther's doctrines, soon made the Icelandic bishops forget their personal rivalries and draw closer together in mutual support against the danger threatening the Catholic hierarchy. Even in Iceland, traces of Lutheran influence began to appear. Direct communication with Germany was maintained by the Hanseatic merchants trading in Iceland, who brought Lutheran books from Hamburg. Jan Einarsson, priest at Skarholt, who had read some of Luther's writings, had been so impressed by them that in a sermon at Candlemas he inveighed against the veneration of saints, which he called idolatry. When Bishop Ogmund reprimanded him, he defended himself and quoted further from the epistles of the Apostle Paul in support of the view that priests had the right to marry. Still more aggrieved was Bishop Ogmund by the apostasy of Gizur Einarsson from the Catholic faith. For several years Gizur had remained in the bishop's household as a special friend, and had been sent by him to school in Hamburg. After hearing Luther and Melanchthon preach in Wittenberg, he had accepted the Lutheran faith. Upon his return home he was repudiated by Ogmund, who had learned what had happened. By still pretending to be a Catholic, Gizur succeeded in regaining the favour and confidence of the bishop, who was growing old and was more than ever in need of able assistance under the growing difficulties. Another young man in whom Ogmund had placed great confidence was Odd Godskallsson, son of Godskall Nicholson, former bishop of Holar. Odd had been reared in Norway, where he had been trained for the priesthood. Later he had studied in Denmark and Germany, and had become a secret convert to the Lutheran faith. On his arrival in Skarholt, he became Bishop Ogmund's private secretary. He was secretly engaged in translating the Bible into Icelandic, but he made the bishop believe that he was busy copying Catholic theological works and church laws. One day Ogmund discovered the nature of his literary work, snatched Luther's translation of the New Testament from his hand, and berated him in angry words. Also in the political field, new dangers and difficulties arose at this time. In Denmark, Norway, the dethronement of the tyrannical Christian II and the struggle between the Catholic hierarchy and the adherents of the Reformation caused the greatest confusion. In 1524, Frederick I had been placed on the throne by the nobility, but upon his death in 1533, the question of the choice of a new king precipitated the bitterest party strife. In Norway, the Catholics, led by Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson, president of the Council of the Realm, favored the choice of Count Frederick of the Palatinate, but they were opposed by the powerful noble Vincente Lunge and his party, who supported the Lutheran Duke Christian, son of King Frederick I. In Denmark, the Catholics, who had first favored Prince Hans, a younger son of Frederick I, finally united in an effort to recall the dethroned King Christian II. They allied themselves with the Lubeckers, who, in an effort to maintain their supremacy in the Baltic region, sent an army into Denmark commanded by Count Christopher of Oldenburg. The people of Jutland rose in rebellion against their feudal lords and proclaimed Christian II king. Duke Christian was finally elevated to the throne by the council as Christian III, but war broke out between the two parties, and if Duke Christian wished to reign, he had to win his kingdom with the sword. During this period of war and turmoil, which lasted till 1536, the administration of public affairs in Norway was conducted by the Council of the Realm. On January 30, 1533, the Icelandic Althing passed a decree, Domer Landsins now Tho Sinjar, signed by Bishop Agmund of Skalholt, Bishop Jan of Holar, and the best men of Iceland, in which they pledged their allegiance to the King of Norway and the Catholic Church. It was evidently the plan of the Icelandic bishops to seek the support of Norway and the Archbishop of Nidaros in the struggle against the Reformation. Immediately after the close of the Althing, Bishop Agmund went to Norway to confer personally with the Archbishop. He returned to Iceland the following year after the Althing decree had been sanctioned by the Council of the Realm. Bishop Jan Eirason also sent his son Sigurd on an important mission to Norway and the continent. What the mission was is not known, but it is likely that an effort was made to determine what support could be obtained from Emperor Charles V and the Norwegian Council. It is said that Bishop Jan also caused a printing press to be brought to Iceland for the purpose of combating the Reformation by printing and distributing Catholic religious literature. The question which one of the rival claimants to the Danish-Norwegian throne, or whether any of them was to be considered the legitimate king, soon caused serious difficulties also in Iceland. Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson of Nidaros, president of the Council of the Realm, instructed the Icelandic bishops to collect the revenues of the crown in their respective dioceses. Christian III, or Duke Christian as he was still called in Iceland, commanded the royal governor, Didrik V. Minden, to take charge of the revenues for his account, and Count Christopher of Oldenburg, acting as representative of Christian II, sent letters to the Icelanders announcing that he had appointed Marcus Meyer Herthstjori for all Iceland. These conflicting demands were presented to the Althing by the two lawmen in 1535. A decision was rendered in favor of the claim made by Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson. Since the Norwegian crown has chosen no king, and we have taken the oath of allegiance to the king and crown of Norway, said the members of the Logreta in their decision. In 1536, King Christian III sent Klaus V. Merwitz to Iceland as Herthstjori, or royal governor. Bishop Agmund of Skalholt, who was still seeking to maintain connections with Archbishop Olaf, dispatched Gizur Einarsson as a special representative to Norway. But though he was able to find the archbishop, the position of that prelate in his opposition to the victorious king was now so hopeless that he could give the Icelandic bishops no assistance. With this discouraging news, Gizur returned to Iceland, and Bishop Agmund was forced to make his submission to the king and the royal governors. While his difficulties were thus accumulating, the bishop also had the misfortune to become totally blind. It is said that while on a journey he seemed to notice that darkness was gradually falling. In speaking of this to his companions, they said that the sun was still shining brightly. "Then goodbye, world," he said, "you have served me long enough." As the choice of a successor now became urgent, he selected for this position his nephew Sigurd Einarsson, who went to Norway in 1536 and is said to have been consecrated bishop at Nidaros shortly before Archbishop Olaf Engelbrektsson was forced to flee from his archdiocese. But Sigurd fell sick and died immediately after his consecration. When this news reached Iceland, Agmund, who still had confidence in Gizur Einarsson, secured his election as assistant bishop and successor to the diocese. But Gizur hastened to Denmark to have his election sanctioned by the Lutheran Christian III, who was now acknowledged as the rightful king. In Denmark, Norway, many leading nobles supported the Reformation from no higher motive than a desire to despoil the Catholic Church of its lands and possessions. The secularization of the monasteries, which had begun already in the time of Christian II and Frederick I, was continued under Christian III. The lands were granted as fiefs to nobles and royal favorites, and by 1555 the total extinction of the monasteries had been accomplished. That the royal officials should pursue a like policy also in Iceland was natural. Didrik V. Minden, the representative of the royal governor residing at Bessastadir, a German by birth, was a rapacious and tyrannical official, thoroughly hated by the people. In 1539 he proceeded to Vidi in the absence of the abbot, drove out the monks, and seized the monastery with all its belongings. At the Althing, Bishop Agmund demanded to know whether he had acted in accordance with royal orders. To this inquiry no answer was given. The bishop appealed the case to the courts, but the defiant official remarked that the pestilence might take the laws. Shortly after the meeting of the Althing, Didrik set out from Bessastadir to seize the monasteries of Thikvabir and Kirkjubir. On the way it occurred to him that he would visit Bishop Agmund at Skalholt. He was courteously received and remained at the bishop's residence overnight. The next morning Agmund again asked him if he intended to seize the monasteries without royal orders. Didrik would not answer this question, but berated the blind old bishop in abusive language. Agmund ordered him to leave the house. He offered even to supply him with provisions for the journey, but asked him to remember that, blind and helpless as he was, he could not control his people if they were unduly provoked. When Didrik only answered with new insults, the priest Jan Hedesen, councillor at the bishop's seat, secretly sent word to the people of the district, telling them what was taking place at Skalholt. In a short time an armed force of angry Bendur assembled. The house was surrounded, and Didrik V. Minden was slain with all his followers, August 10, 1539. Bishop Agmund claimed that this was done without his will or consent. The case was tried before a jury of 12 men at the Laxeholting. The farmers who had taken part in the affair were acquitted, and the decision was rendered that no veergilt should be paid for Didrik or his men, as they had fallen as common criminals. The governor, Klaus V. Merwitz, paid no attention to the decision of the court, but reported the affair to the king in a most biased way, laying the blame on Bishop Agmund, whom he accused of having instigated the attack. Gizur Einarsson's election as bishop was sanctioned by the king March 15, 1540. Upon his return to Iceland he was welcomed by the clergy of the diocese of Skalholt, though he was suspected of being a convert to the Lutheran faith. At the meeting of the Althing he read a declaration stating that he would rule the diocese in accordance with the old church laws, insofar as they did not contravene God's own ordinances. This he undoubtedly considered necessary, as it became evident that the people would not tolerate a Lutheran bishop or accept the Lutheran doctrine. In 1537 King Christian III had given his sanction to a new code of church laws embracing the Lutheran Reformation. The code was sent to Iceland the following year, but the bishops Agmund and Jan took no steps to have it introduced. In a letter of March 12, 1539, to the people of the Skalholt diocese, Bishop Agmund appealed for protection to the Pope and the Emperor. He also wrote a letter to the king, saying, "We will keep the faith and church service which our wisest and most learned men agreed to, and which are not contrary to the Norwegian laws. But if your lordship's officials shall undertake to establish a doctrine contrary to our understanding, then we humbly beseech your royal Majesty to grant us permission to leave with our movable belongings, that we may seek refuge in some land which God may show us." It was evident that the new church code would not be adopted unless more stern measures were employed. In 1541 the king appointed Christopher Huitfeldt governor and dispatched him to Iceland with 2 warships. The mission of the governor was to secure the adoption of the new church code, to prevail on the people to take the oath of allegiance to Christian III, and to grant him a new tax, the landshjalp, as he had been forced to carry on expensive wars to win the throne. It seems to have been a part of the plan also to break the power of resistance of the Catholic clergy by seizing and deporting the bishops, especially Bishop Agmund, who was accused of complicity in the attack on Diederik v. Minden. The Althing of 1541 assembled under the drawn swords of foreign military forces. The landshjalp was granted, and the new church code was adopted for the diocese of Skalholt, but Bishop Jan Eriksson and the clergy of the diocese of Holar were not present to give their consent. Bishop Agmund of Skalholt was treacherously seized shortly after the arrival of Huitfeldt's expedition. Upon invitation from the governor, Gizur Einarsson is said to have gone to Bessastadir, where the plot for the capture of the bishop seems to have been laid, but doubt exists as to the complicity of Gizur in the plot. The people of the neighboring districts were ordered to send horses for the transportation of goods to Skalholt. When these arrived, a band of armed men were mounted and sent to arrest the bishop. He had been warned by his friends to retire to the monasteries of Thikvebeer or Kirkjobeer while the military forces were in the land, but an apparently friendly letter from Gizur had so far reassured him that on his journey to the monasteries he stopped at Hyali, near the mouth of the Old Fusa, to visit his sister Asdis. Here the armed band sent by Huitfeldt seized the 80-year-old blind bishop while he was still in bed, and brought him on horseback, thinly clad, to Bessastadir, where he was placed on board a Danish ship. By holding out the hope that he might be liberated upon the payment of a large ransom, his captors secured his sister's money and persuaded the old prelate to deed them all his property. The promise was a mere ruse. After gaining possession of his lands and property, they carried him away. According to some authorities, he was brought to Denmark and placed in the monastery of Sorø, where he died shortly after. But it is more probable that he died on the voyage before reaching Denmark. The deportation of Bishop Agmund removed a great obstacle to the Reformation, but Bishop Jan Eriksson of Holar proved to be a still more formidable opponent. The capture of Agmund, which took place shortly before the meeting of the Althing, did not become known in the northern diocese before Bishop Jan, with priests and followers, was on his way to Thingvellir. On June 15, 1541, he had assembled a church council in his diocese. The priests promised to pay the king the landshjalp, and agreed to assist the royal officials if they maintained for us and the people the Norwegian and Icelandic laws, old liberties, and lawful customs, such as we, our church, and the people should have. When Bishop Jan and his men reached the Borgarfjord and heard what had happened in the Skalholt diocese, they did not proceed to the Althing, but sent instead a letter from Kalmannstunga saying, "We will swear allegiance to and hold the highborn Christian Frederickson as our liege lord and king of Norway, and pay him all taxes and dues which the thanes owe the rightful Norwegian king, according to the sworn agreement which we and our forefathers have agreed to." This summer we received a letter with our lord the king's seal, stating that his officials would keep the laws and good old Christian customs which have been observed in our land. Trusting to this, we began our journey to the Althing from the northern quarter to Kalmannstunga in Borgarfjord. There we received the news that Bishop Agmund had been made prisoner against his will, and that his property had been taken without judicial proceedings. Therefore it appears to us that the provisions in the royal letter which his lordship this year has sent have not been kept, and this we know, forsooth, that the liberty, privileges, and sworn agreements have often been disregarded by the king's officials in our land. For this reason the people will in no wise allow that we ride to the Althing at this time, but we will subscribe to the covenants entered into by the best men of the Althing, which are not contrary to the Norwegian and Icelandic laws. We will also support and own allegiance to the royal governor appointed for our land in all matters possible, if he will keep for us and the people of the northern quarter the laws and customs of the land, according to the provision contained in the king's letter. Bishop Jan's son, Ari Jansen, lawman in the northern quarter, also tendered his resignation to the governor, who accepted it and appointed a new lawman. It seems to have been Huitfeldt's hope that Bishop Jan could be persuaded to visit Denmark. He brought royal letters inviting him and Bishop Gizur Einarsson to come to Denmark to consult with the king regarding the Reformation. But Jan would not undertake the voyage, and Gizur did not deem it expedient to leave his diocese under the circumstances. The next tax, the Landsche Hjälp, was paid for the Skalholt diocese, partly in coin and partly in silver and precious articles taken from the cathedral church. With these treasures Huitfeldt returned to Denmark after the close of the session of the Althing. Though Gizur Einarsson had embraced the Lutheran faith and sought to establish the new church laws in his diocese, such friendly relations still existed between him and Bishop Jan that they promised to aid one another. In 1542 Gizur went to Denmark pursuant to the king's request, while Jan, who was afraid to make the voyage because of his advanced age, sent 3 personal representatives who, on his behalf, took the oath to obey the new church laws. The following summer Gizur returned to Iceland. Jan still maintained a friendly attitude. He thanked Gizur for the assistance given his representatives in Denmark, but at heart he was as bitterly opposed to the Reformation as ever. In a letter to Gizur he took occasion to revive an old claim to the estate Bjarnanus in the Skalholt diocese, and requested a personal interview in regard to the matter. Gizur sought in a polite way to avoid a clash by promising to give the question his careful consideration. In 1544 he did not go to the Althing, probably in order to avoid trouble with Bishop Jan. The case was submitted to a court of arbitration consisting of 6 judges, 3 being chosen by each side, but as no agreement was reached, the matter was finally submitted to the king. Without awaiting the decision, Jan seized Bjarnanus and refused to surrender it, even when it was formally granted Gizur by the king. This terminated the rather hollow friendship which had hitherto existed between the 2 bishops. Jan did not yet venture to break openly with the king. Evidence exists showing that in 1545 he even paid the royal taxes levied on the bishopric of Holar. But events were hastening to a final clash between the 2 parties, which could not long exist side by side in Iceland. Gizur worked diligently for the furtherance of the Reformation. The church service was simplified, priests were encouraged to marry, crosses and images were removed, and old superstitions eradicated. In February 1548 he rode to the cross at Caldadarnus, to which pilgrimages been made from all southern Iceland, and caused it to be removed. But before his return home he fell sick and died in March of the same year after a short illness. As bishop, Gizur had proved himself able and energetic, but in his dealings with his former friend and benefactor, Bishop Ogmund, he had shown a craftiness for which he was justly censured. Bishop Jan Einarsson thought that the time had now come for a decisive step. Luther died at Isleben in 1546. Gizur, the chief supporter of the Reformation in Iceland, had passed away. On the continent, war had broken out between Emperor Charles V and the Schmalkaldic League of Protestant princes, to which also King Christian III belonged. The overwhelming defeat of the Protestant forces at Mühlberg and the capture of the leaders Philip of Hesse and John Frederick, Elector of Saxony, made many think that the complete overthrow of the Lutheran Reformation was imminent. On the death of Gizur, Jan went to the Bogar Fjord district and announced that he would take charge of the Skalholt diocese, but he received little welcome in southern Iceland. He was not well liked by the clergy, and still more unpopular was his son Bjorn Jansen, an ambitious and haughty priest who aspired to become Gizur Einarsson's successor. Even while the Althing was in session, the priests and many leading men of the diocese met at Skalholt to elect a new bishop. Those who clung to Catholicism selected as their candidate Abbot Sigurd of Thick Weber, but the Lutherans, who were in the majority, elected the pious and learned priest Martin Einarsson. The election seems to have taken place without Jan's knowledge, and as he could not annul it, he declared himself in favor of the minority candidate, the Catholic Sigurd of Weber, whom he persuaded to hasten to Denmark to obtain the king's sanction. He also succeeded in prevailing upon the Althing to pass a resolution by which he himself was put in charge of the diocese until the new bishop could enter upon his duties. But the priests who had been placed in authority by Martin Einarsson refused to heed the decree of the Althing. As Jan could not take Skalholt by force, he returned to Holar to make more careful preparations. King Christian III seems to have feared that Jan might attempt to make himself master of all Iceland. In the summer of 1548 he summoned him to Denmark, issuing a safe conduct for him that he might clear himself of the accusations made against him. Another royal letter was addressed to the clergy and leading men of Iceland, in which they were warned not to aid the bishop if he would not obey the king's summons. These letters were read at the Althing in Jan's presence, but neither the royal letters nor the warning of many of his friends, among others of his son Ari, the former lawman, could move him to change his plans. Ari did not favor the course pursued by his father, but he finally yielded to persuasion and joined him. Another son, Sigurd, took no part in the uprising. Jan hoped to be able to seize Skalholt by force. Late in the summer he left Holar and marched southward with 100 men. But the priest Jan Bjarnason, councillor at Skalholt, learned of his approach and gathered forces from the neighboring districts. The great chieftain Dadi Gudmundsson, who was married to Bishop Martin's sister, was visiting at Skalholt at the time. So was also Peter Einarsson, the bishop's brother, who on his travels on the continent had learned some of the art of fortification. Under their directions redoubts were constructed, guns were mounted, and the works were guarded by many hundred armed men. When Bishop Jan arrived, he summoned the defenders of Skalholt to surrender under threat of excommunication, but the demand was met with jeers and saucy challenges. The angry bishop attempted to take the redoubts by general assault, but his men were driven back. After studying the situation for some days, he left Skalholt and returned to his bishop's seat. In order to safeguard himself against sudden attack, he is said to have erected a castle at Holar, surrounded by stone walls and connected with the church and the bishop's residence by underground passages. On August 27, 1548, he wrote a letter to the Pope pledging anew his allegiance to the Church of Rome and asking what he should do with the church revenues since the Archbishop of Nidaros had fled. The Pope, who was unable to render him any direct assistance, advised him to give the money to the poor. Jan is also said to have addressed a letter to Emperor Charles V, asking him to seize Iceland in order that the Catholic faith might be preserved, but this claim rests on no definite evidence. His chief opponent at this time was the chieftain Dadi Gudmundsson of Snorksdal, a rich and influential man of shady morals who had already resisted him in his attack on Skalholt. In September 1548, Jan marched into the western districts, sacked 3 of Dadi's estates, and proclaimed him an outlaw under the ban of the church, but upon his return home this proclamation was annulled by the lawman Orm Sturluson. The following spring Jan prepared a new expedition against Dadi, but when he learned that the wary chieftain kept a band of armed men about him, he abandoned the plan and returned with his followers to Holar. Martin Einarsson, who had been elected bishop by the Lutheran party, had gone to Denmark, where his election was sanctioned by the king. His rival, Abbot Sigurd of Weber, also arrived in Copenhagen. Failing to obtain confirmation as bishop, he joined the Lutheran Church and remained in Denmark, where he died 2 years later. Bishop Martin returned to Iceland in 1549. At the Althing, he read letters from the king proclaiming Bishop Jan Arason an outlaw, forbidding the people to show him any obedience, and instructing Dadi Gudmundsson to arrest the bishop and his sons in order that a new military expedition should not be sent to Iceland. Bishop Jan was now pursuing a course which could only be regarded as open rebellion against the royal government, but it might still be a question whether under the circumstances it was not fully justified. The king had long since ceased to rule according to the agreements forming the bonds of union between Iceland and the United Kingdoms. Even the most fundamental rights of freemen were disregarded. The Icelanders were treated as a conquered people, Bishop Ogmund had been seized and deported without trial, and his property had been taken on false pretenses, even without the formality of legal action. The stipulations in the Union agreement that the laws of the land should be preserved, that no one should be summoned abroad for trial, that only native citizens should be appointed to office, that no new taxes should be levied, had been flagrantly violated or totally ignored. The king had undertaken to force upon Iceland the Lutheran Reformation and a new code of church laws. Military forces were sent to Iceland, and new taxes were levied by the royal governors, aided by foreign troops. Bishop Jan was summoned to Denmark to answer accusations made against him, was declared an outlaw without being convicted of any crime, and was ordered to be arrested, not pursuant to the laws of Iceland, but by royal decree. The king's rule in Iceland was an evident usurpation of power, which transformed government into a despotism wholly foreign to Icelandic laws and institutions. In resisting such encroachments on their constitutional liberties, the Icelanders were not only within their legal rights, but they were performing a patriotic duty. The uprising led by Bishop Jan was not only a religious but also a national struggle waged in the defense of what still remained of Icelandic national liberty. But now, as formerly, there was a lack of patriotic sentiment and united action. Not only were the people divided into hostile groups on the question of the Reformation, but bitter personal hatred among the party leaders often obscured the real issue and injected into the conflict the characteristic features of the old feuds. Bishop Jan did not attend the Althing in 1549, as he had already heard of the royal letters and their contents. For some time he remained quietly at Holar, but when he received a letter from the Pope commending his faithfulness to the Catholic Church and urging him to heroic resistance against his enemies, he took new courage. Gathering the priests of the diocese, he read to them the papal letter before the altar of the cathedral church, and took a vow that he would give his life rather than be in any way unfaithful to the Holy Father. On learning that Bishop Martin was traveling in the western districts, he sent his sons Ari and Bjorn with over 100 armed men to seize him. The undertaking was successfully carried out. Bishop Martin and the priest Arni Arnason, one of Jan's bitterest opponents, were captured and brought to Holar. Dadi Gudmundsson was in so imminent a danger of being seized that he saved himself only by mounting a swift horse. The priest Arni was soon liberated, but Bishop Martin was kept in confinement in the monastery of Mudruveller and later at Isefjord. Jan was not satisfied with the temporary advantage over his opponents, but pursued energetically the course upon which he had entered. The priest Olaf Hjaltason, who had preached against Catholic customs, was summoned before the bishop and dismissed from his church. In the summer of 1550, Olaf sailed to Denmark to report to the king his own case, as well as the imprisonment of Bishop Martin. But even before his arrival, the king had taken new steps to suppress the uprising led by Jan. In a letter dated June 27, he instructed Dadi Gudmundsson and Peter Einarsson to aid the royal commandant Lauritz Mule in arresting the bishop. In a second letter to the people of the Holar diocese, he warned the people that Jan was an outlaw, that a new bishop had to be chosen for the diocese, and that he had selected for this office the priest Gisli Jansen, who was to be sent to Denmark to be consecrated. Bishop Palladius of Sealand also wrote to Bishop Jan, warning him of his danger and urging him to submit to the king, but he refused to yield. When he learned of the order issued for his arrest, he decided to face his opponents boldly. In the summer of 1550, he rode to the Althing with a guard of 200 men, accompanied by his sons Ari and Bjorn, each with a force of 100 men. The king's commandant, Lauritz Mule, and the chieftains who were to assist him were not prepared to meet so strong a force and were unable to offer resistance. The lawman, Orm Sturluson, was forced to resign, and Jan's son Ari was again appointed to the office. From the Althing, Jan marched to Skalholt with his whole armed force, bringing with him the captive Bishop Martin. The bishop's residence was surrendered to him, and Martin was left there under guard. From Skalholt he marched to the monastery of Vidi, which had been changed into a residence for the royal commandant. Lauritz Mule and the Danes were driven on board their ships. The monastery was rededicated, and the former abbot was again installed. Before returning to Holar, he also rode to Hellfell and reorganized that monastery under its old abbot. After the success he had already met with, Bishop Jan hoped to be able to cope with Dadi Gudmundsson, his chief remaining opponent. In the fall of 1550 he left Holar with 90 armed men, accompanied by his sons Ari and Bjorn. At Soderfell he was also joined by 30 or 40 men from the Bjorgarfjord district, but here he was suddenly attacked by Dadi. His forces were defeated, and he and his 2 sons were seized in the Soderfell church, where they had sought refuge. Dadi reported what had happened to Bessastadir, the residence of the royal governor, but there was at the time no such official in the country, as Lauritz Mule had already returned to Denmark. The only Danish official present was a clerk, Christian Scriver, who was ordered to keep Bishop Jan and his sons as prisoners in conformity with the royal letters. Bishop Martin at Skalholt was now liberated, together with Christian Scriver. He hastened to Snokesdal, where a court was convened, and Bishop Jan and his 2 sons were judged to be prisoners according to the king's command. Christian Scriver, assisted by Bishop Martin and the 2 lawmen, was to retain them in custody. Bishop Martin, Christian Scriver, Dadi Gudmundsson, and many other leading men met at Skalholt to consider what further steps were to be taken. At this meeting, Christian Scriver, acting as the king's representative, preferred a series of charges against Jan, stating that he had imprisoned Bishop Martin, that without warrant he had used the royal taxes of the northern districts, that he had disregarded the king's orders regarding the monasteries and beneficiaries, that he had resisted the word of God, that he had used violence against both learned and lay people, had threatened the Danes, had promised the Hamburgers that by spring there would be no Danes in Iceland, that he had said that Lauritz Mule should not long remain as Herthseori, or Martin as Bishop of Skalholt, etc. Most of these accusations were based on nothing but prejudice and general rumors, but the assembled leaders were very eager to convict their prisoners, as they feared their revenge if they should regain their liberty. Christian Scriver was afraid also to retain them in his custody at Bessastadir, when the men of northern Iceland should come southward to take part in the winter fisheries. After deliberations lasting several days, the priest Jan Bjarnason, steward of Skalholt, said one morning at the breakfast table that although he probably was not very wise, he knew a way in which the prisoners could be safely kept. When asked to state his plan, he answered that the axe and the earth would keep them best. At first this method of doing away with them without trial met considerable opposition, but Bishop Martin approved of the plan, and when Christian Scriver also gave it ardent support, the opposition was soon overcome. An agreement was made that the prisoners should be put to death, and on November 7, 1550, Bishop Jan and his 2 sons were beheaded at Skalholt. This lawless act aroused such bitter resentment, especially in the Holar diocese, that when the men from the northern districts came south to take part in the winter fisheries, a band of Jan's adherents attacked Christian Scriver and slew him together with his son and several of his Danish followers. On March 30, 1551, the priest Sigurd Jansen, a son of Bishop Jan Arison, who had taken no part in this uprising, sent 30 men under the leadership of 3 priests to bring the bodies of his father and 2 brothers to Holar. These men arrived at Skalholt with masked faces, bringing 3 coffins with them. They demanded of Bishop Martin the permission to exhume the bodies. This demand was granted. The bodies were placed in the coffins, and the return march was immediately undertaken. At Lagarvatn a halt was made. The bodies were washed and dressed with care. Bells were fastened under the coffins, and as the funeral escort advanced through the country, the church bells were chiming, and the greatest reverence was shown the dead. On approaching Holar, the procession was met by the priests of the diocese and a large concourse of people. The cathedral bells rang out their greeting of peace, and the bodies were interred in the churchyard with all tokens of honor and pious veneration. On April 27, the priests of the diocese assembled and chose Sigurd Jansen bishop. Danish rule in Iceland had never been weaker or more unpopular. It seemed that Christian III might be challenged to maintain his power over the country by force of arms, but the Icelanders stood divided. The leaders who had dared to resist the policy of the government were gone. The people were dependent on Denmark-Norway for their imports, and no means were at hand for waging a struggle against the fleets and military forces which the king could send against them. When King Christian learned of the imprisonment of Bishop Martin of Skalholt, he sent 4 warships to Iceland. 2 were dispatched to the southern districts under Ada Distigsson, the other 2 under command of Axel Yule and the renowned Norwegian sea captain Christopher Tronsern. were sent to the northern districts. Upon his arrival in Iceland, Atte Stigstern, as royal governor, assembled the Althing, where he appeared with an escort of 200 soldiers. The people were ordered to take the oath of allegiance to the king, a request to which they readily consented, although the procedure conducted as an act of coercion with the aid of military forces was a flagrant violation of the laws of Iceland. No attempt was made to alter the union agreement. Atte Stigson himself took an oath that he would maintain law and justice to all people, rich and poor, according to the pledges given by the kings of Norway and the agreements made between our gracious king and his thanes here in Iceland. This new confirmation of the union agreement must have pleased the Icelanders, although the proceeding was otherwise offensive and irregular. In northern Iceland, Axel Yule and Christopher Trondsen assembled the people to a general thing at Adyr in Eyfjord. The required oath of allegiance to the king was taken, and Olaf Hjaltason was made Bishop of Ola, no attention being paid to the election of Sigurd Jansen, who had been chosen by the priests of the diocese. Bishop Jan Eriksson and his sons Ari and Bjorn were declared traitors, and all their property was confiscated. Severe punishment was also to be meted out to the slayers of Christian Scriver, but they managed to make good their escape. The lawless conduct of that official in executing Bishop Jan and his sons without trial or conviction, even without royal orders, was not condemned or criticized. The treasures belonging to the Church of Holar and the monasteries of Thavera and Merdruveller were seized, and since no resistance was offered by the people and no disturbance of any kind occurred, the expedition returned to Denmark before the end of the summer 1551. After his death, Bishop Jan was venerated almost as a saint by the people of his diocese. He gradually became a sort of national hero to whom many later bishops, lawmen, and other leading persons were proud to trace their lineage. His opponent, Dadi Gudmundsson, reaped little satisfaction from his victory. 10 years after Jan's death, he became afflicted with cancer of the face, an ailment from which he died after much suffering in 1563. The people gradually adjusted themselves to existing conditions without again attempting open resistance to the government's authorities. But silent ill will against the Reformation, and especially against the arbitrary rule of the Danish government, continued to manifest itself long after Jan's death. Bishop Martin of Skalholt was so aggrieved by the rapacity of the royal officials and the humiliation of his country that he resigned his episcopacy and spent his remaining years in the obscurity of private life. Many priests also chose to resign rather than renounce their Catholic faith and remain in charge of their congregations. The conduct of the royal representatives, Didrik v. Minden, Christopher Huitfeldt, and Claus v. Merwitz, toward Bishop Ogmund, and of Christian Scriver and the leaders of the Lutheran party in connection with the execution of Bishop Jan Eriksson and his sons could inspire little love and respect for the Reformation. Few young men would enter the service of the church as pastors. The people received little religious instruction, and although they were forced to accept the new church laws, they clung privately to the Catholic worship. Candles were yet burned before the sacred images. Veneration of saints and pilgrimages to holy places were practiced as before. Many would not attend the Lutheran churches or contribute anything to the support of Lutheran pastors. End of chapter 13, part 1. Chapter 13, part 2 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reformation in Iceland was supported by two distinct classes. To the first belonged a few learned men who had studied abroad and were sincerely attached to the new doctrines, but many of them showed a spirit of self-interest which often led them to seek their own personal advantage, instead of attempting with true evangelical devotion to turn the people to the new spiritual light. The second class consisted of rapacious royal officials and greedy chieftains who had no real religious interest, but were willing to destroy the Catholic Church in order to despoil it of its lands and possessions. Under this kind of leadership, the Reformation did not become a work of instruction or conversion, but a series of administrative acts, royal decrees, assaults upon the Catholic leaders, and encroachments upon the people's constitutional liberties. After the death of Bishop Jan Arason and the overthrow of the Catholic party, all the monasteries of Iceland were secularized. At first the king seems to have entertained a plan to use the income from the lands thus seized to build schools for the people, but he was persuaded to abandon the idea and to retain the revenues for the royal purse. From 1556 one-fourth of the tithes payable to the church, as well as the fines imposed in suits at law, were also to be considered royal revenues. It does not appear that these important measures were submitted to the Althing, or that the people were ever asked to sanction them, though they effected important changes in the country's laws and institutions. The whole spirit of criminal law was also gradually changed by ordinances imposing severe penalties or capital punishment for various offences. In 1563, King Frederick II, who succeeded his father Christian III on the throne, ordered that persons guilty of heresy should be executed and their property should be forfeited to the crown. Cases of adultery should be tried and decided according to the Koldingresesse of December the 13th, 1558, given by Christian III. In 1564, Paul Stigson, royal governor in Iceland, forced the Althing to proclaim an ordinance, the Storridomer, establishing capital punishment for offences of this kind. The law was signed by the two lawmen and received royal sanction April 13, 1565. A final appeal might be made to the king and his council, who continued to act as a court of last resort till 1661, when the Højesteret, or Supreme Court of Appeal, was established in Denmark. The Storridomer remained in force, at least nominally, till 1838. Those who were convicted under this law were executed, the men being hung and the women drowned. Half their property was forfeited to the crown, and the other half was distributed among needy relatives. In cases of adultery, capital punishment should be inflicted only for a third offense, and the property of the person convicted should be distributed among the lawful heirs. The harsh features of this draconian measure were somewhat softened by royal decrees of 1576, 1578, and 1594, providing for the granting of absolution to persons convicted under it. Other severe punishments for crimes were also instituted. The old privilege of sanctuary, according to which criminals could not be seized in churches or holy places, was abolished by an ordinance of 1587, and by a law of 1596 the eating of horseflesh was made an offence punishable by a fine of 3 marks, $21.60, together with severe flogging. Thieves were to be hung, flogged, or branded. Even minor offences were to be punished by the pillory, flogging, or heavy fines. While such pedantic zeal was manifested for the maintenance of law and order, no steps were taken by the government to protect the people against foreign enemies, though piratic raids on defenseless sea-coast settlements had been frequent. In 1579, English pirates came to shore in the Vest Fjords, robbed churches, ravished women, and killed people. Eggert Hennison, a rich proprietor, once lawman and acting governor, was seized and was set at liberty only upon payment of a large ransom. He was forced to take an oath that he would not make complaint to the king, but this forced promise he disregarded. The affair was reported to the government, and the pirates were finally seized in Holland and executed. As the people had been forbidden to bear arms and were without military protection, they were helpless even against such bands of robbers who might at any time make raids upon the coast. This finally led to the proposing of the Vapnadomer in 1581. This measure provided that the people should supply arms for their own protection. All freeholders paying taxes should have a musket, powder, and a halberd or spear. Every unmarried man who owned 10 auer without debt should own spear and dagger, but these weapons should not be used except against foreign robbers. Those who owned 20 hundroth should buy musket, spear, and other weapons according to their ability. The royal officials should act as officers, and the men should pay their own expenses while performing military duties. The repstajorar should keep a list of all men in their district capable of bearing arms, and the suslumen should see to it that places of safety for women, children, old people, and livestock were provided. The proposal failed to become law, as it was not submitted to the Althing. The Althing still sought to maintain its prestige as a representative assembly. Ordinances which had not received its sanction were regarded as having no force in Iceland, and the old principle that the king should rule the people according to their own laws was still adhered to, though henceforth it could only mean the laws to which they had given their consent. In 1588 the lawmen and Lagretta made a formal declaration that we, the inhabitants of the country, should live and be judged according to the old Icelandic laws and the royal ordinances and letters which our gracious Lord the King has sent us for law and protection, and which our country had sanctioned and accepted. It is clear, however, that after the Reformation the power of the Crown was growing so rapidly that even the last remnant of legislative power lodged in the Althing, the right to approve or reject laws, was seriously endangered. The King had already forced the Althing to consent to legislation which violated all traditions and principles of Icelandic jurisprudence. At any opportune moment he might sweep away all legislative power of that assembly and allow it to retain only its purely judicial functions. In church affairs he gradually assumed the power formerly exercised by the Pope and the Archbishop. The bishops were usually elected by the clergy, subject to royal sanction, but in some instances the king placed bishops over the Icelandic dioceses, even without consulting the clergy. The Lutheran bishops did not desire to exercise the power of preparing new codes of laws for the church, even when they were asked by the king to do so. In 1607 a new church code for Iceland was prepared by Norwegian churchmen, but only upon formal request of the king, with the result that his will became the highest authority in all ecclesiastical affairs. The bishops no longer exercised authority, as in Catholic times, with regard to fasts or tithes, and many cases which had belonged under the jurisdiction of the church were transferred to the secular courts. The curtailing of the power of the clergy might have proved beneficial, as the Catholic bishops had often used their authority to oppress the people. But politically the Reformation proved unfavorable to Icelandic home rule. Hitherto the clergy had ruled, but it had been a native rule. The laws of the country and the people's fundamental rights had been respected. After the Reformation the king gradually assumed all power and instituted a rule by royal officials who disregarded the Icelandic laws, acquired large landed estates, and riveted upon the people the tyranny of a selfish foreign bureaucracy. In social life the low moral standards which had prevailed ever since pagan times continued also in the period following the Reformation. The priests were now allowed to marry, but concubinage and illicit relations continued to be common even among the leading churchmen. Even some of the bishops had illegitimate children, and since such irregularities were tolerated among the leaders, the church could exercise little restraint on the moral laxity prevalent among the laity and common clergy. Among the chieftains even polygamy was not uncommon. Egerd Hannesson married his concubine while his wife was still living, and Benedict Pietursson had two wives at the same time. Dadi Gudmundsson had two concubines, both of whom were so closely related to him that according to the church laws the relation was incestuous. The parish priests were often poorly educated, since the schools had been neglected. Complaints were made that they wasted their time in quarrels, lawsuits, horse trading, and social frolics, and paid little attention to their pastoral duties. The change of faith which had been forced upon the people tended at first to disrupt their religious life. Many refused to attend church services or to receive the sacrament in the new form. But the evangelical character of the Lutheran Church proved to be a force which gradually effected a religious and moral regeneration of the Icelandic people. It destroyed the images of ceremonial worship behind which primitive paganism so conveniently hid itself, and turned the people's minds to the simple truth of the gospel. Positive results of the Reformation were slow in manifesting themselves, but the serious, truth-loving biblical spirit of the new faith struck deep roots and imparted a stimulus which launched the nation upon a new intellectual and social development. Vigorous steps were soon taken by the kings and bishops to suppress Catholic customs and to sharpen church discipline. Priests who offended against the new church ordinances were removed from their parishes. In 1561 the royal governor, Paul Stigson, travelled through the northern and western districts to see if the Lutheran church ordinances were duly observed. 4 years later he issued orders to all the lay people that they should attend church on all Sundays and holidays, that they should remain quietly seated and listen attentively to the word of God. If they failed to comply with this order after being thrice reminded by their pastor, they should be excluded from the Lord's Supper, and the Syslumather should cause them to be flogged. Crosses and images were to be destroyed. It is said that at this time Bishop Gisli Jansson burned the Kelda Darnus cross, which had been removed by Bishop Gizur Einarsson, and that he destroyed the images of the saints at Kirkjuber and Thickvaber. In northern Iceland, Bishop Olaf Hjaltason destroyed the images of the Virgin at Halvstader and the crosses at Bardi and Stad in Rata Fjord. Persons guilty of grave offences were expelled from the church and were restored to the Christian communion only when they repented and publicly confessed their sins. Parents and heads of households were instructed to maintain strict discipline over their children and servants. About Bishop Gisli Jansen, it is said that he ordered the priests of his diocese to visit the homes of their parishioners to see if they had learned the catechism and possessed the necessary Christian knowledge. Other bishops followed the same plan. Especially important was the work of Gudbrand Thorleifsson, who became Bishop of Olar in 1569 and labored with greater earnestness than anyone else in this period to make evangelical Christianity a living force in the hearts of his people. Gudbrand was interested in providing proper reading for his people by translating and printing the Bible, and by collections of hymns and other Christian literature. He sought also to provide religious instruction, especially for children and young people. He asked the priests to require of the children that they learn the catechism together with such prayers and songs as could be said and sung at the table. No one who did not know the catechism should be allowed to receive the Lord's Supper, except in cases of serious illness. The children were to be catechized in church in presence of the congregation and should be confirmed before receiving the communion. Gudbrand's younger contemporary, Bishop Odd Einarsson of Skalholt, labored in a similar way to improve religious and moral conditions and to instruct the people in the Lutheran faith. Due to the efforts of these able and God-fearing men, true piety and purity of life soon gave evidence of the growth of a new Christian spirit. One of the most important results of the Reformation in Iceland was the new interest awakened in education and literary activity. Although the king, through the secularization of the monasteries, diverted to the royal treasury resources which should have been used in the building of schools, progress was nevertheless made. In 1552, Paul Huitfeldt was sent on a special mission to Iceland. He issued orders that Latin schools should be maintained at both the bishops' seats. The school at Skalholt should have 40 pupils, and the one at Holar 24. The teachers should be paid from incomes derived from estates belonging to the cathedral churches and collected by the bishops, who should also supply the pupils with food, clothes, light, fuel, and other necessaries. Students were also encouraged to seek higher education at foreign universities, and many went abroad to study in Copenhagen, Bremen, or Rostock. The Danish government gave free board and later also free lodging to Icelandic students who wished to attend the Royal University at Copenhagen, and since graduates of that university were preferred in appointments to positions in the church, all Icelanders who sought higher education were soon attracted to it. The introduction of printing so cheapened books that it became possible also to supply the homes with good literature. According to tradition, the first printing press in Iceland was established at Holar by Bishop Jan Arason about 1530. He is quite certain that in that year a printing press was brought to Iceland by Jan Mathiasson, a Swedish priest who probably brought it from his own country at Bishop Jan's request. The press was first established at Holar. Here the book Breviarium Nidorsiensis was printed in 1534, the first book known to have been put into type in Iceland, but no copy of it has been preserved. The press was soon moved to Breidabólstad, where Jan Mathiasson became priest. During the years of turmoil while the Reformation was being established, little use was made of the press, which was in the possession of the Catholic party. But in 1572 or 1573 it was moved back to Holar, and under the direction of the energetic Bishop Gudbrand Thorleifsson, it was now put to such diligent use that Holar since remained the chief seat of printing in Iceland. In 1584, Bishop Gudbrand Thorleifsson printed the first Icelandic Bible, the greater part of which he himself had translated. Of other books printed under his direction may be mentioned his hymn book, 1589, and the Gradual, a book of melodies for Lutheran hymns, 1594. In 1685, the press was moved to Skalholt, but it was returned to Holar in 1703, after being located in various places for a short time. In 1844, it was finally moved to Reykjavik. The first efforts of the Icelandic printers were naturally directed to the printing of religious literature, but in time sagas and other secular works also appeared. The first edition of sagas published in Iceland was that of Bishop Thord Thorleifsson of Skalholt, a great-grandson of Bishop Gudbrand, who served as bishop from 1674 till 1697. He printed the Landnámabók, Kristni saga, Islandingabók, and the Afla saga, Tryggvasonar, Nothing further was done for the printing of sagas in Iceland till 1756, when new editions issued from the Holar press. About this time another press was set up in the island of Hrapsey, where the Egila saga was printed. In 1782 the Annalar, Bjorns a Skarosa were also printed here. The first fruit of the new literary activity aroused by the Reformation were the early Bible translations and the efforts made to provide a collection of hymns for the Lutheran church service. Odd Gottskálksson, Bishop Orgmund's private secretary and later lawman in Iceland, translated the New Testament, which was printed in Roskilde, Denmark, in 1540. The translation of the whole Bible was first made by Bishop Gudbrand Thorleikson, but part of this work was based on Old Gottskálksson's translation of the New Testament and that of some other biblical books by various translators. Olaf Hjaltason, the first Lutheran bishop of Holar, was the first translator of Lutheran hymns in Iceland, but his work was poorly done and of little real value. Martin Einarsson, the first Lutheran bishop of Skarholt, was also a translator and a writer of hymns. He published the first Icelandic Lutheran hymn book, which appeared in Copenhagen in 1555. 3 years later, a new hymn book was published by Gisli Jansson, who succeeded Martin as a bishop of Skarholt in 1558. But Gisli possessed no poetic talent, and his translations have no real merit. In 1589, Bishop Gudbrand Thorleikson, translator of the Bible, the Nestor of the early Lutheran Church in Iceland, prepared a new hymn book. Like earlier collections, it consisted chiefly of mediocre translations, but it became so popular that it remained in use over 200 years. Through these works, the Lutheran hymns were introduced into the church service, but the writing of original Icelandic hymns did not progress beyond the first frail beginnings prior to 1600. In the period immediately following the Reformation, hymns were written by the clergyman Einar Sigurdsson and Jan Thorsteinsson. Jan, also called the Martyr, was clergyman on the Vestmannaeyjar, where he was slain in 1627 in an attack made on these islands by Algerian sea robbers. Especially prominent as scholar was old Einarsson, 1559 to 1630, bishop of Skarholt. He was the first one after the Reformation who began to record historical events in his own mother tongue, also the first one to collect Icelandic manuscripts and documents which otherwise might have been lost. The Gralarin, a collection of choral melodies for the Lutheran hymns, published in 1594, was also prepared with his assistance. The first great Icelandic hymn writer was Hallgrim Pétursson, born of poor parents in 1614. He studied for some time in Copenhagen, and after his return to Iceland he was consecrated parish clergyman by his friend Bernjolf Sveinsson, bishop of Skarholt. He had to struggle with poverty all his life. When he was finally transferred to a better charge so that he could live under more favorable conditions, he became afflicted with leprosy, from which he died in 1674. He was a fine speaker and won great distinction as a poet, even in his own lifetime. He is justly regarded as Iceland's greatest hymn writer, the first one who compares favorably with the great hymn writers of the Lutheran Church in other lands. His hymns reveal a remarkable fertility of thought, expressed in striking figures and beautiful language. His greatest work is his Fimtiu Passijusálmur, one of the finest collections of hymns based on the Passion of Christ. In these hymns, the afflicted poet follows his Savior from Gethsemane to Golgotha, dwelling with pious reflection upon every word from his lips, every motion of his hand. Pétursson's hymns have become one of the most coveted literary treasures of the Icelandic people and have exerted a deep influence on their religious life. In 1914, the whole Icelandic nation celebrated the 300th anniversary of his birth. In speaking on this occasion, Professor Haraldur Nielsen said, "Generation after generation, his Passijusálmur have been sung winter after winter in every home in the land, and this is still being done. Generation after generation, many have committed them all to memory, and for 250 years nearly every person has learned some of them. During all these years, scarcely an Icelander has been buried either at home or abroad, unless some stanzas of the hymn Alt ein Asblandstrid eine have been sung at his bier. Since Hallgrim's time, the teachings of Christ have been instilled into the souls of the children through his hymns. The first prayers which our mothers and sisters taught us they had learned from the lips of Hallgrim Pétursson." After the Reformation, only native-born churchmen were appointed bishops in Iceland. Many of these were men of great ability who not only guided the people in religious affairs, but distinguished themselves as intellectual leaders, rendering valuable service in promoting enlightenment and general culture. Gizur Einarsson, Martin Einarsson, Olaf Hjaltason, Ad Einarsson, and Gudbrand Thorleksson have already been mentioned. To this group of church leaders belonged also Brynolf Sveinsson, Jan Thorkelsson, Fidelin, and Finner Jansson, 1704 to 1789, especially noted as the author of the great work on Icelandic church history, Historia Ecclesiastica Icelandii. Bernjolf Sveinsson, 1605 to 1675, Bishop of Skalholt, known for his majestic appearance and dignified bearing, was well versed in classical languages and cherished a deep interest for the literature of Iceland. He devoted special attention to the collection of old manuscripts of Icelandic literary works, an effort in which he spared neither time nor money until he had created a valuable manuscript collection containing many of the leading works in Old Icelandic. Bishop Jan Vidalin of Skalholt, 1667 to 1720, is reputed to have been the most eloquent of Icelandic ecclesiastics. Chief among his literary works is his Haspastilla, or Book of Family Sermons, which has appeared in 12 editions and is regarded by his countrymen as one of the best works of its kind. Vidalin was an Orthodox Lutheran of the great Reformer's own type, adhering to the written Bible word with a sincerity which left no room for peradventure or hesitation. He combined with the intellectualism of orthodoxy an ardent faith and an impassioned eloquence which gave him great power over his hearers. He sought to stir the conscience of his people by preaching repentance and conversion rather than the gospel message of salvation through Christ. Raising his mighty voice like one crying in the wilderness, he summoned the people to repent, lighting up their secret sins with the burning torch of the word of God. How submissively and attentively the people listened to his preaching is shown by the number of editions of his sermons, which have remained one of the most popular family books even to the present. Through the work of the Lutheran bishops, a spiritual regeneration had been wrought, which marks the ultimate triumph of the Reformation. The popularity of Hallgrim Petersen's hymns of the Bishop Jan Vidalin's sermons shows that evangelical Christianity had become a living force in the lives of the Icelandic people. The Icelanders, being strongly individualistic, usually keen, often contentious, and generally given to reflection, have not been stirred by revivals or emotional Christianity. The deepest influence ever exerted upon their religious life is due to the intellectual Lutheran or Orthodox faith brought them by the Reformation. This influence has now become a regenerating force, which stimulated the dormant national powers to a new creative literary activity as well as a new religious life. Without a university of their own, with only 2 higher schools, weak and poorly equipped, and at times so neglected that they had to remain closed, higher learning was nowhere more diligently cultivated than in Iceland, and in no land was the number of talented and well-educated intellectual leaders relatively so large. Amidst flaming volcanoes and destructive earthquakes which filled the pages of their annals with ghastly tales of woe, the Icelanders were experiencing a literary renaissance which kindled new light, not only in their own country but in foreign lands. Again they wrote works which attracted the attention of all Europe. Invaluable treasures for literary and historical research were made available, and new fields were opened to learned activity. Especially noted are the 3 scholars Arngrim Jansson, 1568 to 1648, Thormod Thorfason, or Thorfius, 1636 to 1719, and Arne Magnusson, 1663 to 1730, who distinguished themselves in the fields of history, writing, and antiquarian research. Arngrim Jansson had studied at the University of Copenhagen and became rector or master of the Latin school at Holar. He collected and studied old manuscripts and wrote several works dealing with the geography and history of Iceland. Chief of these is his Grimogia Sive Rerum Islandicorum Libri 3, published in Hamburg in 1609. In 1593 he published Brevis Commentarius de Islandis, and in 1643 appeared Specimen Islandii Historicum. In recognition of the importance of his work to Icelandic literature and scholarly activity, he has been called the restorer of Icelandic learning. Thormod Torfius wrote many historical works. In 1697 appeared De Rebus Gestis Ver Re Ensium, a history of the Faroe Islands. In 1697, Orchides, a work about the Orkney Islands. In 1706, Greenlandia Antiqua. And in 1707, Finlandia, the story of the Norse discovery of America. His principal work, Historia Rerum Norwegicarum, a history of Norway till 1387, was published in 4 large folio volumes in 1711. For the first time, a survey of the history of Norway now appeared in a language which could be read by scholars in all lands. Torpheus showed little scholarly ability in the use of historical material. He accepts fabulous tales as readily as accounts resting on the most trustworthy evidence, but he was acquainted with historical sources and elaborated them into a connected account, which for a long time continued to be the chief source of information regarding the history of Norway. In 1667 he was appointed royal historiographer. Later he was sent as royal official to Norway, where he resided till his death on the estate Strangeland in Stavanger Stift. Arne Magnusson became interested in the old literature of the North while pursuing his studies at the University of Copenhagen. Receiving appointment as royal antiquary and also as private secretary to the historian Thomas Bartholin, he found opportunity to gather manuscripts and old literary documents in Iceland and elsewhere, a scholarly activity which became his great life work. In 1701 he was made professor of philosophy in the University of Copenhagen, and the following year he was appointed member of a royal commission sent to take a new census in Iceland. During the subsequent 10 years in which he spent in Iceland, he collected a large number of manuscripts and literary documents. In this collection he succeeded in preserving nearly all of the old manuscripts, which were found here and there in private homes in Iceland, often in a decaying condition. In Norway and Denmark he gathered many more, partly as gifts and partly through purchase. A most valuable manuscript library, the Arne Magnian collection, had thus been created in Copenhagen, and the old Icelandic literature was saved from destruction. With a few later additions, it now numbers 2,000 manuscripts and 6,000 documents. Many other equally able scholars labored in various fields. Bjorn Jansen of Scarcely, 1574 to 1655, interpreted skaldic songs, wrote runes, and copied old sagas. His principal work is Annalar, from 1400 to 1645. He also wrote a work about the ravages of the Algerian pirates in Iceland, the Tryggjarna saga. Magnus Olafsson wrote the first Icelandic lexicon, Specimen Luxiki Runiki, published in Copenhagen, 1650. Gudmund Olafsson was called to Sweden, where he became a noted translator of Icelandic sagas. Somewhat later, the poet, patriot, and scientist Egbert Olafsson became very popular and widely known. His chief scientific work is Riskejenen Island, in which he describes economic life and conditions in Iceland. It was largely due to the stimulating influence of the Icelandic scholars that a keen interest in northern history and antiquities was awakened at this time also in other European countries. In Denmark, scholars and historians like Old Worm, Thomas Bartholin, Jacob Langbeck, Peter Fredrikszoom, and the Norwegian historian Gerhard Schörning turned their attention to northern antiquities and the old Icelandic literature. In Sweden, Johan P. Peringskold and his son Johan F. Peringskold became devoted students in this field and translated many Icelandic works. Also in England, France, Germany, many translations of Icelandic songs and sagas appeared. The ancient literature of the North began to attract general attention. A deep shadow was cast upon intellectual and social life in Iceland, as in all other lands in the 17th century, by the witchcraft craze, which, like other plagues, was imported from abroad. Superstition reigned supreme in Iceland as elsewhere in Europe at this time, but it might have been relatively harmless but for this unfortunate delusion started by clergymen and officials who had been in direct contact with continental culture. In 1625, Jan Ragnvaldsen was burned for witchcraft, the first person who was put to death in Iceland for this imaginary crime. It was then a law in Denmark that persons convicted of witchcraft should be burned, but it does not appear that this law had been introduced in Iceland. The priests and officials engaged in these prosecutions, acting with fanatical zeal, took it upon themselves to sentence the accused according to the provisions in the Danish code, without regard for the right of the Icelanders to be tried under their own laws. Burning or other forms of execution, flogging, and other severe punishments for witchcraft grew in frequency. The Icelandic scholar and writer Magnus Stevenson says, in the period 1660 to 1690, 16 persons were burned in Iceland. Provost P. Bjornson in Salardal, who was a clergyman over 50 years, and until the day of his death was regarded as one of the greatest lights in theology, was a zealous promoter of witchcraft prosecutions. Everywhere he discovered the influence of the witchcraft evil, even upon himself, and this influence he discussed in nearly all his writings. He brought suit against many persons for witchcraft, demanding their death, and the civil authorities aided him diligently. According to Thorkild Bjarnson, 20 persons were burned at the stake for witchcraft in the period 1630 to 1690. According to Bishop Jan Helgeson, the number was 22. Many were also flogged or banished for the same supposed crime. Clemens Bjarnson was sentenced to death for witchcraft in 1690. He was pardoned, but had to leave the country. This was the last instance in which the death penalty was imposed in Iceland for this fancied wrongdoing. Throughout the 17th century, capital punishment was unsparingly inflicted, not only for witchcraft and murder, but for incest, adultery, theft, and other crimes. At every session of the Althing, people flocked together to witness the hangings, burnings, decapitations, drownings, the floggings and brandings of offenders sentenced under the harsh laws. All these frequently repeated dramas of suffering only added new measures to human misery, darkened the outlook on life, and deadened all sympathy with the unfortunate. Toward the close of the century, these dark shadows lifted before the dawn of a more humane and enlightened age. The harsh criminal laws were modified, and the use of the death penalty was restricted, especially through the practice of appeal to the king. It is noteworthy that the victims of the witchcraft delusion in Iceland were men, only one woman being put to death in these prosecutions. End of chapter 13, part 2. Chapter 14 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Great calamities in Iceland, the Danish trade monopoly, new literary activity. The religious and dynastic wars which rent Europe during the 16th and 17th centuries did not disturb the general tranquillity of Iceland, but various misfortunes occasioned much suffering and awakened serious apprehension for the future of the country. Overseas trade, upon which the people depended for so many of their necessaries, was often seriously disturbed and at times completely interrupted by the great wars. Pirates swarmed the ocean, picking up merchantmen plying between Iceland and continental ports, and at any moment they might swoop down upon the unprotected shores and sack exposed coast settlements. The lack of adequate protection kept the people in constant fear of piratic raids, which were increasing in frequency and boldness. The annalist Jan Espelin relates that in 1614 Spanish buccaneers carried away sheep and cattle in the district of Vestfjord and extorted money from the people. English pirates under the leadership of John Gentleman came to the Vestmannaeyjar, where they robbed houses and destroyed property. They placed muskets before the breasts of the people with laughter and ridicule, says the annalist. The church bell they seized and fastened to the mast of their ship, but they killed no one, and they sailed then back to England. Trading vessels were also plundered in Djupovag. In 1615, pirates came to Patricksfjord with the intention of ravaging the Vestfjord districts. They had seized some Englishmen whom they brought with them, and after plundering the neighborhood they departed. A little later, Spanish buccaneers came to the coast with 3 ships and ill-treated and robbed the people. One of their ships was wrecked, so that 80 of them had to seek refuge on shore. These were attacked by the people under the leadership of Ari Magnusson, acting under royal orders. 31 of them were killed in Icefjord, 13 in Dryfjord, and 18 more in Eide and Sandreiri. The rest operated as robber bands until they were finally exterminated. The buccaneers now became so bold in their operations that in 1616 King Christian IV detailed war vessels to protect the Icelandic trade. In 1618 he sent warships under 2 royal commissioners, Frederick Frius and Jorgen Wind, to drive the pirates from the sea. The commissioners were also given power to deal with all important matters both of church and state in Iceland. They decided many important cases at the Althing, says the annalist. Many persons, both men and women, were sentenced to death and executed for adultery. What success they had in their operations against the pirates is not recorded, but it soon became evident that they had not driven them from the ocean. On June 12, 1627, Algerian pirates entered Grindavik and took a Danish merchant ship with its cargo and several sailors and other people on board, among others the wife of Jan Gudlaugsen and her sons and brothers. Meeting another vessel outside of the harbor, they decoyed it with the flag from the ship which they had just seized and captured it. The first one they then sent with their booty to the Barbary States. Afterwards they sailed to Faxefloy, intending to attack Bestadir, but the governor, Holgar Rosenkrantz, had gathered men and ships in the neighborhood. He constructed breastworks and mounted some guns. When they saw these preparations for defense, they did not venture an assault. One of their ships ran aground, but they transferred their prisoners and booty to the other ships. As this proved very difficult, the governor was severely criticized because he did not use this opportunity to attack them. They then sailed to the East Fjords, where they seized many cattle, captured 110 persons, and killed many others. The greatest outrage was committed on the West Manayar, also in 1627. Arriving there with 3 ships and 300 men, the pirates divided into 3 bands and overran the whole island with loud yells, massacring the terror-stricken and helpless inhabitants. After driving the people together in a large storehouse belonging to the Danish merchants, they selected the youngest and strongest and drove them on board their ships. They then set fire to the building and burned it with those who remained. The priest in the islands, Jan Thorsteinsson, the hymn writer, was struck dead while kneeling in prayer. His wife and children were driven on board the ships. The parish church was burned, and those who tried to escape were mercilessly hunted down and slain. After destroying what could not be carried away, the robbers sailed back to Africa, where they sold their captives as slaves. Most of these died soon. Those who survived wrote such touching letters to their home folks that money was finally collected for their ransom, both in Denmark and Iceland. In 1632, King Christian IV sent a large sum to the Barbary States to secure their liberation. 37 persons were thus rescued, besides the priest Olaf Egilson, who had been liberated after a captivity of 2 years. Of the people carried away by the pirates, only 13 ever returned to their native land. Great volcanic eruptions, together with cold winters and severe epidemics, increased the difficulties under which the people were struggling. In 1695 and 1696 the winters were so severe that not only did the rivers freeze where they were never known to freeze before, but the ocean around all Iceland became ice-bound. Hard winters recurred in 1784 and 1792. In the latter year, horses were driven across the southern Haviti on the ice the 12th of May, and the frost did not leave the ground all summer. These severe winters were usually accompanied by violent storms in which large numbers of boats and fishermen were lost. Still more destructive was the havoc wrought by earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. In 1618 to 1619, volcanic outbreaks and earthquakes destroyed many farmsteads, causing much suffering and loss of property. A volcanic eruption in eastern Iceland in 1625 lasted for 12 days and was so violent that ashes fell even in Bergen, Norway. In 1636, the great volcano Hekla became active, this being its 15th recorded eruption. Its activity lasted from May 8 until the following winter, and ashes were deposited over large areas. In 1660, an outbreak of the Katla destroyed the presbytery and church of Hofdebrecke, together with many farmsteads. In 1693 occurred a violent eruption of the Hekla, the 16th. Ashes were deposited over all Iceland and were even carried to Scotland and Norway. In the 18th century, even greater destruction was wrought. In 1727, an eruption of the Öræfajökull began August 3 and lasted till May 25 the following year. Many farms were blotted out, and hundreds of sheep and horses were killed. Through an earthquake at Rangeveller and Eysturoyar in September 1732, 11 or 12 farmsteads were destroyed and 40 were more or less damaged. In 1755, an eruption of the Katla destroyed 13 farms and covered a large part of Skafafellsla, with a deposit of ashes so deep that 50 farms had to be abandoned. In 1783 occurred a violent outbreak of the Skaptarjökull, one of the most destructive in the history of Iceland. 9 farms were entirely wiped out, 29 more were ruined, and 2 parishes were rendered uninhabitable for 2 years. The meadows were devastated, and a large number of animals died of starvation and disease. According to reliable sources, the loss of animals during the years 1783 to 1784 was 11,461 head of cattle, 190,448 sheep, and 28,013 horses. In 1784, a great earthquake in southern Iceland destroyed 69 farmsteads, totally wrecked 64, and seriously damaged 372. Of houses, 1,459 were leveled with the ground, 212 were wrecked, and 333 were seriously damaged. Owing to such calamities, which brought about a general dislocation of economic life, famine and disease swept away the stricken people in large numbers. The annalists state in 1702 120 persons died of hunger in Thingeyjarsla alone. The death rate in general was very high, owing to undernourishment and unwholesome food. In 1707 a great smallpox epidemic swept the country, carrying away 18,000 people, or about 1/3 of the entire population. In 1757 22,500 died of hunger in the Skalholt diocese. The suffering due to these causes became especially great after the eruption of the Skafafellsjökull, which so seriously depleted the flocks and herds of the country. In a report from the Holar diocese, Bishop Arne Thorarensen states that 2,145 persons had died of hunger and that 315 farms had been abandoned. As a result of this calamity, it is estimated that 9,238 persons died in Iceland of hunger and attendant diseases. People fell dead from exhaustion in going from one farm to another. Children lost their parents, and in many households not a person survived. During this century, says Magnus Stevenson, Iceland experienced 43 years of distress due to cold winters, ice flows, failures of fisheries, shipwrecks, inundations, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, epidemics, and contagious diseases among men and animals, which often came separately, but often in connection with and as a result of one another. Statistics show how the herds were depleted and how the population of Iceland was decreasing at this time. Population 1703, 50,000. 1877, 72,000. Sheep 1703, 280,000. 1870, 500,000. Cattle 1703, 35,000. 1876, 20,000. Horses 1703, 26,000, 1876, 31,000. Another cause which tended to deprive the common people of all hope of progress and economic well-being in the 18th century was the existing system of land ownership. A large part of the soil of Iceland had in course of time been converted into crown estates and church lands, which the people had to till as renters. The crown lands embraced in all 735 farms. The bishop's seat of Skalholt owned 310, that of Holar 320. The various church estates included 675, and 31 belonged to hospitals and funds for the poor. In all, 2,071 farms, while 2,116 were privately owned. The administration of the royal estates was in the hands of the landfogeti, who resided at Bessastaðir, later at Viti. He had direct charge of all royal estates in Gulbringasla, issued leases, and collected the rents. At the Althing he met and made public announcements of the estates which were vacant. These were then leased at public auction to the highest bidder. The lands belonging to the bishop's seats were managed by an administrator called Economus, who leased the lands, hired servants for the bishop's residence, and served as steward in the household. The rent was usually fixed at 1/20 of the taxable value of the farm, but owing to volcanic eruptions, floods, and other misfortunes, the people were often unable to pay, and would then have to part with their personal belongings to cover the deficit. Magnus Ketelsen wrote in 1770, "The peasants create debts every year, and as they fear these, I must see to my sorrow that they now offer me their own clothes and those of their wives." No changes were made in the rents from generation to generation, or even from century to century, although the farms had often lost much of their original productivity through volcanic eruptions or poor management of impoverished renters. It was stated by many prominent and well-informed Icelanders that many farms still renting for the same amount as in the past could not support one-fifth as many cattle as formerly. As a rule, the renters also had to agree to keep the houses in repair, a very heavy burden, often connected with great expense, as timber was very costly and difficult to procure. But if anything was not in order when the renter left, the manager would demand a considerable sum as indemnity. The royal landfogeddy would often act in a most unjust and arbitrary way. About Chairman Dresse, it is stated in a letter to the Stift Tam te Mather of 1775 that he was a confirmed drunkard, that he abused the peasants when they were unable to pay their dues, seized all their belongings, and drove them from their homes to no matter at what season of the year, and that he often failed to give them credit for the property he had taken. He was finally dismissed from office because of his harshness and unseemly conduct. The system of subletting was extensively practiced. The royal estates, and likewise also the lands of the bishops' seats, were often rented to priests, officials, or other persons of standing, who subleased them to peasants and lived a life of leisure from incomes pressed from the real tillers of the soil. The sublessees, Helial ag men, were often reduced to a condition resembling villanage, as they had to render service to their landlords in addition to the payment of rent for their small farmsteads, which usually could keep only a cow or two and a few sheep. The landlord also furnished a certain number of cattle called kugildi, Danish kvilder. The amount of rent for the livestock was not fixed by law. As a rule, it was very high and had to be paid in butter, and as the renter was often unable to produce enough of that commodity to pay his rent, he had to content himself with a mixture of tallow and train oil on his own table. One of the most perplexing features of the relation between landlord and renter was the question who should pay the loss when cattle died. It was generally held that if they died of old age the owner should replace them, that if they died from the lack of proper care the renter should make good the loss. But this rule, fair enough in the abstract, created endless trouble when it was to be practically applied. In case of cattle and sheep diseases, losses were often great, and the controversy would be accordingly bitter. When the sheep disease broke out in 1761, and in 10 years reduced the number from 491,000 to 112,000, it would seem that the renters could not be held responsible for such a calamity. But many landlords, among others the bishop's seat of Skalholt, nevertheless demanded that they should pay the loss. The service which the renters and poorer classes had to render the landfogeddy and the landlords was often very burdensome. One duty imposed upon the renters was the manslan, which consisted chiefly in rowing the king's fishing boats during the fishing season. As the landfogeddy found fishing very profitable, he often greatly increased the number of boats, and all sorts of threats and intimidations were used to compel the people to row them. The peasants had to leave their homes or send their sons to perform this hated service. Another form of service was the raslan. At the Thingirar oyster the men had to meet with shod horses September 30 every year, and make a trip which lasted from 8 to 10 days. Horses also had to be furnished to bring the Stipt Mether and the landfogeddy, the bishops and other high officials, to the Althing, together with quantities of food and drink for the session. Every fall horses and men also had to be provided to bring the Stipt Mather fish to the seaport towns, and whenever the Stipt Mather or landfogeddy needed horses for home use or travel, the peasants had to stand ready to render the desired service. The more common form of service was the dagsverk, which consisted in ordinary work to be performed on the landlord's estates during haying. The manslan was counted equivalent to 20 alnar, 40 fish, and raslan, 10 alnar, 20 fish, and the dagsverk, 5 alnar. These three forms of service constituted what was known as the fixed service. Another kind required on royal estates and lands belonging to the bishoprics, but never demanded on private estates, was the undefined service which consisted in help to be given in erection of buildings, in repairing fences, etc. Another burden imposed on renters was the feeding of a certain number of the landlord's cattle over winter. During seasons of hay shortage this burden was very grievous, as the poor peasant often had to slaughter his own cattle in order to feed those of his landlord. The peasant's cheerless hovel, in the lack of most ordinary comforts in his home life, was a striking evidence of the hopeless poverty to which he had been reduced. As the merchants brought little timber to the country because it required much room in their ships, it became so scarce and expensive that the peasants could not use it even for framework in their cottages, but had to build them of sod and stone. The Syslu Mather, Vigfus Thorarensen, gives the following description of a peasant's home. The living room, bathstoffe, is usually 8 feet wide and 16 feet long, built of sod, with roof of the same material, and with wooden inside walls. The kitchen and pantry, built of the same material and in the same way, are about 1/2 as large as the living room. The general interior appearance of these peasants' huts is described by Jan Jansen as follows. The bathstoffe on the common peasant farmstead was usually not covered with boards on the inside. One could see between the rafters to the grass-covered roof, which soon looked like ordinary sod, and from which mildew and cobwebs were hanging. The floor was uncovered, consisting only of earth, trampled hard, but during heavy rains, when the roof was leaking, water dripped down, and it soon became a pool of mud through which the people waded. The walls along which the bedsteads were nailed fast were covered with a grey coat of mildew, and green slime was constantly trickling down the walls, especially in the winter. Bedclothes were very few among the poor people. Old hay, seaweed, or twigs did service as mattress, and a few blankets constituted the covering. In some houses a little loft was built, a pallor 2 or 3 feet from the ground, where the people of the household stayed. The dark room underneath the pallor was occupied by lambs and young calves, which needed special care. One trouble with all dwellings, though there might be considerable difference between them, was the want of light. In a house where there was no heating apparatus, as in the Icelandic bathstoffe, and in a climate as chilly as that of Iceland, it was necessary to preserve the heat as well as possible. The windows were therefore both few and small, and were usually placed in the roof above the bed. A window consisted of only one pane, and this was not of glass, but of a thin membrane, lignabelger, stretched upon a frame and placed in a hole in the roof. When the wind was strong, the window would often break, and the women would have to mend them. It can readily be understood that these windows admitted so little light into the room that the people had to sit in continual darkness, even in the middle of the day. The effect of this kind of dwellings on the health and well-being of the people was injurious in the extreme. Magnus Olafsson, member of a royal commission, writing about conditions in Iceland at this time, says, "One can understand how these miserably constructed houses of the poor contribute to the spread of all sorts of diseases, as the houses, especially in dwelling, are very low. There the people sit on the loft, and the air is so impure that a stranger who is not accustomed to it can scarcely endure it for an hour, as it is corrupted by the smoke of the train oil lamps and the respiration and perspiration of the people, of whom many are affected with scurvy and other diseases. When pregnant women and small children have to breathe this infected air, it is not strange that many, even in their youth, become affected with tuberculosis and spit blood when they move about rapidly." One feature still overlooked in these reports, says Jan Jansen, which did not improve the air in the bathstoffe, namely the fact that the men sat all day with their pipes in their mouths, smoking, so that the smoke rolled out as from a factory chimney. The merchants had made them believe that if they only smoked a great deal, no sickness would attack them. How wretched and helpless the people must have been in such an environment, when smallpox epidemics and other dangerous diseases broke out, can readily be imagined. The sick and the well were huddled together in their dark hovels, without medical aid, and usually even without proper food for the weak and suffering. In the 18th century leprosy became a most dreaded scourge, due no doubt to unsanitary conditions and unwholesome food. As the lepers could not be isolated, but had to live in the house with the rest, it is not strange that the disease should spread. The 4 hospitals found in the country could take care of only a small number of patients. How many lepers were found in the country in 1770 is not known, says Jan Jansen, but in Seltjarnarnes alone, where there were only 10 farms, there were 20 lepers. Judging from these figures, there must have been at that time a great number in the whole country. The Icelandic peasants bore their wretched lot with great patience and fortitude. Though complaints were often heard, they scarcely ever resisted their landlords or failed in the performance of the duties imposed upon them. But their hopeless condition destroyed their optimism and spirit of enterprise. Since various calamities had reduced them to abject poverty, and since the system of land ownership made it impossible for them to own their houses or the soil they tilled, they lost all hope of accomplishing anything but keeping themselves and their families alive. As the farms were not improved, they lost rather than gained in productivity. With a stoic mental attitude developed under conditions of extreme adversity, the peasants could endure hardships, but their suffering and economic dependence fostered an unprogressive and apathetic spirit unfavorable to social development. Of the various causes which gradually plunged the Icelandic people into so disheartening economic and social conditions, the most grievous was probably the Danish trade monopoly, which prohibited all foreign intercourse with Iceland. For centuries the Hanseatic League had controlled commerce in northern Europe. After its disintegration, great commercial and maritime states had arisen: Spain, Portugal, the Netherlands, France, and England, which entered into a sharp contest for trade advantages and colonial dominions in the western hemispheres as well as in the Far East. The prevailing economic views governing trade relations at that time were not those of competition and free intercourse, but of trade monopoly and complete exclusion of rivals from markets within a nation's sphere of control. The trade with distant lands was seldom carried on by the governments directly, but was usually granted as a monopoly to commercial companies enjoying the most extensive privileges and powers and responsible to no one, after obtaining their charters and paying the required sum to the royal treasury. The Netherlands, which succeeded Portugal and Spain as the leading commercial state, developed a commercial policy scarcely less tyrannical than that of Spain itself. The colonial trade was carried on by commercial companies, which received a monopoly of traffic in certain areas, establishing regulations which often resulted in incompetence and corruption. The Dutch West India Company, founded in 1621, controlled the trade west of the Cape of Good Hope, comprising commerce with the west coast of Africa and the east coast of America. This was virtually a corporation of privateers, who even opposed the termination of the war between Spain and the Netherlands in a remonstrance of 1633, as the cessation of hostilities would lessen their chances to prey on Spanish treasure ships. The Dutch East India Company, chartered in 1602, secured a monopoly of the trade eastward from the Cape of Good Hope. It established numerous trading stations in South Africa, on the coast of Asia, and on the islands in the Malay archipelago, where they broke the power of the Portuguese and established a monopoly over many of the most valuable articles of commerce. In England, trade with France, Spain, and Portugal was open to all merchants, but commerce with the rest of the world was carried on by chartered companies exercising a monopoly within their specified territory. The Eastland Company controlled the trade with the Scandinavian countries and the Baltic provinces, the Russian Company with Russia, the Levant Company had exclusive trade privileges in the Mediterranean region, the East India Company in Asia, the Guinea or African Company on the west coast of Africa, the Virginia Company, Plymouth Company, and Hudson Bay Company controlled the trade with America, each within its allotted sphere. In Denmark, Norway, the enterprising and energetic King Christian IV, 1588 to 1648, sought to secure for his realms a fair share of the commerce of the world. In his efforts to promote trade, he pursued the general policy of the age of establishing trade monopolies and commercial companies. The Danish East India Company was chartered in 1616, the West India Company in 1625, the Greenland Company in 1636. The trade with Iceland was treated in a similar way. Foreign competitors were excluded, and the trade with the island was to remain exclusively in the hands of citizens of the realm. In justice to the Danish government, it must be said then that this way of dealing with Icelandic commerce did not differ from the general policy pursued by other nations at this time. But the system was so faulty, and the need in Iceland of a well-regulated commerce was so great, that the corrupt practices and limitation of the trade, due to the commercial monopoly, soon brought serious distress and economic disaster upon the people. In 1602 the trade with Iceland was granted to a company of Danish merchants of the cities of Copenhagen, Helsingør, and Malmö for a period of 12 years, and all foreign trade with the island was forbidden by royal orders. The merchants receiving this trade monopoly should sail to the various Icelandic harbours and bring thither a sufficient supply of goods, which were to be sold at the prices which had formerly obtained, and according to weights and measures which had been in use in Iceland. If differences should arise between the merchants and the people, the matter should be decided by the Althing. But these regulations were not obeyed. Things soon took such a turn that after 2 years the people were forced to bring their complaints to the king. Not only were the goods now brought to Iceland much more costly than before, but necessaries like timber, tar, and iron could no longer be had in sufficient quantities. In 1619 the king established a price schedule according to which goods were to be sold in Iceland, but the merchants complained that the prices on their goods were too low, and brought such pressure to bear that a more favorable schedule was granted them in 1631. When this was brought before the Althing, the people made vigorous protests. Bishop Gisli Oddsson was sent to Copenhagen with a remonstrance to the king, which moved him to set aside the new price schedule and order that the prices of 1619 should remain in force. King Christian IV died February 28, 1648, and was succeeded by his son Frederick III. Ever since the union of the two realms established at Kalmar in 1397, the King of Denmark-Norway had been placed on the throne through election by the Danish estates, an arrangement which enabled the privileged classes to exercise a dominant influence upon the government, since the kings had to sign charters restricting their powers and safeguarding the privileges of the nobility. The personal friends of the new king resolved to do away with these restrictions upon his power. Under the leadership of Hans Nansen, mayor of Copenhagen, and Bishop Svein of Sealand, they overthrew the rule of the aristocracy in a coup d'état in Copenhagen, September 10, 1660, proclaiming Frederick III absolute hereditary monarch. The nobles were forced to give their consent. The charter was returned to the king as a token that the restrictions upon his power were annulled, and on October 18 he was formally hailed as hereditary king of Denmark. In accordance with the principles of absolutism, a new constitution, the Kongelov Lex Regia, was prepared in 1665, enumerating in detail the powers which he was to exercise without restrictions of any sort. By an act of 1661 he was formally made hereditary and absolute monarch. The Norwegian estates, summoned to meet in Christiania, May 27, 1661, also hailed Frederick III as absolute hereditary king. With this accomplished, steps were also taken to secure from the Icelanders a pledge of allegiance to the new regime. King Frederick III issued a summons to the leading men, bishops, provosts, priests, laymen, lawmen, syslumen, logretumen, and farmers to assemble at the Althing for this purpose. But as Henrik Beljeka, the Herthstejori governor-general, did not arrive in Iceland in time to attend the meeting, he asked the men summoned to meet him near Bessatadir on the coast. A meeting was accordingly assembled at the Kappavaug by the lawman Arni Oddsson, July 28, 1662, where the required oath was taken in the presence of Henrik Bejelka as the king's representative. In order to safeguard their liberty as far as possible, the representatives demanded that their laws should be preserved to them, a request which Bejelka seems to have granted. The same summer the assembled Althing declared that the Icelanders would act according to the old Icelandic agreement and the Icelandic laws. Some years before, in 1649, King Frederick III sent a royal letter to the Icelanders with the Herthstejori Henrik Bejelka, saying, "We promise you all separately and collectively to maintain for you your laws and statutes, and to let you enjoy the rights and liberties which have been yours hitherto." The ceremony of yielding formal homage to the king as hereditary and absolute monarch was celebrated by a festival to which all the representatives at Copa Vogue were invited. Salutes were fired and fireworks illuminated the sky. The ceremony was staged by the governor, chiefly in glorification of his sovereign, as the Icelanders had not been consulted. As a matter of form, they were asked to ratify an accomplished act, a request which they were not in position to refuse. To them, the affair at Copa Vogue was only a new humiliation, a further encroachment upon their national liberty and autonomy. How they really felt in the midst of these festivities, accompanied by the booming of guns, can be seen from the fact that the aged Magnus Bjornsson, for 23 years lawman in northern Iceland, upon hearing of the king's request, resigned from his office and did not go to the Althing. His son Gisli Magnusson Sislumathur Halidarendi was elected to succeed him, but refused to serve, declaring that he would rather leave the country and go to Holland than accept the office. Thorleif Kortzim was then chosen, a man notorious for his avarice and his zeal in witchcraft prosecutions, a veritable scourge of his time. Arni Oddsson, lawman in southern Iceland, was already an old man, but it may have been due in part to these untoward events that after the meeting in Copavogue he immediately resigned. In Denmark, where a haughty nobility had long oppressed the common people, the introduction of absolutism was welcomed by many, as the fatherly protection of an absolute king might tend to shield them against the wanton acts of the feudal lords. But in Iceland, where no nobility existed, the sudden increase of royal power carried with it no such advantage. On the contrary, it could only serve to make the royal officials more despotic and arbitrary, as it would deprive the people of all control of legislation, destroy the last vestige of power and influence of the Althing, and make the country wholly subservient to the dictates of a foreign ruler. Henrik Bjelke, who was a Norwegian by birth, remained governor for 23 years, but after 1662 he did not again visit Iceland. He sought to promote many undertakings which might be useful to the people, and strove to prevent the placing of increased burdens upon them through the levying of new taxes. But in his absence he was represented by Fogatar, acting as his deputies, many of whom were cruel and despotic officials who failed to carry out his plans. The worst of these was Thomas Nicholson, who finally drowned in 1665 to the great relief of the people. For over 20 years after the introduction of absolutism, the government of Iceland remained unchanged, but when Bjelke died in 1683, many changes were made in the administration. The finances were separated from the other administrative functions and placed in control of a landfogeti, who was to superintend the royal estates, collect the taxes, and audit the payment of public expenditures. He was also to watch over the enforcement of the trade laws. The first incumbent in this office, Christopher Heidemann, was an able administrator, jovial and liberal with his friends, but harsh to those whom he disliked. A new office, that of Stipbefalingsmaður for Iceland, was created in 1684. This official was to conduct the general administration and exercise judicial authority in cases pertaining to the Church. But as he did not reside in Iceland, a resident Mathur was appointed to act as his deputy. This arrangement continued till 1770, when the country was divided into two amts, each with its own amt Mathur, and a new superior office, that of Stiptem Mathur, was created in 1688. This office was combined with that of Amt Mathur for the southern and western districts. The Stipamt Mathur, governor-general, was to live in Iceland. The first Amt Mathur in Iceland was the Dane Christian Muller, a man hated by the people for his rashness and blunders in the performance of his official duties. In 1787 Iceland was divided into three amts, one for the southern, one for the western, and one for the northern and eastern districts. The highest authority in Icelandic affairs was vested in the Rentekammer in Copenhagen, which had the supervision of administrative and commercial affairs. Judicial matters were under the control of the Scarcely, and above all stood the king, who, as absolute monarch, was also lawgiver and source of justice. He also assumed the right to appoint bishops, lawmen, and the more important parish priests, who had hitherto, as a rule, been chosen by the people. The Althing lost the last remnant of its legislative power, and continued to exist only as a judicial tribunal. In regard to trade, the policy inaugurated by Christian IV was continued by Frederick III and his successors. Danish merchants were permitted to send war vessels to Iceland to drive away foreign ships carrying goods to the island. In 1658 a new effort was made by the merchants to increase the prices on their goods, but in 1662 the company was dissolved because they had failed to supply the country with the necessary imports according to agreement. The rule that the Icelanders should trade with no one but Danish merchants was nevertheless enforced as strictly as ever. By the ordinance of July 31, 1662, a new company was created, which received a monopoly for the period of 20 years. Iceland was divided into 4 commercial districts, and it was decreed that the people should not carry on trade with anyone outside their own district. Throughout the 17th century, English and Dutch fishing smacks often traded secretly with the Icelanders, but the punishments inflicted on those who violated the trade regulations were finally made so severe that no one would attempt to trade with foreigners except in cases of extreme need. In 1678, Paul Torfason, Slumathur, in the Isefjord district, bought a couple of fishing lines from an English trawler in exchange for a few articles of knitted goods which the Danish merchants had refused to buy. For this offence he was brought to trial, and although he showed that without the lines he could not continue his catch, that his boats would have to lie idle, the punishment of the loss of his household articles was inflicted. Jan Vigfusson, Slumathur, in the Borgarfjord district, was accused of trading with foreigners and was dismissed from his office. Trading outside of one's district was punished with equal severity. In 1684 new price schedules were established, increasing the prices on goods imported and lowering the prices on Icelandic articles of export. At the same time, punishments for violating the rules of trade were made more severe. Traffic with foreigners or trading outside of one's district was henceforth to be punished by flogging, loss of property, or incarceration in the fortress of Bremerholm. In 1699, a poor peasant by the name of Holmfast Gudmundsson was flogged in the presence of the Antemathur Christian Mueller because he had sold a few fish outside of his own district, though the Danish merchant admitted that they had refused to buy the fish. Thomas Conradson was sentenced to the fortress of Bremerholm for a similar offence. In 1700, 3 men in the district of Isefjord were sentenced to the loss of their household goods and incarceration in the fortress of Bremerholm because they had bought 2 ells of kersey from an English fisherman. The Antemathur was secretly in pact with the merchants and received his share of the profit for their trade. By an ordinance of 1689, the number of districts was increased so that commercially the people were shut up within still smaller areas. It is true that the government seems to have intended to aid the people in this way by compelling the merchants to carry goods to all parts of Iceland, as a provision was added that if the merchants did not bring sufficient goods, the people should be allowed to trade outside of their own districts. But the further restriction on free intercourse could only tend to create new hardships. Among the disadvantages of the monopoly trade was not only a shortage of import of necessary commodities, but the fact that no market was created where Icelandic articles of export could be freely sold. The transportation of goods to the designated harbors in the commercial districts was usually connected with great labor and difficulty. When people from faraway districts finally reached the seaport with their wares, the merchants would usually buy only a limited quantity. They could select and reject according to their own notions. Goods of excellent quality were often rated as rejected articles, and when the merchants had loaded their vessels, nothing more could be sold. To bring the goods back home was connected with so much labor and expense that they were rather abandoned. Hundreds of barrels of train oil, large quantities of meat and fish, hides and pelts had to be destroyed for want of buyers. Thousands of sheep brought to the seaports had to be driven home again. Even knitted wear would be abandoned, as the transportation home was connected with more labor and difficulty than the goods were worth. Under such circumstances, the prices which could be obtained for the goods were often very low, and the futility of producing goods which could not be marketed tended to destroy all spirit of thrift and enterprise. The absence of competition and open markets made the difference in price between Icelandic staple commodities and the imported merchant goods constantly greater and more unfair. A barrel of flour, which in 1702 cost 2 rigsdaler, rose to 10 rigsdaler in 1800. while the price schedules on Icelandic goods remained practically unchanged. A skip pund of fish, 160 kilograms, which in other markets in 1782 was worth from $30 to $40, was sold in Iceland to the Danish merchants for $7. Often the merchants purchased commodities in Iceland with high-priced brandy, which was in great demand, but only harmed the people. In 1788, in a period of famine and general distress, 730 barrels of brandy were imported to Gulbringusisla and sold for 21,900 rigsdaler. Much harm was also done because ready-made articles were imported, compelling people to pay for work which they themselves might have performed. Flour was imported, but no grain. Muslin was imported, bleached rope and articles of iron were imported, even tubs and barrels. But the Icelanders could only export raw materials. The merchants salted in meat, fish, and butter exported from Iceland, cleaned the eiderdown, prepared the codfish, and received hides and furs only in unprepared form. In 1699, King Frederick IV ascended the throne. Conditions in Iceland were then so deplorable that when the people assembled at the Althing to take the oath of allegiance to the new sovereign, the general distress of the country was the chief topic of conversation. A memorial was drawn up, setting forth their sufferings and asking for a redress of grievances. Lauritz Gottrop, a Dane by birth, lawman in northern Iceland, who was sent to Denmark to present the memorial to the king, was well received, and a new and more favorable price schedule was established in 1702 as a result of his mission. The severe punishments for trafficking with foreign traders were also abolished, a simple fine being substituted. A commission consisting of Arne Magnusson and Paul Vidalin was sent to Iceland to examine conditions and to investigate how the laws governing commerce were observed by the merchants. But trade conditions did not improve. The merchants who had obtained the privilege to trade with Iceland became more and more indebted to the government and were unable to supply the country with the needed articles of import. The government had gradually increased the sums for which the trade privileges were granted, and the merchants spared no efforts to reimburse themselves by preying upon the people, who had become the helpless victims of their greed. In 1602, King Christian IV granted the first monopoly for the modest sum of 16 rigsdaler a year, to be paid by the merchants for every Icelandic harbor in which they carried on trade. In 1619 this was changed to 20 rigsdaler, to be paid for every ship sailing to Iceland. The sums charged were constantly increased. In 1690, 13,670 rigsdaler had to be paid. In 1706 the trade with Iceland was granted to a company of merchant houses, especially in Copenhagen, till 1733 for a yearly payment of 20,190 rigsdaler. In that year the same company was given control of Icelandic trade for a period of 10 years for the yearly sum of 8,000 rigsdaler. When this company was dissolved in 1742, the trade with Iceland was granted to the Herkremmer Company of Copenhagen for 16,100 rigsdaler a year. Conditions in Iceland now became worse than ever before, as the managers of this company cared little for the welfare of the people. They managed the trade in such a way that there was always a lack of necessary articles, but a good supply of spirits, tobacco, and other articles of luxury. Complaints were constantly made that the goods imported were adulterated, the timber rotten, the flour spoiled, the iron useless, but no reduction was made in the prices of these inferior goods. Not even the rules for good behavior in intercourse with the people were observed. The poor were looked down upon and often ill-treated. The custom of secret bargaining was also introduced by the merchants. The people were called to private conferences behind closed doors, where transactions were concluded to their greatest disadvantage. Neither weight nor measure was properly observed, but among all grievances the chief source of complaint was the shortage of food due to negligence of the company in supplying the country with the necessary articles of import. In payment of such goods as could be obtained, the people had to give fish, meat, butter, and other provisions, which were exported even at times when people were dying of hunger. The often repeated complaints of unbearable outrages went unheeded by the government. The merchants asserted that the reports were exaggerated, that the charges were not true, that nothing had been proved, that disgruntled persons were creating trouble and discontent. When volcanic eruptions and other calamities finally reduced the country to such extremity that people died of famine and hunger epidemics in large numbers, the merchants filled the measure of their iniquity by shipping putrid and wormy flour to Iceland, which the people were compelled to use because of prevailing famine. In those days of trouble, the Icelanders found an able leader in Scarcely, Magnusson, 1711 to 1794, who was appointed landfogeti in Iceland to succeed the notorious Gjerset. Skuli was the first Icelander appointed to this important office. In his fight against the merchants, he proved himself courageous, energetic, and persevering. He towered high above all the people, possessing a strength of personality which made him feared and respected, though he was a haughty and somewhat intemperate man. When he became acquainted with the general conditions in his country, he saw the urgent need of reform. He became convinced that the power of the Herk-Remmer Company had to be broken, and that a new basis had to be laid for Icelandic economic life. In 1749 he first voiced these views, claiming that it was necessary to improve farming and husbandry. The fisheries were controlled by foreigners to such an extent that the native population could not profit properly by this important occupation, as they had no sailboats and had to fish near shore in shallow water. The merchants complained that the knitted ware which the people brought was poorly made, and showed that they were deficient in knowledge of treatment of the wool. This Scully regarded as a most important matter, as the greater part of the people made their living by home manufacture of woolen goods. He felt that the only way to solve this problem was through cooperation of the leading men of the country. He urged that a stock company should be formed for this purpose, as he felt sure that the government would be willing to support the undertaking if they saw that the people were determined to do something. He drew up plans, and the company was organized. A woolen mill was built at Reykjavik, and German weavers were brought to Iceland. In 1751 Scully went to Denmark to submit his plans to the government. King Frederick V, who was well disposed to the Icelanders, granted him a money subsidy and several estates in Iceland to further the enterprise. In 1752 a royal rescript was issued in sanctioning the plan. The work was now begun in earnest. Besides the woolen mill, a fulling mill, a ropery, and a tannery were built at Reykjavik. Farmers were sent from Denmark and Norway to teach the Icelanders agriculture. Trees were imported and planted. Fishing smacks were purchased abroad. The fishermen were to be aided in constructing larger boats so that they could fish in the open sea, and the people were to learn the best methods of salting meat and fish. Things promised well for a time, but many difficulties were encountered, the chief one being the opposition of the Herk-Remmer Company, which did everything in its power to hinder the new enterprises. The merchants claimed that the law governing the trade with Iceland would be violated if the king supported this new plan. They refused to handle the products of the new industrial establishments, and no agreements could be reached between them and the promoters of the enterprise. Scully then turned to the government for aid. This was promised, and the important regulation was made that if the merchants would not handle the products of the new Icelandic industries at prices fixed by the landfogeti, those who were interested as the shareholders in the industries might export their goods directly from Iceland. They might also import in their own ships materials necessary in their establishments, and might buy wool and hides anywhere in the country. The merchants persisted in their opposition, and Scully finally brought suit against the company for wrongs which they had committed in Iceland. The legal battle became long and involved. In 1757 the company was dissolved, and the trade with Iceland was carried on by the government for the benefit of the royal treasury till 1763. In that year it was granted to a new company, the General Commercial Company, which also received control of the new industrial enterprises in spite of Scully's protest. This company pursued the same policy as its predecessor, and Scully continued his legal fight against it. In order to rid itself of all competition, it suffered the Icelandic industrial establishments to fall into complete neglect. In its trade with Iceland, the old corrupt practices of the Herk-Remmer Company were continued. In 1768 it was made clear through inspection in Copenhagen that the flour billed for Iceland was so unfit for use that the government was obliged to forbid its shipment. But the company disregarded the government order and shipped the flour. When it arrived there, the Sysslumæther inspected it and found it to be unfit for human food. It was so mildewed, putrid, and wormy that it could not even be used for feed for cattle. But the merchants had tried to sell it to the people at full price, and many who were poor and starving had no alternative but to buy it. Scully Magnusson, the landfogeti, encouraged the people to seize and destroy the flour, and 1,000 barrels were dumped into the sea. He then brought complaint against the company and forced it to pay a fine of 4,400 Rigsdaler. King Frederick V died in 1766 and was succeeded by Christian VII, who ruled till 1808. In 1752, Egert Olufsen and Bjarni Pálsson had been sent to Iceland to examine conditions. In 1770 a new commission consisting of 2 Danes and the Icelander Thorkel Jansen Fjeldsted was sent on a like mission. They traveled through all parts of the country, and many new offices were later created as a result of their recommendations. Mills were built so that the people could grind their own flour. The raising of cabbage and potatoes was encouraged, and prizes were offered those who succeeded best in this enterprise. In 1776 a law was passed providing for the improvement of roads, for the carrying of mails, and for granting awards to those who would build homes on devastated farmsteads, of which there were many. Salt works were also erected. These undertakings show at least an earnest desire on the part of the government to improve conditions, but the trade monopoly, famine, and epidemics had reduced the people to such a state of misery that no real change could be brought about by belated efforts of this kind. In 1774 the merchant company had to surrender its charter, and the trade was conducted by the government till 1786, when commerce with Iceland was made free to all Danish Norwegian citizens. But even this step brought no relief. After the outbreak of the volcano Skaptar only 40,000 remained of the whole population, which now seemed to face complete extinction. A committee was appointed by the government to devise means for relief. Large sums of money were collected throughout the realm. Many cargoes of provisions and building material were sent to Iceland. 2 ships were set aside to transport necessary articles for the sufferers. The government also provided credit for the people with the merchants in the Icelandic towns. In 1788 the government paid the merchants 57,462 rigsdaler for supplies furnished. During the same year 28,000 barrels of grain were shipped, to which 3,499 barrels were added by royal orders. The plan was even considered of removing the entire population from Iceland and colonizing them on the heaths of Jutland. In this crisis the weakness and inefficiency of the government administration became painfully evident. Of the 40,000 rigsdaler collected throughout the realm as a relief fund, not over 1/4 was ever used for the purpose for which it had been contributed. The remainder was diverted to various uses, such as defraying of the expenses of the coast survey, etc. It was quite evident that little of real importance could be done to improve conditions until a wiser policy of government should enable the Icelanders to solve their own economic problems. Since the earthquake accompanying the volcanic eruption in 1783 wrecked the buildings at Skálholt, the commission investigating affairs in Iceland took steps to remove the bishop's seat and Latin school to Reykjavik, a measure which was carried into effect in 1785. In 1801 the whole bishopric was discontinued, and 1 bishopric for all Iceland was created, with Reykjavik as the bishop's seat. The schools at Skálholt and Hólar were also united into 1 Latin school located at Reykjavik. When trade with Iceland was finally made free to all citizens of the realm by ordinances of 1786 and 1787, the harbor towns of Reykjavik, Isafjord, Eyjafjord, and Reyðarfjord, Grundarfjord, and Vestmannaeyjar received rank and privileges as commercial cities. Most of these places had no prospects of ever becoming commercial centers. In 1807 the 2 last named were dropped. The others, 1 in each quarter, retained in name their classification as commercial towns. But even Reykjavik had only 300 inhabitants at this time, though the cathedral church, the Latin school, and some commercial and industrial establishments were located there. In Eyjafjord and likewise in Isafjord only 2 Danish merchants were found. In Reyðarfjord only 1, and the prospect of growth of these towns was very small. The Icelanders had hoped that when the trade was made free for all citizens of the realm, conditions would rapidly improve, but in this expectation they were disappointed. As no foreign merchants could trade with Iceland, there was no competition. The people themselves were too poor to engage in trade, and conditions remained about as before. The merchants entered into an agreement to maintain the old prices, and little improvement could be hoped for. The lawman Magnus Stevenson undertook to present to the king a petition signed at the Althing asking that foreign merchants should be allowed to trade in Iceland. The petition was signed by all leading officials except the Stiftamtmaður, Olaf Stevenson, but such a demand for freedom was viewed with suspicion by the government, and the request was denied. The king expressed his displeasure with the officials who had signed the petition and reprimanded them, but the Stiftamtmaður, who had opposed it, received the thanks of his sovereign. The time for any real change of policy had not yet come. Not till in the 19th century, when all restrictions on trade were removed and a more liberal form of government was established, did a new era of development and general prosperity dawn for Iceland. After the introduction of absolutism, the royal officials became more arrogant and arbitrary than before, and aided the merchants in their unjust and selfish operations. Many acted like despots, without regard even for the provisions of the law. The Antmacher, Christian Müller, caused Thord Thorsteinsen to be executed for theft after the lawman had granted the man an appeal to the Supreme Court. A farmer, Albert Arnfinsen, was flogged in the presence of the Antmacher and the Landvoogte Heidemann, because he refused to serve as oarsman on a boat belonging to the merchants. Instances of oppressive tyranny of this sort were many. Arne Magnusson, one of the royal commissioners, offered to prove to the king that Müller was in league with the merchants and aided them in oppressing the people. The lawman and Syslumen would decide cases not in agreement with the law, but according to their own opinion, while higher officials would sell offices to the highest bidder to increase their income. An office bought one day might be sold the next for a still higher price. Whatever the intention and disposition of the rulers, the people became the victims of a lawless and corrupt bureaucracy, always fostered by despotism. How these arrogant minions of arbitrary rule flouted all human rights, even the most fundamental, is sufficiently illustrated by the following incident. A deputy sent word to the farmer Asbjorn Jaakmason, ordering that he should row him across the fjord. Asbjorn replied that he did not consider it his duty to do this for nothing, whereupon he was brought to trial before the lawman Sigurd Bjornsen, who sentenced him to be flogged twice. This was carried out so effectively that the man fainted each time. Quarrels and cabals between the officials themselves were numerous, one usually trying to ruin the other. Especially bitter was the struggle between the clergy and the officials, in which the latter had the advantage of more direct support of the government. The importance of the Althing dwindled when its legislative power was lost and the number of its members was reduced. The Logretumen now numbered only 20, of whom 10 should meet yearly at the Althing, but only 8 should sit in the Logretta. In 1777 this number was further reduced to 5. From that time forth people paid but little attention to the Althing. If they had cases of any importance, they preferred to bring them directly to the king. The men of northern Iceland finally asked to be exempted from the duty of meeting at the Althing. In 1785 the Amtmacher Stefan Thorarensen petitioned the government to grant the people of the northern districts a thing of their own. The Stiftamtmacher Levitzow proposed that the Althing should meet at Reykjavik, but at this time neither plan was carried out. In 1798 the Althing assembled for the last time at Thingvellir, where it had met for 868 years. Only 12 representatives, 8 officials, and 4 Lorgretu men came, and all returned home after a short meeting. The next session was held at Reykjavik, which henceforth became the capital of Iceland. On July 11, 1800, the Althing was permanently dissolved by royal orders, and in its place was created a new court, the Landsréttur, consisting of a chief justice and 2 associate justices, which should exercise the judicial powers hitherto vested in the Althing. The eclipse of the old Icelandic institution was thus made complete, a true index to the loss of national autonomy, of personal liberty and economic well-being, of the spirit of daring and prowess which had been the Icelanders' proud heritage in days of old. Under foreign dominion they had experienced great misfortunes, but none so bitter as the loss of their ancient freedom. But even in these years of adversity their spirit was chastened and made strong for a new era of progress. Even during the time of greatest social depression and economic distress in the period of absolutism and trade monopoly, the Icelanders were able to maintain an active literary life. In the latter part of the 18th century, rationalism and the cosmopolitan intellectual culture of the Aufklärung were transplanted to Iceland through the influence of the University of Copenhagen and the general spirit of the age. The reaction against the superstition and witchcraft delusion which had darkened the post-Reformation period made itself strongly felt. The new movement discarded all belief in the supernatural, maintained that enlightened reason is the only guide for human life and conduct, looked with contempt on national peculiarities as remnants of old plebeian habits, and emphasized the universality of intellectual culture. The chief representative of this movement in Iceland was Magnus Stevensen, who labored with untiring zeal to promote the new enlightenment. Much of value was accomplished, old superstitions were eradicated, and foreign cultural influence, now freely introduced, helped to refine the taste and enlarge the outlook of the people. Ancient customs were changing to modern ways. Up till 1800, the Icelanders, both men and women, dressed according to their native style, says the annalist, but after that time they gradually adopted Danish styles. The increasing use of imported articles of luxury, in spite of prevailing poverty, also reveals a growing foreign influence. The value of new cultural stimulus to an isolated and conservative people cannot easily be overrated, but much of Magnus Stevenson's work for the promotion of culture was characterized by an uncritical adherence to European ideas and a disregard for the value of the traditions and institutions of his own country. In his admiration for foreign ways, he was ready to give everything a touch of the new cosmopolitan spirit, even when this would lower the intrinsic value of the culture which he sought to promote. He was born in 1762 and belonged to one of the most distinguished families of Iceland. After entering upon his studies in the department of law at the University of Copenhagen in 1781, he received an appointment to the Rente Kammer, an important government department. When the volcanic eruption caused widespread devastation in Iceland in 1783, he was appointed royal commissioner together with another official, Levitautsau, to investigate conditions in the stricken region. But the ship on which they took passage was driven by storms to the coast of Norway. Stevenson spent the winter very pleasantly as the guest of his countryman Thorkel Fjeldsted at the estate Holmegard in southern Norway, where he took a leading part in the gay social festivities and won the admiration of Fjelsted's charming wife by his social accomplishments and skill as a dancer. The following year he reached Iceland and traveled through the devastated districts, about which he wrote a book, Beskrivelse over den nye Volkens Utsprudning, 1783. After his return to Denmark, he was again sent to Iceland to supervise the sale of the lands belonging to the Skalholt bishopric. Finally, he found time to complete his university studies in 1788 and was appointed vice lawman, and in 1789 lawman for the northern and western districts of Iceland. When the Althing was abolished in 1800, he became the chief justice of the new court, the Landsförrätter, which was created in its place, a position which he occupied till his death, March 17, 1833. He married his cousin, Gudrun Scheving, and resided, after 1813, on the island of Viti, near Reykjavik, which he had purchased. His intellectual interests were many. Besides his profession as jurist, he cultivated theology, singing, dancing, and modern languages. By his countrymen he was regarded as a vain and ambitious official, arrogant and intolerant of all opposition, ready to stoop to intrigues in his dealings with the government. He was even accused of playing into the hands of the adventurer Jorgen Jorgensen, who attempted to foment a revolt against Denmark. But he was withal a very diligent man who loved his people and spent his life in devoted service to his countrymen as he understood it. The discontinuance of the Holar diocese and the creation of one bishopric for all Iceland was largely due to his influence. So also the removal of the Latin schools to Reykjavik, where they were combined in one institution. This arrangement proved to be practical and advantageous, but he was justly criticized for the complete blotting out of Skalholt and Holar, the two oldest cultural centers in Iceland. The permanent dissolution of the Althing was also done at his suggestion, as he regarded this old assembly as unpractical and out of date. The value of the traditions connected with these institutions, dating from the people's earliest history, he failed to understand, as it was his aim not only to create a new intellectual life, but also a new literature in his native land. He was an active member of Danish literary societies founded by the Friends of the Alfgalarung for the promotion of culture. In 1794 he founded a new society, the Landsup Freithingarfélag, or Society for General Enlightenment, of which he himself was the head. He also began the publication of the first Icelandic monthly, the Klausterposturin, and other periodicals devoted to the cause of enlightenment. Assisted by Geir Vidalin, later Bishop of Iceland, he also undertook to publish a new hymn book, a work for which he possessed no qualification, in order to bring the hymns into harmony with his own superficial rationalism and conception of poetic art. He often destroyed their deeper spiritual meaning, substituting an artificial jingle of rhymes which could not satisfy the demand of devoted Christians. The work appeared in 1801, but met with strong opposition. In order to control the literary production, he got possession of the two printing presses in Iceland and combined them into one printing establishment. Under his management, the Landsupfræðing Garðalag published many valuable books, both Icelandic works and translations from foreign literatures, for the enlightenment of the people. Of other men of learning and influence at this time may be mentioned Hans Finsen, who succeeded his father Finnur Jansen as Bishop of Skalholt in 1789. Jan Jansen Espelin, born 1769, was a noted analyst, known especially for his great work Islands Arbekker I Sugu Formi, which covers the periods 1262 to 1832 and narrates much of the history of Iceland during this period. Grim Jansen Thorkelin became noted as a student of northern antiquities. Magnus Ketilsson, 1731 to 1803, Sislu Mather in Dalasla, and an active disciple of the Aufklärung, became manager of the printing press at Harapsi and published many books. Especially noteworthy is his work Forordninger og Abne Breve till Island under den Oldenborgske Stamme, in 3 volumes, an important source for the study of Icelandic history. Skuli Thordarson Thorlacius and his son Björg R. Thorlacius distinguished themselves as scholars, the latter becoming rector of the University of Copenhagen, 1813 to 1814. The most noted Icelandic scholar in this period was probably Finnur Magnusson, Finn Magnusson, 1781 to 1847, who won general renown, especially through his research in the fields of Old Norse, Icelandic literature, and northern antiquities. He became president of the Royal Northern Text Society, and became associated with the great Danish scholar Rasmus K. Rask in the publication of many important works. But as he possessed a strange love for fantastic combinations and analogies, coupled with strong imagination rather than sound scholarly judgment, his voluminous production does not rank very high. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Commerce with Iceland during the Napoleonic Wars, the adventurer Jorgensen, improvement of economic conditions after 1814. The unfortunate economic conditions in Iceland, which had prevailed throughout the greater part of the period of trade monopoly, did not improve much during the first decades of the 19th century. The Napoleonic Wars, which gradually paralyzed commerce and all peaceful pursuits, brought distress and ruin also upon the maritime neutral nations. One by one, the continental powers had been defeated. Finally, England alone stood at bay in a determined struggle against the victorious emperor. To crush this implacable enemy by an attack on her commerce now became his aim. In 1806 he issued his noted Berlin Decree, declaring the British Isles in a state of blockade, forbidding all trade with England, not only in France, but in all parts of Europe over which he exercised authority, including the Netherlands, Western Germany, Prussia, and Italy. After the Treaty of Tilsit in 1807, he also subjected Russia to this continental system. In that year he issued a new decree from Milan, threatening to seize all ships which touched a British port. The English retaliated by orders in council, declaring the ports of France and her allies to be in a state of blockade, but allowing neutral vessels to carry on trade between these ports and Great Britain. For the kingdom of Denmark-Norway, the situation became more critical as the billows of war rolled ever closer to the Danish border. It seems to have been the purpose of the Danish king to preserve neutrality as long as possible, but to cast his lot with the English if finally forced into the struggle, for it became evident that a rupture with one or the other of the belligerents could not long be averted, even by the most watchful prudence. After the peace of Tilsit, Napoleon succeeded in winning to his side Emperor Alexander I of Russia. Alexander promised to attempt to negotiate a peace between France and England, but if the English government should refuse the terms offered by the two emperors, he agreed that Russia should join France. Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Portugal would be requested to close their ports to British commerce, and if they refused, they were to be treated as enemies. By this stroke Napoleon shattered the policy of neutrality, forcing the smaller nations to choose sides in the conflict. The news of the alliance between France and Russia caused the greatest alarm everywhere, not least in England. The English government imagined that Denmark-Norway was a secret partner to the compact, and without even taking the time to investigate the real state of affairs, dispatched a large fleet to Copenhagen. An English ambassador submitted to the Danish government an ultimatum that as a guarantee that Denmark would be the ally of England, the Danish fleet should be handed over to the British for the period of the war. When this was refused, a battle ensued. Copenhagen was bombarded, and after a severe engagement the Danish fleet had to surrender to the English. This unexpected turn of events forced Denmark-Norway to join France. The blockade of the Danish-Norwegian coasts, resulting from the war with England, brought upon the whole north a period of intense suffering. Danish trade with Iceland was wholly interrupted, and as a failure of crops further increased the economic difficulties of the Icelanders, a shortage of the necessaries of life was soon very keenly felt. Often the most important commodities like salt, iron, tar, lumber, and staple articles of food could not be obtained. People tried to use sea water instead of salt. They made stirrups and horseshoes of horn, fished lines from rope, and buried their dead without coffins. Danish and Norwegian vessels were seized by the English. A ship sailing from Iceland with many passengers, among whom was the Chief Justice Magnus Stevenson, not knowing that war existed between England and Denmark-Norway, was captured by the British, and the passengers were brought to Scotland. Another vessel carrying the Icelandic Stip Tem to Mather, Count Tramp, was seized near the coast of Sealand, but the Stip Tem Mather was allowed to proceed to Copenhagen. Magnus Stevenson was also allowed to go to Denmark in the fall. In Scotland he had become acquainted with the English Privy Councillor Sir Joseph Banks, with whose assistance he was able to secure the liberation of the other Icelandic captives in England, and also to prevail on the English government to allow free intercourse with Iceland during the war. The British privateers, which swarmed everywhere upon the seas, also visited the coast of Iceland. In 1808 the vessel Salamine, commanded by Thomas Gilpin, came to Iceland to seize the royal treasury in keeping of the acting Stip Tem to Mather, Isleif Einarsson. The money, amounting to 35,158 Rigsbank dollar, was taken by Gilpin and his band. The paper money, which they considered of little value, they compelled the merchants to take in exchange for coin. The house of the former Stip Tem Mather, Olaf Stevenson, was plundered, likewise also the shop of the goldsmith Thorgrim Thomason, and other acts of depredation were committed. Gilpin sailed to England with his booty, but the English authorities did not consider his conduct against an unprotected and defenseless people justified by the existing state of war, and most of the treasures were returned. In the winter 1808-9, Magnus Stevenson went to Bergen, Norway, where he prevailed on some private citizens to send the ship Providentia to Iceland with supplies. On February 3, 1809, royal orders were issued that 4 cargoes of provisions should be sent to Iceland, but it appears that no ship was sent. Stevenson returned to Iceland in the spring of that year. Count Tramp, the Stip Tem Mather, had bought the ship Orion and dispatched it to Iceland with the cargo, but it was damaged on the coast of Norway, and the cargo was sold. Finally, in the spring of 1809, the ship reached Iceland with Tramp on board. Under these circumstances, the English merchants found an opportunity to gain control of the Icelandic trade. According to the Danish laws, the Icelanders were still forbidden to trade with foreigners, but as the Danish merchants could no longer supply them with the necessaries, they had no alternative but to buy from the English if they were to escape starvation. When English merchantmen attempted to trade with the people, the Stiftamther forbade all intercourse with the king's enemies, but when English armed vessels arrived he was soon forced to desist from his opposition. It seems to have been the plan of the English merchants to establish complete control over the Icelandic trade, an effort in which they resorted to arbitrary and even violent methods. In 1809, an English armed vessel, the Clarence, owned by Samuel Phelps of London and commanded by Captain George Jackson, entered the harbor of Hafnarfjord to trade with the people. On board was also the Danish adventurer Jorgensen, who acted as interpreter. When the government officials refused to grant them permission to trade, the captain threatened to bombard the town of Reykjavik if they persisted in their opposition. As the authorities lacked all means of resisting such an attack, they finally entered into an agreement with the British traders, granting them permission to trade if they abstained from all violent acts. The merchants then sailed to Reykjavik, unloaded their cargo, rented buildings, and began trade. On March 22, 1809, the Clarence returned to England, but James Savignac remained in Iceland to manage the new commercial enterprise there. In June, the Stiftamther Tramp returned to Iceland with unrestricted power as the governor of the island. He had also bought the houses which the English merchants had rented in Reykjavik. The violent clash between Tramp and the merchants shortly after his return can be explained only by assuming that as representative of the Danish government, with plenary power, he undertook to drive the English from Iceland. Not long after his arrival, an English man-of-war, the Rover, commanded by Captain Knut, came to Reykjavik. Negotiations were entered into with the Count, and an agreement was made to establish freedom of trade for all English merchants in Iceland. After the departure of the man-of-war, an armed English merchantman, the Marguerite and Anne, commanded by Captain John Liston, arrived, bringing Samuel Phelps, himself the chief promoter of the Icelandic trading enterprise. Phelps was accompanied by Jorgensen, who was again serving as interpreter. After a short stay in the harbor, Captain Liston and Samuel Phelps, accompanied by James Savignac, Jorgensen, and a band of armed men, marched to the residence of the Stiftamther Tramp, took him prisoner, and brought him on board the ship. They also seized his ship Orion and hoisted the English flag on it. On June 26 a proclamation posted in Reykjavik bearing the signature of Jorgensen stated that all Danish authority in Iceland had ceased. All businessmen and officials should remain quietly in their homes and not show themselves on the streets. All powder and firearms were to be surrendered, likewise the keys to all storehouses, together with books and accounts. All native-born people would have nothing to fear if they remained quiet, but anyone who failed to obey these instructions would be tried by a court-martial, and if guilty would be shot within 2 hours. A second proclamation, bearing the same date and signature, declared that Iceland was now free from Danish rule. Icelandic officials who would behave properly and perform their official duties well would be held in the highest esteem. Pensions would be paid to the widows and orphans of officials. A national Icelandic government was to be established, as well as Icelandic laws, such as they had been at the time when Iceland was united with Norway. Trial by jury should also be established. Iceland should have its own flag and should be at peace with the whole world under the protection of Great Britain. The schools and hospitals would be improved. All debts to Denmark or the Danish merchant should be cancelled, prices on grain lowered, taxes reduced to 1/2, and all intercourse with Denmark was to be prohibited. There can be no doubt that in these affairs Jorgensen acted as the tool and agent of the English merchants. The leading men regarded it as treason to support him, but the people were unarmed and defenceless, and since a state of war existed and no aid could be expected from Denmark, it was considered prudent to act cautiously and await developments, especially since it was thought that the King of England had sent the usurpers to seize Iceland. Jorgensen surrounded himself with a body of vagrants, whom he called guards, and imprisoned several leading officials. Some resolute men would not watch quietly the treasonable farce enacted by Jorgensen and his followers. Among these are Judge Isleif Einarsson. He made preparations to resist the usurper, but his plan was divulged, and he was thrown into prison. On July 12, Jorgensen posted a new proclamation in Reykjavik, announcing that he had assumed the management of public affairs as the country's protector, and that the military forces had appointed him commander both on land and sea. The country's flag should be 3 white codfish on a blue field, and he would defend it with his life and blood. His own seal should be used until the people's representatives could decide regarding a permanent seal for the country. All officials should pledge their obedience to the new government before July 20. Those who would not submit would be treated as traitors. A system of defense for the country was also to be created. Englishmen should have the right to trade and to establish residence in Iceland. As the country's protector on land and sea, he assumed the title of Excellency, but promised to surrender his office July 1 the following year, after a constituent assembly had established a new government. The same day that this proclamation was posted, the Icelandic flag was hoisted over the building occupied by the English traders, and was saluted by the Margaret and Anne from the harbor. Judge Isleif Einarsson was released from prison and was soon installed in his former office. A new Stiptem Mather, Benedict Grendal, was appointed, and work was also begun to construct fortifications at Arnahall, where guns were to be mounted. After making these arrangements, Jorgensen marched to northern Iceland with a few armed followers to seize the property of the Danish merchants. He met with no serious opposition, but the ill will of the people was everywhere apparent. On his return to Reykjavik, he received a letter from Jan Gudmundsson, Syslumathur in Skáldafell-Lista, declaring that he and his followers would be treated as outlaws if they appeared east of the Yokusa. The redoubts at Arnahol were completed, and a few rusty guns were mounted on the works. A few officials had been forced to yield obedience to the usurper, but it was clear that the people as a whole regarded his operations only as the deeds of a hostile adventurer. When the English man-of-war Talbot, commanded by Alexander Jones, arrived in the harbor of Reykjavik, August 14, events took a new turn. The sailors of the warship began to destroy the redoubts which had been erected, and threw the cannons into the sea. Negotiations were begun between Magnus Stevenson and his brother, the Amt Mather, Stephen Stevenson on the one side, and Captain Alexander Jones and Samuel Phelps on the other. On August 22, 1809, an agreement was made according to which all the doings of Jorgensen should be considered null and void. The regular government authority should be reestablished, and the former officials reinstated in their offices. The English should have right to trade and to reside in Iceland according to the agreement already entered into with Captain Knot of the Rover. All Danish property and all valuables which had been seized should be returned to their owners. Magnus Stevenson and his brother Stephen Stevenson should have temporary charge of all public affairs. Magnus was to supervise secular matters, and Stephen of pertaining to the church. The constructed redoubts were raised, and Jorgensen was retained on board the Marguerite and Anne. Count Tramp was not released, but was to be carried to England as prisoner. The following day Magnus Stevenson and the Landfogeti Fridensburg entertained Captain Jones and his men at a public dinner in Reykjavik. The same evening the two vessels, Marguerite and Anne, and the captured Orion, set sail for England with Jorgensen, Count Tramp, and a number of imprisoned Danish sailors on board. Phelps also sailed for England. On the voyage the Marguerite and Anne, loaded with train oil and tallow, was set on fire by some of the imprisoned sailors and burned. The people on board were rescued by the Orion, which brought them back to Reykjavik. In this calamity Jorgensen rendered the most valuable service, and won the admiration of all for his courage. Count Tramp was now released, and was told that he could resume his former office, but as he preferred to go to England, where he hoped to get an indemnity from the English government, he was allowed to take passage on the Talbot. On September 4, both the Talbot and the Orion set sail for England with Jorgensen, Count Tramp, and Samuel Phelps on board. Jorgen Jorgensen, the son of highly respected parents, was born in Copenhagen in 1780. At the university he was a classmate of the Danish poet O. Lenzschlager, and was known as a gifted but restless and adventurous character. Because of his reckless conduct he had to leave the university. He became a sailor, spending several years partly as whaler and partly as explorer in the Pacific Ocean. In 1806 he returned home and became captain of a Danish privateer in the war with England in 1807. His vessel was captured by an English warship, and he was brought to England as prisoner, but he was given his freedom on the condition that he should not leave the country. He then entered into the service of the English merchants as interpreter and accompanied them to Iceland. When he was brought back to England by Captain Jones, he was thrown into prison because he had broken his word not to leave the country. In prison he became acquainted with criminals and became a confirmed gambler. After many adventures, he was finally deported to Tasmania, where he spent the rest of his life as a member of various exploring expeditions and as policeman. He died at Hobartstown in 1844. Magnus Stevenson attempted to arrange matters in the best way possible after the departure of Jorgensen. He sought to secure an indemnity for the money and valuables taken by the usurper and his assistants, but did not succeed, as Jorgensen had no property and Samuel Phelps went bankrupt after his return to London. Count Tramp was no more successful in obtaining an indemnity from the English government. He soon returned to Denmark and was made stiftsemtmand of Trondhjem's Stift in Norway. Between him and Magnus Stevenson a bitter personal controversy arose. That Stevenson in his negotiations with Captain Jones had not acted in a wholly unselfish way seems apparent. It would probably have been in his power to secure the release of Tramp and to have him reinstated in his office, if he had not himself coveted the highest position in Iceland. In 1810 both Magnus Stevenson and his brother Stefan were removed from the temporary management of affairs, and new officials were appointed in their place, among others Judge Islif Einarsson, who continued to serve till 1814, when a new Stiftamtmother, Kassenskild, was sent to Iceland. In these years of wars, embargoes, blockades, and commercial difficulties, American merchants also began to trade with Iceland. In the fall of 1809 an American ship, the Neptune and Providence, commanded by Captain Samuel Staples, came to Reykjavik with a cargo of rye, oatmeal, barley, indigo, coffee, sugar, rum, brandy, tobacco, etc. In 1810 another American vessel came to Reykjavik, bringing a cargo of wheat, rice, iron, rum, and many other kinds of goods except timber, says the annalist Espolen. On a visit to Copenhagen, the Danish consul general Petersen reported that in 1810 he had persuaded an American merchant, Mr. Edward Cruft of Boston, to send a cargo of wheat, flour, rice, tobacco, sugar, hemp, and other goods to Iceland, and that Mr. Cruft had sold these goods at prices so low that he lost money on the venture. For a return cargo he had bought at 2 or 3 places on the coast such goods as the people had to sell. The following year he sent another ship to Iceland with a cargo still better suited to the wants of the people, but on the return voyage the ship was seized by the English. In 1812 he would have sent still another ship, but was prevented by the American embargo and the war between England and America. In 1815 he wished to resume the traffic and petitioned the Danish government to grant him a concession to trade with Iceland 2 or 3 years with 2 ships, on the condition that such a concession should not be granted to any other American merchant. In case such a privilege were granted, he promised to bring the country only goods produced in America. As the Stiftamtmæther, Governor-General for Iceland, Kassenskild, testified that the cargoes shipped to Iceland by Mr. Cruft were the most valuable ever received there, and that he had sold the goods very cheap, the concession was granted. Throughout the Napoleonic Wars, and even later, American merchants seem to have made frequent voyages to Iceland. The annalist Espolen records for the year 1817 that in the fall a ship came drifting to Skaftafellsisla. There were no people on it. One mast was broken and the other standing. It was laden with American timber and was much damaged. The same annalist records that in 1821 a Scotch ship from America came drifting to Eyjafjord. The men came ashore and returned home with a mail ship. Commercial peace and freedom of trade with Iceland was established by England in 1809, but while the war lasted little was imported, and the people suffered severely. In 1809, 14 ships came to Iceland. Of these, 3 were owned by the English merchants who had established themselves in Reykjavik, and 1 was an American vessel, the Neptune and Providence. Many of the ships were small, and the cargoes were not always well selected, as rum and brandy were often brought instead of necessaries. The prices were exceedingly high, and as the financial collapse of Denmark made the Danish paper money so nearly valueless that it became almost impossible for the Icelanders to use it as a medium of exchange, they could obtain the foreign goods only through exchange of home products on most disadvantageous terms. The freedom of trade was but imperfectly observed, as the English merchants sought to discourage all competitors. On July 10, 1809, the Danish ship Trickweber came to Iceland, sailing under English passport, bringing 10,000 vigsdaler of government funds. The English merchants entered it, seized the money, and then let it proceed to the harbor of Dryafjord. Other ships were detained for longer or shorter periods before they were allowed to enter the harbors. But such as it was, the free intercourse established by the English was of considerable advantage, as without it Iceland would have been completely isolated. Regarding the trade with Iceland and the cargo brought by the Clarence in the winter of 1809, Magnus Stevenson says, though the cargo was ill selected for trade with Iceland, it cannot be denied that the English trade at that time and throughout the summer, with their spending of money and all sorts of plans, even the most foolish, gave many people, especially in the winter and spring, great opportunity for labor. Without this, the general distress would have been much more keenly felt before the fisheries began. In 1815, Stevenson made an attempt to improve trade conditions by bringing before the Danish government a proposal to establish free intercourse with Iceland. A commission was appointed to consider the matter, but nothing was farther from the mind of the government than to remove all restrictions on trade. During the long war, Danish commerce had been almost destroyed, and now that peace had returned, the government would not willingly surrender the still existing remnant, the trade with Iceland. Sweden had joined the coalition against Napoleon, and Denmark, which had been forced into an alliance with France through the aggression of England, had been defeated. A treaty of peace was signed at Kiel, January 14, 1814, by which Norway was ceded to Sweden, but Iceland, which had been united with Norway since 1262, was not included in the cession, but remained connected with Denmark. After the war, the Danish government sought to mend its broken fortunes and also to improve the conditions of Icelandic trade. In 1816, a so-called agreement was published, providing for increased freedom of commerce. Danish ships sailing to Iceland were allowed to carry Icelandic export articles directly to foreign harbors by paying an export duty. But foreign commerce with the island remained under such restrictions that it could not be carried on. Even the few Englishmen who had established themselves in Reykjavik were ordered to sell what they had and depart. But in spite of the still unchanged government policy, some improvement in economic conditions manifested itself after the return of peace. This is evident from the steady growth of the population of the island after 1814, the increase of herds, the development of gardening, fisheries, and of import and export trade. During the 18th century, the population of Iceland had been reduced 6.4%, according to some authorities, and no improvement of conditions is noticeable till the return of peace and the gradual revival of commerce after 1814. From that time, the steady growth of population became very marked, amounting to 41.8% in the period 1801 to 1860. In 1823, Iceland again had 50,000 inhabitants. The census returns after that time show the following figures. 1835, 56,035, 1840, 57,094, 1845, 58,558, 1850, 59,157, 1855, 64,603, 1860, 66,987. During the same period, similar progress can be observed also in the various productive occupations. Prior to the beginning of the 19th century, vegetable gardening remained in a purely experimental stage. In 1800, there were only 283 gardens in Iceland. In 1810, the number had risen to 1,194. After that time, the census returns give the following numbers: 1821, 2,768, 1831, 2,977, 1841, 3,657, 1851, 5,400, 1861, 6,749. Progress was also made in the production of hay through construction of drainage ditches, building of fences, and the leveling and fertilizing of meadows. Since the people of Iceland derived so great a part of their income from their herds, an increased yield of this important agricultural product means a general improvement of economic life. Statistics show a steady increase in the numbers of domestic animals after 1800. According to figures already given, Iceland had at that time 307,000 sheep. In 1853, the number had increased to 516,850, but the destructive sheep disease of 1856 to 1860 caused a sudden decline. By 1860, the number had been reduced to 326,664. In northern Iceland, the resolute M. Mather, J.P. Hofstein, caused the infected animals to be killed. In the southern district, the slower and, as it proved, more expensive method of cure was employed. After 1861, conditions improved and new progress was made in this industry. During the same period, the cattle herds showed little or no increase. From 1853 till 1865, the number of cattle fell from 23,663 to 20,300. But horses, which became of increasing importance as an article of export, especially after 1850, grew in number even in excess of the increase in population. In 1801, there were about 26,000 horses in Iceland, or about 55 head to each 100 persons. In 1861, there were 40,823, or about 61 head to each 100 people. The fisheries of Iceland, at this time second in importance only to animal husbandry, also showed considerable development, especially during the later decades of the period 1800 to 1860. The number of fishing boats had increased from 2,000 in 1801 to 3,186 in 1866, and while the population was growing and ever larger quantities of fish products were needed for home consumption, the fish export grew from 758 tons in 1801 to 4,250 tons in 1855. After the Althing had been re-established in 1843, the Icelanders, under the guidance of the great political leader Jan Sigurdsson, began a new agitation for the abolition of all restrictions on trade. A petition for free commerce was sent to Denmark. The merchants sought to obstruct the movement, but in 1853 a bill was brought before the Danish Rigsdag, and although no Icelander had a seat in that assembly, many supported it and argued that the time had long since come when the fetters on trade which had oppressed Iceland for 250 years ought to be removed. The bill became law April 15, 1854. All nations could now trade with Iceland without hindrance, and foreign commerce, especially with England, soon became very profitable to the Icelanders. The year following the passage of the bill, 125 ships came to Iceland, of which 13 came from foreign lands. Icelandic products could now be shipped to ports where open markets and a ready demand could be found, while free competition would lower the prices on imports and give new stimulus to commercial activity. The rapid increase in the volume of Icelandic trade soon proved the wisdom of the new policy. In 1806, the grain import amounted to only about 50,000 bushels. In 1840, it was over 145,400 bushels, more than twice the amount per capita, even allowing for the increase in population. In 1806, about 8,600 pounds of coffee were imported. In 1855, the import of this commodity reached 88,800 pounds. In 1855, 426,980 pounds. The importation of sugar and syrup rose from 23,500 pounds to 478,000 pounds during the same period, and other important commodities show a similar increase. Iron and steel, 65,000 to 152,000. Coal, 2,000 to 22,000. Salt, 1,000 38,000 to 73,000, hemp 14,000 to 37,000. A less commendable feature of the growing trade was the importation of distilled liquors, which increased about 200% during this period, owing chiefly to a premium offered by the government for the export of Danish liquor. The cost of this worse than useless article of import was greater than that of all other imported commodities combined. Of Icelandic exports, the products of husbandry represented in 1855 about one half of the total amount. Especially noteworthy is the growth of the export of wool from 260,000 to 1,000,000. This phenomenal increase is explained by the fact that Icelandic knitted wear could no longer be sold to advantage, since the household industries could not compete with the much cheaper machine manufacture of foreign lands. Icelandic knitted articles such as socks, mittens, jackets, etc., once in great demand, were disappearing from the market, and the Icelandic wool was sold to foreign manufacturers. Other articles of export also show a relatively large percentage of increase. Tallow 191,000 to 930,000, meat 2,000 to 3,000, codfish 600 to 4,000, train oil 2,000 to 6,000, eiderdown 2,000 to 4,000, feathers 8,000 to 25,000. The rapid increase of Icelandic commerce during this period is shown also by the growing number of ships sailing to Icelandic ports. In the period 1800 to 1809, the average yearly number was 48. In 1850 to 1854, the number had increased to 128. So notable a progress in all branches of economic life, the increase of production, the development of trade, and the resulting growth of population show that Iceland was entering upon a new era of social and economic development. At this time, new interest was also awakened for education. The Latin school, which, according to provision of 1801, was to be established at Reykjavik, had so little success that it was moved to Bessastaðir in 1805, chiefly because no suitable buildings had been provided. In this not very convenient place it had since remained until it had become a difficult problem to solve whether it should again be moved to Reykjavik. In 1832 appeared Thomas Simonson's work about the schools of Iceland, Icelands fra den intellektuelle Sædbreytagetet, and young Sigurdsson began a vigorous agitation for the improvement of the Icelandic school system. He proposed that common schools for the children should be built wherever they could be accessible, that agricultural schools should be founded in all quarters, that the Latin school should be moved from Bessastaðir to Reykjavik, and that its courses should be improved, and that a theological school with a 3 years course should be established at Reykjavik. With regard to the common schools, the conditions of the country with its sparse population even now prevents the maintenance of such schools in many places, but instruction in the homes under the supervision of the clergyman has proved a very efficient substitute. In the early part of the 19th century, the country was still too weak economically to carry out so extensive an educational program, but the work was undertaken in great earnest. The Latin school was moved to Reykjavik in 1846, and the following year a theological seminary was also established there. Jan Sigurdsson had asked that instruction should also be provided in medicine and jurisprudence, but since the government and many of the Icelanders themselves feared the expenses connected with such a plan, it was postponed, though nowhere was the need of trained physicians greater than in Iceland, where violent epidemics were so frequent. The first doctor sent there in 1760 had to serve both as physician and apothecary for the whole country until he could train some assistants. In 1800 there were still only 6 physicians in Iceland. In 1850 the number had increased to 7, but in so extensive a country where travel is slow and difficult, it is evident that few sick people could receive any aid from a medical service so inadequate. That students of law had to study in Denmark, where they did not become acquainted with Icelandic jurisprudence, was also a great disadvantage. As a result, lawyers and officials often learned to look at all questions from a Danish point of view, and became staunch supporters of the crown in every controversy, instead of cherishing a more patriotic sympathy with their own people. The Danish government had long regarded Iceland as a province which was to be connected as closely as possible with the realm. All efforts to provide home training for students of law was therefore opposed, as this would lessen Danish influence over Icelandic officials and might tend to develop a local patriotic sentiment. The Danish sympathies of the upper social class, consisting of merchants, officials, and those who had studied in Denmark, was a safeguard against any separatistic national movement in Iceland. The merchants who were conducting business in Icelandic harbor still had their real homes in Denmark, especially in Copenhagen, where they usually spent the winter months every year. Socially, they did not mingle with the Icelandic people and with the officials and their families, with the amtmæther and other dignitaries in Reykjavik, usually devoted adherents of the crown and strong supporters of its prerogatives. In their fine homes, liberal hospitality was shown. All Danish friends and festive entertainments were arranged for those who shared their tastes and belonged to the higher social circles. From the life and sympathies of the Icelandic people, they were, as a rule, isolated and far removed. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Romanticism in Iceland, struggle for autonomy, the Icelandic Constitution of 1874, improved economic conditions. Under the influence of the French Revolution and of great writers like Voltaire, Rousseau, and others, who sponsored it by demanding freedom of thought, press, and conscience, the intellectual life as well as the social thought of Europe at this time was undergoing a profound change. In Germany, the ideas of the Revolution had made but slight impression, but due to the stimulus of the times, a new intellectual movement known as Romanticism was started, which brought about a complete literary revolution and created a new national life. Strong feeling and tender emotions were expressed in the new romantic literature. A strong patriotic sentiment, tinged with emotionalism, swept over the fatherland, demanding freedom from the prevalent foreign intellectual influence on the one hand and from foreign political dominion on the other. Everything national was to be studied and cultivated. The study of Germanic philology began to flourish at the expense of the hitherto predominating interest in classical languages. Folk songs and fairy tales were collected, and scholarly knowledge was fostered in everything pertaining to German antiquities. The Germans became conscious of their unity as a people, discovered that they had a common national destiny, and found that their strength lay in building their national political and intellectual life on their own past history and cultural traditions. A new nationalism destined to win for Germany political unity and independence and unequaled prosperity and power was cradled in this new movement. From Germany it soon spread to the north. In 1802 the Danish poet Lenschlager began his literary career as leader of the new movement in Denmark, where it soon won the enthusiastic support of the younger writers. In Iceland it won complete ascendancy through Bjarni Thorarensen, 1786 to 1841, and Jonas Helgrimsson, 1807 to 1845, the two greatest poets in modern Icelandic literature. During his stay in Copenhagen as student at the university, Thorarensen became a romanticist through the influence of Lenslauger and the philosopher Henrik Stevens. In 1805 he wrote the song Eld Gamla Isafold, which became so popular that it has since remained the national song of Iceland. In his own country he stood for a time alone as representative of the Romantic movement, as the Aufklärung under the leadership of Magnus Stevenson was still strong. In contrast to Stevenson, he loved all national traditions and institutions. He worked with enthusiasm for the restoration of the Althing, wishing that it should assemble again on the old Thingstead of Thingvellir. He also organized a company to improve the overland routes of travel between southern and northern Iceland, a project in which he spent much of his own private means. As a devoted nationalist, he was opposed to the whole movement headed by Stevenson, to his rationalism, his corruption of the Icelandic language through the introduction of foreign words, and to his disregard of the ancient traditions of Iceland. Thorarensen was a devout Christian believer. He desired to restore the purity of the Icelandic language and sought to arouse the people's national feeling and love for their own historical traditions. That two movements so diametrically opposed could not long exist side by side soon became evident. Sharp clashes grew frequent, but Thorarensen had the advantage of rare poetic talent and the support of the reawakened national sentiment of his countrymen. The people felt that he was a true Icelander who loved his country, its history, and its culture. With rare power he conjured up in his poems the heroic figures of the saga times, Gunnar of Hlidrendi, Njarl of Bergthorshval, Skarphedin, and others, and encouraged the people to seek the elements of progress not in imitation of foreign lands, but in the fortitude and heroism which was theirs in ages past. He sang of the beauty of Iceland and pictured its nature and its titanic mythological grandeur. Here was a country to be preferred to the level Denmark. Why should not the Icelanders take heart? He summons them to fight again, as of old, against fire and frost, against enervating and corrupting foreign influence. If they fail in this fight, let them sink into the ocean and perish. Better die with honor than live in shame. Thorarensen did not rhyme with ease or great skill. He was no master of form, but his poems are like trumpet calls that awakened his people to strive for new national life and progress. Jonas Hallgrimsson, his younger contemporary, loved nature as Thorarensen loved the people of Iceland, as he was a great artist in versification. His poems excelled those of his contemporary in form and beauty, though he did not possess his power of imagination. As poets, the two are of equal excellence and supplement each other in their production, Thorarensen devoting himself principally to the inner forces, and Hallgrimsson to the exterior side of human life. Hallgrimsson's intimate knowledge of Iceland, which he acquired while traveling through the country as a natural scientist, enabled him to write descriptive poems of unexcelled charm. Among his most noted productions are Island and Gunnarholmi. When the latter poem appeared in the periodical Fjolnir, Thorarensen was so impressed that he exclaimed, "Now I think it is about time that I quit writing poetry." In the wake of these two leaders followed many poets of less note. Jan Thorarensen was especially important as novelist. Gisli Bernjulfsson wrote political poems, elegies, and love songs. Grimmer Thomsen, a disciple of Thorarensen, devoted himself especially to the writing of ballads in the style of the old folk songs. Sigurd Breidfjord was a productive lyric poet, and the last representative of the rhymer poesy in Iceland. Hjalmar Jansson, Sveinbjorn Igilsson, rector of the Latin school in Reykjavik, Paul Olafsson, and others also distinguished themselves as lyric poets. To this group must also be counted the inspired lyric poet and dramatist Matthias Jakmason, 1835 to 1920, one of the most influential men in modern Icelandic history. Also in the various fields of scholarly work, learned men appeared in this great age of national awakening and intellectual productivity. Jan Arneson collected and published Icelandic folk and fairy tales under the title of Islenskar Björnsogur og Effentiri, an excellent work which has been translated wholly or in part into Danish, German, and English. In philology, the Icelandic scholars won great distinction. Especially noted in this field are Conrad Gislason, 1808 to 1891, professor in the University of Copenhagen, who wrote numerous philological treatises and edited many old Icelandic works, and Gudbrand Vigfusson, 1827 to 1889, professor in the University of Oxford. He completed and published Icelandic English Dictionary, published a complete collection of Old Norse and Old Icelandic poems with English translations, and Corpus Poeticum Boreal, edited a number of sagas, and wrote numerous treatises dealing with northern antiquities. The intellectual awakening in Iceland produced a literary renaissance, which gradually broadened into a great national patriotic movement, political as well as literary in character. It had its inception in the romanticism of Germany and Denmark, but it derived its chief strength and impetus from the revolutionary movements which convulsed Europe, challenging the established principles and institutions of the old regime. Many events contributed to the growth of liberal ideas which were remodeling European political thought. The old mercantilistic economic theories had been shattered by Adam Smith, the advocate of free trade and non-interference of government in industrial pursuits, who published his epoch-making work, Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, 1776. The American Declaration of Independence, the founding of the Republic of the United States, and the framing of its Constitution, the French Revolution and the constitutions of the French Republic, the Spanish Constitution of 1812, the national uprisings against Napoleon, and the Norwegian Constitution of 1814, created a liberal sentiment and national spirit in Europe which made the old benevolent despotism antiquated and ultimately impossible. After the downfall of Napoleon, reaction triumphed for a while, but the July Revolution in France in 1830 so strengthened the liberal movement that the frightened rulers hastened to make concessions to save their thrones. In Iceland, as elsewhere, an intense patriotic sentiment was awakened through the influence of the new national poetry and the stimulus of revolutionary ideas. The people were waking from their apathy to demand freedom from oppression, restoration of their all-thing, recognition of their rights and character as a distinct nation, and rehabilitation of their country, which during years of misfortune had been reduced to abject political and economic dependency. In 1835, the young patriotic leader Thomas Simonson, together with the poet Jonas Hallgrimsson, the philologist Conrad Gislason, and the jurist Bernjolf Petersen, founded the periodical Fjolnir, which became the rallying point and organ of the new patriotic movement. The poet Bjarni Thorarensen also assisted in the undertaking. According to the introduction of the periodical written by Simonson, its purpose should be to reform Icelandic literature, purify the Icelandic language, cultivate the people's aesthetic sense, and arouse their patriotism and love of liberty by stimulating admiration for the country's ancient greatness, the old Icelandic institutions, language, and literature. In a beautiful poem, Island, printed in the first number, Hallgrimsson pictures the great national decay by comparing the present state of Iceland with conditions in earlier times. In former days, says the poet, the Icelanders met at the Althing and passed laws. Now there is no longer any Althing, but Snorri Gody's Thing-booth is used as a sheep-pen. Only the country itself remains unchanged, as beautiful as in days of yore. Thomas Simonson, who had studied theology in the University of Copenhagen, had traveled extensively after completing his university studies. On these travels he learned to see more clearly than ever how deep was the national downfall of Iceland, and he became inspired with an ardent desire to create among his countrymen a new national life. When he returned to Iceland, he became clergyman in his home parish and later provost. The periodical Fjolnir was published in Copenhagen by his associates, but he continued to exercise great influence on the undertaking through his untiring energy. It was his wish that the chief stress should be laid on political and economic questions, the fostering of national patriotism, and the improvement of economic life. These views he could not carry out, as his associates were more directly interested in the reformation of the literature and the purifying of the Icelandic language. Simonson died at a very early age, 7 years after his return to Iceland. How much Iceland and Icelandic literature lost by his death it is not easy to estimate, says Valtýr Gudmundsson, but from his writings and letters one gets the impression that he was the greatest personality which Iceland possessed in the 19th century. Denmark had remained an absolute monarchy since 1660, but after the July Revolution in France in 1830, some of the more far-sighted statesmen deemed it prudent to begin to pay some heed to public sentiment. With the support of King Frederick VI, they undertook to organize assemblies of estates, which were to serve as advisory bodies to the sovereign. By ordinances of May 28, 1831, and May 15, 1834, 4 such assemblies were created, one for Jutland, 2 for the duchies of Schleswig and Holstein, and 1 for Sealand and the islands. In the latter, which numbered 70 members, Iceland was to be represented by 2 delegates elected by the people. This shadow of representative government, in which Iceland was to figure only as one of the smallest and most obscure provinces of the Danish kingdom, could in no way satisfy the liberal sentiment and growing national aspirations of the Icelanders. The arrangement was vigorously opposed by the talented Icelandic jurist Baldwin Einarsson, who maintained that Iceland, being so different in character from the rest of the realm, should have its own national assembly, as 2 or 3 Icelandic delegates sitting in a large Danish body wholly unacquainted with affairs in so distant a country could exercise but little real influence. Few could speak Danish so well that they could serve as delegates. The voyage to Denmark was long and costly, and the election of delegates was difficult, as they were so few in number that the people had to vote for persons living in distant parts of the country. Neither could the interests of each district be known nor properly furthered by so inadequate a representation. The difficulty connected with being a representative in Denmark was also so great that few would be willing to serve, as a person chosen would have to spend almost 2 years far away from his family and his business interests to attend one session of the Danish Assembly. On the other hand, the advantages of a national Icelandic assembly would be many. The people would have the opportunity to take an active part in public affairs, and a centre would again be created for Icelandic national life as of old. This reasoning made an impression on the king and the Danish political leaders. In answer to a petition for a separate assembly sent to Copenhagen by the Icelanders, steps were taken to make the Icelandic representation more effective by creating in 1838 a commission of 10 royal officials, which was to assemble every other year at Reykjavik under the presidency of the Stiftamtmaður to investigate conditions in Iceland and report to the government. But this arrangement was of little practical value and did not satisfy the Icelanders. In 1840, King Christian VIII, who ascended the throne December 3, 1839, instructed the commission to consider the advisability of establishing a national assembly, or Althing, in Iceland with representatives chosen by the people. The commissioners were to express their opinion about the organization of such an assembly, whether it should be called Althing, and whether it should assemble at Thingvellir as formerly. This step on the part of the king caused the greatest rejoicing in Iceland. The poet Jonas Hallgrimsson greeted the news in one of his finest poems, and the patriotic leader Thomas Simonsen, who was now a dying man, rose from his sickbed to write about the organization of the Althing. He urged that it should be organized as nearly as possible like the old Althing, and that it should meet at Thingvellir, as in days of old. An assembly differently organized and meeting in a different place he regarded as equivalent to no assembly. In considering the suggestion of the king, the commissioners found that it would be advisable to create a separate assembly for Iceland, and that it should be called Althing, but with true bureaucratic spirit they held that since it was to be coordinate with assemblies of Denmark and Schleswig-Holstein, it should resemble them as closely as possible also in organization. They opposed the old Thingstead of Thingvellir as a place of meeting for the new assembly, and recommended Reykjavik, the capital of Iceland. The number of representatives was to be small, only 20 to be chosen by the people, and 4 or 6 appointed by the king. Only owners of a required amount of land should be eligible or have the right to vote. The deliberations of the Althing should be conducted in the Icelandic language, but those who could not use it might speak Danish. Such speech is to be ordered translated by the presiding officer. The report of the commission was sanctioned by the Danish government. The Althing was re-established March 8, 1843, but the defects in the fundamental law for Iceland thus outlined were so apparent that a Danish member of the Assembly of Estates, Balthasar Christensen of Copenhagen, demanded many important changes, such as an increase in the number of representatives, the lowering of the requirements for eligibility and the right of suffrage, exclusive use of the Icelandic language in the deliberations of the Althing, and the selection of the old Thingstead of Thingvellir as the place of meeting for the new assembly. But these demands were looked upon by many as radical and found little real support, since many of the Icelandic representatives themselves stood hesitating and without any definite plan. A new leader now appeared to guide the Icelanders along the path to self-government. This was Jan Sigurdsson, the greatest figure in modern Icelandic history. This remarkable man was born at Hafrannseyri in northwestern Iceland, June 17, 1811. After entering the University of Copenhagen, he continued to reside in that city. In his extensive scholarly activity, he devoted himself especially to philology, archaeology, and history, fields in which he showed great talent, and performed a work which attracted wide attention. For the Royal Northern Text Society, he published 2 volumes of the Icelandgasögur, including the Icelandingabók, Landnámabók, and 6 other sagas. He also published the Younger Edda and wrote a catalogue of the Icelandic manuscripts in Copenhagen, Stockholm, and Uppsala. In Annaler for Nordisk Old Kindai, he published 4 sagas. He published the first volume of the Diplomaterium Icelandicum, and assisted in the publication of Scriptores Rerum Danicarum and Regesta Diplomatica Historiae Danii. His articles on themes dealing with history and philology were very numerous, and he was an active member of many learned societies. In 1848 he became secretary of the Arnamagnæan Commission, a position which he retained till his death. But although he distinguished himself as a scholar, it was in the field of practical activity and constructive statesmanship that he was to render his people the greatest service and to win his most lasting renown. He became the peerless leader of his people in their struggle for national liberty and representative government. In all fields of activity his stimulating influence was so strongly felt that the progress made by the Icelanders in the 19th century is largely traceable to his guidance and initiative. The Danish writer Mr. Kalund describes him as follows: Jan Sigurdsson was a harmonious personality, a healthy soul, and a healthy body. He was tall and powerful, and only in his later years was he weakened by sickness. His hair turned white early, but his brown eyes were keen and brilliant. His facial expression was kind but firm, his appearance dignified and attractive. His home in Copenhagen was the meeting place for all his countrymen in the city, who were attracted by his hospitality, though his pecuniary circumstances might often be difficult. Jan Sigurdsson was a man of deep insight and trustworthy judgment, who, with singular tenacity of purpose, devoted his life and talents to the great cause of championing the rights of Iceland. Together with a few friends, he began in 1841 the publication of the periodical Ny Felaskrit, of which he became editor, and which continued to appear till 1873. In this organ all vital questions of the day were discussed, problems of education, finance, trade, and politics. Of its 30 volumes, Jan Sigurdsson himself has written about 2/3. In 2 articles printed in the first volume of this periodical, he clearly outlines the issues which gradually became the national programme of the Icelanders, demanding an independent national legislature free from all control of the Danish assemblies, greater independence for Icelandic officials, the abolition of the right of the Supreme Court of Denmark to render decisions in purely Icelandic cases, and finally the greatest possible participation of the people in all political activities. He did not share the romantic ideas of Thomas Simonsen and others who wished to re-establish the old Althing at Thingvellir. This form of representation he considered antiquated and unpractical. He wished the new assembly to be a legislative body of popularly chosen representatives, like the national legislatures of other lands. As its place of assembly, he favored Reykjavik, the capital of the country and the growing center of its new national life. The Icelanders were strongly opposed to the plan proposed by the Danish government on the basis of the report of the Royal Commission. Petitions were sent to the king and the crown prince, one signed by 63 farmers in eastern Iceland, and others signed by the 2 Icelandic representatives in the Danish Assembly, and all the Icelanders in Copenhagen, asking for changes in the organization of the proposed Icelandic Assembly, but the government paid no attention to these requests. On March 8, 1843, the new Althing was created in accordance with the recommendation submitted by the Royal Commission. It was to consist of 26 representatives, 20 of whom were to be elected by the people and 6 to be appointed by the king. It should be an advisory body, equal in rank to the assemblies of estates in Denmark and Schleswig Schleswig-Holstein. Its meeting place was to be Reykjavik, where it assembled for the first time in 1845. The new Althing, though faulty in many respects, represented a most important victory for Icelandic national aspirations, since the introduction of absolutism in Denmark in 1660, Iceland had been regarded as an integral part of the Danish kingdom, governed by royal Danish officials and often according to Danish laws, though it had retained its old code, the Jonsbok, which was still in force. Through the establishing of a new assembly, the rights of the Icelanders as a distinct people were recognized, and Iceland was given rank with the duchies of Schleswig-Holstein. Reykjavik became a center of Icelandic political life. A national representation had been created through which the will of the people could express itself, and the patriotic sentiment was greatly strengthened. That the representative government established in 1843 failed to satisfy the popular demand became apparent even during the first session of the Althing. The rather stormy and excited debates made it clear that the new assembly was regarded only as an initial step in the direction of representative self-government. From all parts of Iceland, petitions were submitted asking for various changes in the new system of representation. But the royal commissioner read a letter from the king stating that no further concessions would be made. With mixed feelings of gladness and disappointment, the first session closed without definite action on the pending problems. When the Althing again assembled in 1847, the debate on the proposed changes was renewed. The chief points at issue were increase of the number of representatives to the Althing, extension of the suffrage, public sessions of the Althing, publication of its deliberations, and the exclusive use of the Icelandic language in its sessions. Other questions like that of diet and traveling expenses of the representatives were also discussed. For pecuniary reasons, the demand for an increase in the number of representatives was finally dropped, but the removal of the restrictions on suffrage, the introduction of direct voting in such a way that each 5 voters should choose one elector, the publication of the proceedings of the Althing, and the exclusive use of the Icelandic language in its sessions were reforms insisted upon. It was resolved to address a petition to the king asking for a revision of the fundamental law on these points. While the Althing was taking these initial steps in its work, the political situation was suddenly changed through the death of King Christian VIII, January 20, 1848. The growing national sentiment in the German duchies of Schleswig-Holstein was developing into a strong desire for autonomy, resulting in a bitter antagonism between these duchies and the Kingdom of Denmark, where a strong political party demanded unity of the realm with the Eider River as the southern border, an aim which, if accomplished, would result in the absorption of Schleswig in the Danish kingdom. The liberal political ideas had now grown so strong that the new king, Frederick VII, shortly after his accession to the throne, issued a rescript January 28, 1848, promising to grant his kingdom a constitution in the hope that this would conciliate the dissatisfied elements throughout the realm. The old absolute regime would give place to a limited monarchy. A general legislative assembly for Denmark and the duchies of Schleswig-Holstein would be created, but the assurance was given that no change would be made in the existing provincial assemblies, the union of Schleswig-Holstein, or the relation of the 2 duchies of Holstein and Lauenburg to the German Confederation. Iceland was to retain its Althing as before, but how the proposed change would affect the status of their country naturally filled the minds of the Icelanders with nervous apprehension. In dealing with the demands of the Icelanders for an autonomous home government, 2 aspects of the question had to be considered. The isolated location and natural condition of the country made it advisable, as Baldwin Einarsson had pointed out, to establish a separate Icelandic assembly. The law of 1843 had been framed chiefly on the basis of this policy of expediency. Little attention had been paid to the question whether Iceland had any right to local self-government as a distinct people united with Denmark under a common crown, as the custom had grown up of considering Iceland an integral part of the Danish kingdom. But this question had already been raised by Jan Sigurdsson, and with the awakening national sentiment, not only in Iceland but throughout all Europe, it was clear that no satisfactory settlement of the question touching Iceland could be made until the relation and mutual rights of the 2 countries should be more clearly defined. Shortly after the appearance of the royal rescript of 1848, Sigurdsson published in the Nye an article entitled Hugveja til Icelandinga, in which he clearly set forth the views of his people regarding their national rights and the relation of Iceland to the Danish realm. He showed that in the study of the history of governments in Iceland, three chief features must especially be noted. In 1262, Iceland was united with Norway under the agreement known as the Gamle Sáttmáli, which defined the rights and position of the Icelanders. In 1662, they were persuaded to surrender many of their rights into the hands of the king by swearing allegiance to King Frederick III at Kappavag as hereditary monarch. But now that the king, through his own declaration, had renounced his absolute power and had taken steps to establish constitutional government, the rights which the Icelanders had surrendered to the king reverted to them. Their relation to the realm was now the same as under the Gamle Sáttmáli, the only existing union agreement. According to this covenant, neither the Danes nor any other people had any rightful power over Iceland or any show of right to control Icelandic affairs. The Icelanders would deal with the king alone regarding the constitutional provisions and all questions touching Iceland, for to him alone they pledged their allegiance of their own free will in 1262. The Icelanders, he continues, are a distinct people with their own language and national life, which makes it necessary for them to have their own government. The chief demands raised by Sigurdsson on the basis of this interpretation of Iceland's position were that the Icelandic Althing should have the same power in dealing with Icelandic affairs that the Danish Rigsdag had in dealing with Danish affairs, that a viceroy or governor should be appointed for Iceland responsible to the Althing, that a minister for Icelandic affairs should have a seat in the king's cabinet, and that the Icelandic finances should be separated from those of Denmark. Jan Sigurdsson had stripped the issue regarding Iceland of all romantic theory, and had given it so definite and practical a form that his compatriots adopted his views as their program in the struggle for national freedom. Before the plans suggested in the royal rescript of January 28, 1848, could be carried out, the French Revolution of February 1848 further aggravated the political situation in Denmark. The news of the revolution created the greatest unrest throughout Europe. At Kiel, in Holstein, and Flensburg in Schleswig, intense excitement prevailed. The Danish statesmen had adhered with short-sighted tenacity to the policy of a united Danish kingdom with the Eder River as the southern border, a policy which was adopted also by the Danish liberal leaders. In opposition to their effort to unite the whole of Schleswig with Denmark, a strong party was organized in the duchies to maintain the union of Schleswig and Holstein. The German population in the duchies, in their struggle for autonomy, looked for assistance to Prussia and the German Confederation, while the Danes turned for sympathy and support to the Scandinavian kingdoms, Norway and Sweden, and succeeded in developing a strong pan-Scandinavian and anti-German sentiment throughout the north. The uncompromising attitude of the two parties increased the growing tension, rendering a peaceful settlement of the controversy impossible. When news was received of the February Revolution in Paris, a meeting of representatives of the two duchies in Flensburg decided to send a deputation to Copenhagen to demand a separate constitution for Schleswig-Holstein and the incorporation of Schleswig in the German Confederation. The Danish leaders, learning of this move, met in the casino in Copenhagen and drafted vehement resolutions demanding a constitution for Denmark, including Schleswig as an integral part of the Danish kingdom. To this pressure, the king yielded. In a conference with the delegates from the duchies, he stated that he would grant Holstein a constitution and permit it to remain united with the German Confederation, but with regard to Schleswig, he would strengthen its indissoluble union with Denmark. This proposal was rejected, and war was precipitated between Denmark and Schleswig-Holstein. During this conflict, the king and his advisers were able to carry out their constitutional program according to their own views. On April 4, 1848, the king revoked the rescript of January 28 and summoned the assemblies of Jutland, Schleswig, Sealand, and the islands to consider the calling of a constitutional convention. The Icelandic Althing, although coordinate with these assemblies, was not summoned or consulted. According to the plan submitted by the government, the convention should consist of 145 delegates from Denmark and Schleswig, elected by the people, and 48 to be appointed by the king. Among the latter should be 5 delegates from Iceland and 1 from the Faroe Islands. The arbitrary and unjust character of this proposal is at once evident. The Althing was ignored, and Iceland should have no popularly chosen representatives, only 5 delegates appointed by the king. When this news reached Iceland, an assembly of notables was convened at Reykjavik, which demanded that 4 of the 5 delegates should be popularly chosen. A petition to this effect was sent to the king, but this rather lame step did not satisfy public opinion in Iceland. The people of Arnesisla and of Borgarfjord sent petitions to the king demanding a popularly elected legislative assembly for Iceland. On August the 5th, 19 of the foremost men from the various districts of Iceland met at Thingvellir to consider what measures should be taken to safeguard Icelandic interests. A petition was drawn up and signed, in which they took cognizance of the king's promise to grant a constitution, but they held that the plan of establishing constitutional government could be realized for Iceland only by making the Althing a truly national assembly of popularly chosen representatives. They pointed out that the proposed Icelandic representation in the Constitutional Convention to be assembled would be wholly inadequate to safeguard Icelandic interests. Finally, they demanded that the measures passed by this convention, so far as they had reference to Iceland, should be submitted for ratification to an Icelandic assembly as popularly chosen as that of Denmark, and that a representative National Assembly should be established for Iceland with the same powers as that of the Danish Assembly, which was to be created. The petition drawn up at Thingvellir was repeated in nearly all districts of the country. In all, 18 like-worded petitions bearing 1,940 signatures were sent to the king by the Stigtammaður Mattias Tans Rosenborn, who added in a communication to the government his own views on the situation in Iceland. He stated that although the news from Denmark had caused great excitement in Iceland, the people were very loyal to the king, but being imbued with a strong national patriotism, they wished to share in the benefits to be derived from a change in the form of government, and would not be satisfied if this change was made without the cooperation of the Althing. They would not object to being represented in a general legislative assembly dealing with the affairs of the whole realm, if matters involving Icelandic interests would be referred to the Althing, and if the interests of Iceland would be properly respected and safeguarded in the reorganization of the government. The petitions, together with this communication from the Stigtammaður, made such an impression on the king and government that a very courteous reply was returned September 23, 1848, stating that although the king, under the existing circumstances, had found it necessary to grant Iceland a representation in the Constitutional Convention different from that of the Danish provinces, it was not his intention that constitutional provisions touching Iceland should be finally adopted before an Icelandic assembly had been given an opportunity to consider them. The members of the Danish Constitutional Convention were chosen October 12, and it caused general satisfaction in Iceland that among the 5 Icelandic delegates appointed were the 2 political leaders, Jan Sigurdsson and Jan Gudmundsson, the leading advocates of Icelandic autonomy. At the opening of the convention, October 23, 1848, the chairman, A.W. Moltke, stated that measures regarding Iceland would not be definitely resolved upon before an Icelandic assembly could be consulted. The outline of a constitution, together with a draft of an election law, were submitted to the convention. In the constitution, Iceland was not mentioned, but in the election law it was provided that Iceland should have 7 representatives in the Danish Legislative Assembly, the Riksdag, Denmark, 153, Schleswig, 42, and the Faroe Islands, 2. It is evident that such an Icelandic representation could exercise so little influence in a large legislative assembly that the position of Iceland would be that of a province or district in the Danish kingdom. Through the efforts of the Icelandic delegates, the paragraph proposing this representation was stricken from the document, with the understanding that this matter was to be adjusted later. The same was done also with a similar paragraph regarding the representation from Schleswig and the Faroe Islands. With these and a few other minor changes, the drafted constitution was adopted and received royal sanction June 5, 1849. As adopted, it affected only Denmark, not Iceland, Schleswig, or the Faroe Islands. The election law, which was also passed, was sanctioned by the king the 16th of the same month. In Iceland, the sentiments and opinions touching the new constitution were expressed in numerous articles in the leading Icelandic periodicals. Judge Thorder Jónasson, representing the most conservative view, urged the importance of preserving the union with Denmark and the need of an Icelandic representation in the Danish Riksdag, together with an Icelandic National Assembly organized according to an agreement to be made with the Icelanders themselves. In the new liberal newspaper, Theoru Ulfr, the priest Sveinbjorn Hallgrimsson, his editor, wrote a series of articles in which he made more radical demands by advocating a national constitution and government for Iceland. In the Ny Kveldsskritt, it was also urged that an Icelandic representation in the Danish Riksdag would be useless, that Iceland should have its own constitution defining its relation to the rest of the realm, and that the government officials should reside in the country and should be responsible to the Althing, which should be a properly constituted legislative assembly. Similar opinions were advanced also by other writers, who argued that the relation between Iceland and Denmark was that of a confederation of the two countries under a common king, that the Althing must be an assembly in every way coordinate with the Danish Riksdag, that an Icelandic executive government responsible to the Althing should be created, which should act together with the king through a minister residing in Copenhagen, and that the Althing should be reorganized on the basis of political equality for all and the most extensive suffrage. Public meetings were held in all districts throughout Iceland to discuss these important questions. Most notable was an assembly of 180 men, representing nearly all the election districts of the country, convened at Thingvellir June 28 to 29, under the presidency of Peter Peterson, church historian and later Bishop of Iceland. Petitions from local meetings were read, and a memorial was drawn up to be presented to the Althing. A new election law was outlined, according to which the restrictions on suffrage should be reduced to the least possible, and the National Assembly should consist of 48 representatives, 42 of whom should be chosen by the people in direct elections. In conformity with the principle announced by the king September 23, 1848, and sanctioned by the Danish Constitutional Convention, that provisions touching Iceland could not be adopted before an Icelandic assembly had had the opportunity to consider them, the Icelanders now took steps to deal with their own problems in connection with the new constitution. Since the Althing is a purely advisory assembly, did not possess the power to deal with questions of this kind, a constitutional convention would have to be called in Iceland, as had already been done in Denmark. But before delegates could be chosen, the new election law framed by the Danish Constitutional Convention would have to be submitted to the Althing for ratification. On July 2, 1849, the Althing assembled, but the royal commissioner had not yet arrived from Copenhagen. The assembly was therefore called to order by the Stripamt Mather Rosenborn. Jan Sigurdsson was chosen president of the assembly, but as he had not yet arrived from Copenhagen, the vice president, Reverend Hannes Stevenson, presided over its session till his arrival. The question of the new election law was brought up, but since the draft prepared by the Constitutional Convention had not yet come from Denmark, the one proposed by the meeting at Thingvellir was submitted to the assembly and referred to a committee headed by Jan Gudmundsson. After some days, Jan Sigurdsson arrived in Iceland, accompanied by the royal commissioner Paul Melsted, who brought the new election law. This differed from the Thingvellir plan on many important points. Instead of an increased number of representatives to the National Assembly, direct elections, and only slight restrictions on suffrage and eligibility to office proposed by the latter, this law provided for a small number of representatives, indirect elections, and unequal representation of the election districts. It was therefore rejected by the Althing. The Thingvellir draft was adopted with but few modifications and sent to the king, together with a petition asking that he would give it his sanction and return it at the earliest possible date, in order that representatives might be chosen to the convention. Some fear was entertained that the king might object to the law, but it was sanctioned September 28, 1849, and returned as requested. In May 1850, the election of representatives took place, and everything was ready for the meeting of the convention July 15 of that year. In the meantime, the new reaction which was spreading through Europe was beginning to exert its influence also in Denmark. The wave of liberal sentiment following the Revolution of 1848 had spent its force. In France, the populace had begun to greet President Napoleon with the shout of "Long live the Emperor," soon to be followed by a coup d'état and the restoration of the empire. In Italy, the liberal national movement was crushed in the Battle of Novara, March 23, 1849. The Hungarian Republic was overthrown in July of the same year. In Austria, the liberal movement was completely suppressed, and in Germany, the vacillating King Frederick William IV had thrown himself into the arms of the reaction. The Prussian Diet was dispersed by troops and finally formally dissolved December 5, 1848. The war between Denmark and Schleswig-Holstein was renewed after the expiration of an armistice signed at Malmö, August 26, 1848. But Prussia, which had hitherto supported the duchies, now took the same attitude as Russia, and the two powers gave the King of Denmark free hands to suppress the uprising of Schleswig-Holstein, which was no longer regarded as a struggle for national self-determination, but as rebellion against a legitimate sovereign. At Isted, the Danes won a decisive victory July 25, 1850. Pressed by the great powers and seeing the uselessness of continuing the struggle, the Schleswig-Holsteiners dissolved their assembly and disbanded their army. Under these circumstances, the attention of the King and the political leaders in Denmark was directed chiefly to the strengthening of the unity and solidarity of the realm. The final determination of the relation between its various parts was to be carried out with a view of uniting all into a firmly consolidated kingdom. While Iceland was preparing for the meeting of the convention, which, according to royal rescript, was to assemble July 15, 1850, orders were received from Copenhagen, postponing the session till July 4 of the following year. The reason for this strange act was said to be that the provisions regarding the future relation of Iceland to the realm, which were to be submitted, had not yet been formulated, and that it would not be expedient to make final arrangements with regard to Iceland while the question concerning other parts of the realm was still pending. It is quite evident that the situation in Iceland was nearly the same as in Schleswig. In both countries there was a strongly expressed desire for full autonomy and complete self-government in local affairs, while the king and government wished to incorporate both Schleswig and Iceland in the Danish kingdom under a common constitution. It was undoubtedly feared that any concession to Iceland at this moment would be cited as a precedent and would tend to encourage the national aspirations in Schleswig-Holstein. The disappointment and apprehension created by this unexpected action of the government only increased the people's interest in the constitutional question. The periodicals continued to publish articles dealing with all phases of the relation to Denmark and the features of the new constitution. The Offer, which maintained that the only bond of union with Denmark was a common king, advocated a liberal self-government for Iceland, patterned on that of Norway. Local meetings continued to be held throughout Iceland, the more representative assemblies being convened at Thingvellir. On August 10, 1850, 200 representatives met at the old Thingstead to consider the question regarding the Constitution. Reports and opinions of local meetings were heard, and a committee was appointed which, through its chairman, Jan Gudmundsson, presented a report demanding complete autonomy for Iceland, together with a national government consisting of a jarl, or governor with an Icelandic cabinet, an Icelandic minister in Copenhagen, full law-making power for the Althing, and a return to the old agreement between Norway and Iceland as the basis of union. It was further decided that local committees should be chosen in all election districts, with a central committee stationed at Reykjavik, which, in conjunction with the local committees, should consider all features of the pending questions. On August 23, the central committee at Reykjavik began the publication of a periodical, the Underbundingsblad, in which the important features of the proposed constitution were discussed. The government viewed this movement with growing alarm. Among other steps taken to discourage it, the Stiftamtmaður, Count Tramp, issued a regulation forbidding all unlawful meetings. When the first impulsive ardor ebbed away, some of the leaders hesitated, and the first vigorous demands were followed by more calm deliberation. One of the members of the Central Committee stated that to consider the various features of the Constitution before the government proposals had been submitted was useless and confusing. But on June 28, 1851, a new meeting of 140 delegates was assembled at Thingvellir. The main features of an Icelandic constitution were outlined. The Althing, according to this plan, was to be a law-making body with full legislative power, in conjunction with the king, with full power to raise revenues, fix public expenditures, levy taxes, and to deal with all matters which would naturally come within the scope of authority of such an assembly when popularly organized. An executive branch of government consisting of officials responsible to the people should be established within the country itself, and a minister for Icelandic affairs should be stationed in Copenhagen. The demand of the year previous that a jarl should be placed over Iceland was dropped. After passing resolutions that this draft should be placed before the convention when it assembled, the meeting adjourned. After the termination of hostilities in Schleswig-Holstein, an assembly of notables was convened at Flensburg, May 14, 1851, to consider plans for the organization of the realm. According to the opinion of the majority of the representatives, Holstein should have nothing in common with the rest of the realm but the king, foreign affairs, and the navy, but Schleswig should be so closely united with Denmark as to have only a slight degree of local autonomy. The plan of separating the two duchies was opposed by the powers and could not be carried out, but the desire of the Danish leaders to unite all parts of the monarchy into a well-consolidated whole had been clearly expressed. That Iceland would be treated like the rest of the realm would naturally be inferred, since no provisions were suggested with regard to it. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, Part 2 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On July 4, 1851, the convention assembled at Reykjavik, and after a new delay caused by the failure of the government to forward in time the drafts of the measures to be considered the law defining Iceland's relation to Denmark, was finally submitted. The constitution of the Kingdom of Denmark was attached as a supplement and was to be accepted in Iceland without discussion. It was stated that since the Kongalov and the Act of 1709, through which it was promulgated in Denmark, expressly stated that Iceland was a part of the Danish kingdom, this could no longer be subject to discussion, and since the king, by granting a constitution, had sanctioned a popular form of government within the limits established by the Kongalov, only the manner in which the various provisions should apply to Iceland could be submitted for consideration. With regard to the constitution itself, the government admitted that many provisions in it could not apply to Iceland, and that others could not be made operative because of the natural conditions of the country, but it was argued that it was not necessary to omit these paragraphs, as it was evident that they could not be enforced. The constitution, as applied to Iceland, would have to be given an interpretation based on good judgment. The proposed law regarding Iceland's relation to the realm numbered 60 paragraphs, of which the first 10 contained the most essential provisions. According to this measure, the Danish Constitution of June 5, 1849, should apply also to Iceland. In matters affecting the whole realm, the king and the Riksdag should have complete authority, even if Iceland was not represented in the assembly. But an opportunity would be given the Icelanders to elect representatives to the Riksdag according to the number of their population. In all exclusively the Icelandic affairs, the king's lawmaking function should be exercised in conjunction with the Althing and not with the Riksdag. Also in these matters he should act through his ministers, who should be responsible to the Riksdag and not to the Althing. The revenues should be divided in such a manner that all indirect taxes should go to the common treasury of the realm, which should pay the government officials, the judges of the superior court, the bishops, the teachers of the higher institutions of learning, and the expenses connected with the mail service between Denmark and Iceland. The direct taxes should go to a local Icelandic treasury, which was to defray the expenses of the Althing and the local government. As an alternative, it was suggested that instead of such a division of the revenues, Iceland might contribute a fixed sum to the general government, but it was feared that it would prove difficult, if not impossible, to determine what this sum should be. The king promised not to levy new taxes or to increase the burdens on the Icelandic treasury without the consent of the Althing. So far as possible, the consent of the Althing should also be obtained to any change in the laws of Iceland proposed in the Riksdag. And finally, it was proposed that the Icelanders should send 6 representatives to the Danish Riksdag, 2 to the upper and 4 to the lower branch. Provisions regarding the election of members to the Althing and the draft of a law governing trade and intercourse with Iceland were also submitted as distinct measures proposed by the government. In the consideration of the submitted proposals, a stern opposition of the convention to the whole government plan and the reasoning upon which it was based soon manifested itself. The claim that Iceland was a part of the Danish kingdom could never appeal with force to the minds of those who possessed knowledge of Icelandic history, while the declaration that the Danish constitution, which had never been promulgated in Iceland, should be the fundamental law of the land, without the sanction of the convention assembled to consider it, was an evident violation of the royal rescript of September 23, 1848, stating that no constitutional provisions touching Iceland should be finally adopted until an Icelandic assembly had been given the opportunity to consider them. The union of Iceland with Norway under a common king had been established by mutual agreement, the Icelanders retaining, as before, their national assembly, their laws and local administration. No change in this relation was effected either by the union between Norway, Sweden, and Denmark established at Kalmar in 1397, or through the proclamation of absolute hereditary kingship sanctioned at Copenhagen in 1662. Since the Danish Kongelov Lex Regia of 1665 was never promulgated in Iceland, even that document could constitute no basis for the claim set up by the Danish government. It is true that absolutism was established in Iceland through any agreement at Copenhagen, but the weakness of the position taken by the Danish leaders in the Union controversy was their claim that by Iceland became a part of the Danish kingdom, that Icelandic nationality was submerged in that of Denmark. The Icelanders claimed that nothing of this sort had happened. They had done homage to the king as absolute monarch, as did also the Danes and Norwegians, but this did not change the relation existing between the two countries. The Icelanders continued to be a distinct people with their own national assembly, their local institutions, and system of jurisprudence. All laws had to be promulgated by the Althing before they could take effect in Iceland, and although the Althing was finally dissolved in 1800, the Landsfjordur was created in its place, and in 1843 the Althing was re-established as a recognition of a separate Icelandic nationality. No better evidence could be desired that Iceland was still a separate country with its fundamental right of self-determination than the royal rescript of September 23, 1848. The course now pursued by the government could find no justification in an appeal to the historic past. It could only be interpreted as an arbitrary reaction against the liberal policy inaugurated in 1848. The committee to which the proposed acts were submitted by the convention returned a minority and a majority report. The minority were willing to accept the measures, at least in principle, though they could not sanction the method pursued by the government in trying to establish the Danish constitution in Iceland. They would limit their opposition to a demand for amendments to various objectionable provisions. The majority of the committee would not surrender the principle of Iceland's separate nationality and existence as a political entity. They held that the only basis of union with Denmark was a common king, and that Iceland should be mentioned in the king's title like other parts of the monarchy. They would not accept the proposed constitution as a whole, as this might lead to endless confusion and serious dangers for the future. They proposed instead that a separate constitution should be framed for Iceland, for which they submitted a draft based as far as possible on the Danish constitution. According to this proposal, Iceland should remain united with Denmark under a common hereditary king, a joint foreign department, same flag, currency, university, and system of weights and measures. Other common interests could be arranged according to mutual agreement. In purely Icelandic affairs, the Althing should take the place of the Danish Riksdag. The judicial power should remain in the Icelandic courts of law, and the administration of Icelandic affairs should be conducted as far as possible in the country itself. Neither the minority nor the majority would therefore accept the government plan as submitted. The royal commissioner, Count Tramp Stimtamathur of Iceland, who represented the government in the deliberations, had gained great popularity through his ability to use the Icelandic language, as well as through the interest he had at first shown in the liberal movement. In 1850 he had served as chairman of the Central Committee appointed by the Patriotic Meeting at Thingvellir. But when he discovered the changed attitude of the government, he gradually withdrew from the movement. In March 1851 the committee announced that its chairman could no longer preside at its meetings because of pressing official duties, and that he had even forbidden the printing at Reykjavik of the reports of the local committees, so that the periodical founded by the Central Committee had to be published in Copenhagen. His hostility to the patriotic movement in Iceland had become so pronounced that in the summer of 1851 he issued the already mentioned regulation forbidding all unlawful meetings. In the convention where he served as royal commissioner, he showed irritation and haughty ill will when the government proposals encountered opposition. It was also thought that it was in answer to his request that military forces were sent to Iceland, together with secret instructions that he might use them according to his own discretion, a very unusual measure in a country where military uniforms were never seen, and where the people were so peaceful and loyal as to dream of no resistance to government authorities. When it became clear that the government proposals would not be accepted as submitted, the Stiftamtmaður grew angry. Proposals of amendments or any real deliberations by which an understanding might be arrived at he would not tolerate. On August 8 it was announced that the convention would meet the following day at 12 o'clock, when the royal commissioner would bring up a very important matter. At the stated hour the delegates were in their seats and deep silence prevailed. Outside the soldiers came marching with fixed bayonets and loaded cartridges, taking their position near the convention hall. The silent anticipation was growing very tense when the royal commissioner stepped forward attired in official uniform. He drew a document from his pocket and began to speak to the delegates in a sharp and upbraiding tone, stating that they had wasted their time and that the purpose of the convention had miscarried. The session could not be prolonged, and he declared the convention dissolved. Jan Sigurdsson, chairman of the Constitutional Committee, interrupted him by asking if he would be allowed to explain the action of the committee and the convention, but the presiding officer, a royal officer, answered no. The count continued, saying, "I believe the delegates have heard that, in the name of the king, I have dissolved the convention." Jan Sigurdsson responded, "Then I protest in the name of the king and the people against this procedure, and reserve the right of the assembly to complain to the king of this unlawful act." Whereupon the whole assembly rose and cried in chorus, "We all protest." When the count and the presiding officer had left the hall, someone called out, "Long live King Frederick VII," a cry which was repeated by all the delegates. The Stiftamtmaður, in dismissing the convention, probably acted in harmony with the wishes of the government. It was evidently the plan to secure the consent of the convention to the government proposal as quickly as possible without much deliberation, and especially without counter proposals on the part of the assembly. The session had lasted only 5 weeks, and 1 week had passed before the proposed acts had been submitted. The statement of the count that the delegates had wasted their time could therefore not be taken seriously. If the assembly, in considering so important measures, should exercise any deliberative functions. After the dissolution of the convention, 36 of the delegates addressed a remonstrance to the king, in which they defended the position of the convention and protested against the procedure of the Stiftamtmaður and the presence of troops to intimidate the delegates. They asked that the management of Icelandic affairs be placed in the hands of native Icelanders, enjoying the confidence of the people, that the functionary in Copenhagen who had to deal with Icelandic affairs be given seat and voice in the king's cabinet, that a constitution for Iceland be drafted in harmony with the outline submitted by the majority of the Constitutional Committee and presented to a new Constitutional Convention, chosen in the same manner as the one just dismissed. This remonstrance was brought to Denmark by Jan Sigurdsson and Jan Gudmundsson. An address was also directed to the Icelandic people, defending the action of the convention. The people, on their side, showed their approval of the course pursued by the convention in resolutions sent to individual delegates, and by addressing a petition to the king of similar contents as that sent by the Constitutional Committee, bearing 2,200 signatures. But these steps failed to elicit a favorable response from the government. On May 12, 1852, the king issued a manifesto to the Icelandic people denying the petition of the 36 delegates. This document asserted that the views advanced by the delegates and shared by the signers of the petition were in conflict with the laws of the realm and would lead to the ruin of Iceland and the dissolution of the Danish monarchy, that under the existing confusion of ideas it was not advisable to submit a new constitution. The Althing should continue its sessions until the time arrived when the king should deem it advisable to make new regulations regarding Iceland's position in the realm. In accordance with this provision, elections of representatives to the new Althing were ordered, but none of the officials who had signed the petition of August 10 were to be chosen. On January 28 of the same year, the king had issued a proclamation under pressure of the great powers announcing that Schleswig would not be incorporated in the Danish kingdom, that the duchies of Schleswig, Holstein, and Lauenburg should have their own local assemblies of estates, and that a constitution would be granted for the whole realm, but the proclamation contained no mention of Iceland. Under these circumstances, a meeting which was convened at Thingvellir, under the leadership of Sir Hannes Stevenson, addressed a petition to the Althing of 1853. As soon as the Althing assembled, it sought again to bring the constitutional question to a successful termination by directing a new petition to the king, reminding him of the promises given in the rescript of September 23, 1848, and in the proclamation of January 28, 1852. The petitioners prayed that in presenting new proposals regarding Iceland's relation to the realm, the king would grant the Althing law-making power in matters in which it already acted as an advisory body, that a local administrative government should be established at Reykjavik, consisting of 3 officials who should have seats in the Althing, that the number of judges and the jurisdiction of the Superior Court of Iceland should be increased, that Iceland might get a representation according to its population in the new assembly to be established for the whole realm, and that an Icelandic minister should be appointed. The petition was carefully and courteously worded, and was approved by the royal commissioner Melstead, but the king again refused to grant the desired reforms in an address directed to the Althing, 1855. The promise given in the royal rescript of September 23, 1848, had already been fulfilled by the assembling of the Constitutional Convention of 1851, it was stated, but the principal reason for denying the petition was represented to be that such changes in the Icelandic constitution could not be granted because of the burdens which would be placed on the Icelandic people, and that Iceland contributed nothing to the general treasury of the realm. Shortly after the adjournment of the Althing, the Danish government published on October 2, 1855, a constitution for the whole realm, together with a law governing the election of members of the Rigsråd, the new assembly of 80 members, which was to represent the whole Danish monarchy. Iceland was not mentioned either in the constitution or in the election law. The members of the Rigsråd were to be chosen from Denmark, Schleswig, Holstein, and Lauenburg, but even in the division of the realm into election districts, no mention was made of Iceland, which was to be considered a Danish province. This view was clearly expressed in a work published by the Danish jurist J. E. Larsen, October 6, 1855, entitled Om Islands Hid til Verende Statsrelige Stilling, in which he attacks the position of the committee majority of 1851 and attempts to prove that Iceland is an integral part of the Danish kingdom. In reply, Jan Sigurdsson wrote a work, Om Islands Statsrelige Stilling, in which he refutes with great clearness Larsen's whole reasoning and the premises on which it is based. But in spite of Sigurdsson's convincing arguments, the policy of the government with regard to Iceland remained unchanged. The Danish Riksdag enacted regulations regarding Icelandic trade and debated the Icelandic budget without hearing the opinion of the Althing. Some measures were nevertheless passed which affected favorably the situation in Iceland. One cause which young Sigurdsson had earnestly sought to promote was the improvement of Icelandic commercial intercourse, which was still under such restrictions that only citizens of the realm could engage in trade with Iceland. In his writings he urged the necessity of making Icelandic trade free to all nations, a view which at first met with determined opposition in Denmark. Petitions were sent to the government from many parts of Iceland praying for the removal of restrictions on Icelandic trade. In answer to this growing demand, a law was finally passed April 15, 1854, making Icelandic trade free to all nations, thus removing an economic yoke under which the people had suffered for centuries. Freedom of the press for Iceland was also established by a law of May 9, 1855, after it had been introduced in Denmark in January 1851, and in answer to a petition from the Althing, a more liberal election law was published January 6, 1857. In response to an Althing petition, the king also granted in 1859 that both the Danish and Icelandic texts of all laws for Iceland should be signed by the king. This was a matter of importance, as the people would have officially signed laws in their own language instead of being subject to loose interpretations of laws written in a foreign tongue. The ownership of all wrecks thrown ashore, an old right of which the Icelanders had been deprived by a royal ordinance of 1595, was also restored to them. The reference to Iceland's economic condition and failure to share in the general burdens of the realm contained in the king's address to the Althing 1855 raised new issues which further complicated the controversy which had developed between Denmark and Iceland. It became evident that in order to solve the constitutional conflict, it was necessary to make clear the financial relation between the two countries. What Iceland had paid or ought to pay to the general treasury could only be determined by careful analysis of Danish administration of Icelandic affairs. After 1825, repeated complaints had been made by the government that there was a constant deficit in the Icelandic treasury, that the island was unable to pay its own expenses and had to receive aid from Denmark. But a little inquiry into the true status of affairs revealed that large sums derived from various Icelandic sources had been appropriated by Denmark without returns, depriving Iceland not only of her just belongings but of her sources of revenue. A fair adjustment of accounts would make Denmark the debtor and not the creditor on the financial balance sheet. Before the Reformation, Iceland had been self-supporting. The expenses connected with maintaining her church establishment were paid from incomes derived from church lands and the revenues of the monasteries. For the current expenses of the Althing and the local administration, adequate provision had also been made. After the Reformation, the king became the head of the church as well as of the state, and the government assumed the management of the church administration. The king issued several rescripts stating that the incomes from the church estate should be used for the establishing and maintaining of schools. He expressly stated that the church lands belonged to the people of Iceland. The same attitude was taken also with regard to the revenues, funds, and valuables of the cathedral churches and monasteries. Whenever these passed under government supervision, a formal receipt was issued for them. Unfortunately, the incomes from the church lands were not devoted to the support of the Icelandic schools, as at first suggested, but were swept into the royal treasury. In 1674, the king ordered Henrik Bjelke, governor of Iceland, to sell the lands belonging to the Icelandic monasteries. This order was carried out, and lands were sold for the amount of 24,162 rigsdaler. Other tracts belonging to the various monasteries were sold from time to time until 1866. In a similar way, the valuables which had once belonged to the Catholic churches of Iceland, as well as the church lands, were sold and the proceeds turned into the general treasury. When the Skalholt bishop's seat was moved to Reykjavik, the king issued a rescript April 29, 1785, ordering the church lands of the diocese to be sold for the benefit of the royal treasury, with the proviso that the government should pay the bishop's salary and maintain the Latin school. By royal rescript of October 2, 1801, the bishopric and Latin school of Holar were consolidated with the bishopric and Latin school of Reykjavik, and the church lands of the old bishopric were sold in order to give better financial support to the new school and bishopric. The sale brought the amount of 123,199 rigsdaler, but this sum was not credited to Iceland on the budget. Cash funds of various kinds were also seized. To these sums must further be added the greater share of the relief fund collected for the famine-stricken people of Iceland in 1784 to 1785, not over one-fourth of which had been used for the relief of the sufferers. The rest remained in the general treasury or was used for purposes of no interest to Iceland. The benefit derived by Danish citizens from the monopolized Icelandic trade and the economic losses suffered by the Icelanders due to that monopoly would also have to be considered. Even the direct proceeds from appropriated funds and sale of Icelandic property formed a capital which, according to the lowest possible estimates, amounted to 350,000 rigsdaler. Iceland's resources had thus remained in the hands of Denmark for centuries. The income derived from them was entered into the budget as Danish, not as Icelandic revenues, and as the officials connected with the church and civil administration drew their pay from the general treasury, it would naturally appear that Iceland did not pay her share in the expenses of the realm. What part of those expenses could be justly regarded as Iceland's share of the public burdens would also need to be determined, and would naturally have to be computed to some extent on the basis of the services rendered the country by the Danish government. These had often been very small, being usually limited to the sending of a governor and a few higher officials to Iceland. No defense had been provided against attacks of pirates and freebooters. The Icelandic coasts were unguarded, the people unarmed and defenseless, without military protection of any sort. In time of war, Denmark had been unable to give Iceland any assistance, leaving the country to the mercy of the enemy. Economically, the Icelanders had derived even less benefit from Danish rule, as their trade had remained in the hands of the merchant companies, who made it impossible to foster home industries or develop Icelandic resources. It would therefore seem that Iceland's share of the public burdens would be limited to the expenses connected with maintaining her schools, her civil administration, and her church establishment, burdens which the people were willing enough to carry if the government would establish a legislative assembly and local administration and give them control of their own affairs. Political liberty was thus found to be so closely connected with economic independence that the Icelanders raised the demand for restitution of the funds and resources appropriated by Denmark, separation of finances, and the organization of an independent Icelandic budget. In 1861, a joint committee consisting of 3 Danes and 2 Icelanders was appointed to devise a plan for settling the financial question. 3 different reports were submitted by this committee. Jan Sigurdsson, who had first started the inquiry into the financial relations of the 2 countries, and in articles published in Nye Fellesskritt, had thoroughly discussed the question, was a member, and submitted a report of his own. He held that Iceland should receive yearly the sum of 119,724 rigsdaler in lieu of interest due on Icelandic funds in the general treasury, and that the Icelanders should pay proportionately their share of the royal appanages of the expenses connected with the administration of the joint affairs of the realm. 2 other members, the Icelander Oddgeir Stevenson and the Dane Major Terschurning, proposed a yearly payment to Iceland of 29,500 rigsdaler, and later an additional 12,500 rigsdaler for a period of 10 years, after which time the payments should be reduced 500 rigsdaler a year. A third report by the 2 Danes, Bering and Knutshorn, proposed the payment of 12,000 rigsdaler a year, and in addition yearly payments of 30,000 rigsdaler for a period of 6 years, after which time these payments should be reduced 2,000 rigsdaler a year. All members of the committee agreed that the separation of the Icelandic finances from those of Denmark would be very desirable, but that this matter could be settled only in conjunction with the constitutional question. The Althing again petitioned the king that as soon as possible he would order new election of representatives to a convention. To this petition the king answered in an address to the Althing, June 8, 1863, that the question regarding an Icelandic constitution was so closely connected with the question regarding the finances of the country that the former could not be settled except in conjunction with the latter. He stated that a committee had been appointed in 1861 and had closed its labors in 1862, that the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Finance would now deliberate regarding the financial question. Neither the question of the Constitution nor that of finances was submitted to the Althing of 1863. The attempt of the government to unite the duchies of Schleswig-Holstein more firmly with the rest of the Danish monarchy by granting a constitution for the whole realm met with strong opposition from the European powers. So strong was the pressure brought to bear on Denmark in favor of the German population of the duchies that on November 6, 1858, the government annulled the constitution so far as it applied to Holstein and Lauenburg. The leaders who desired a strongly consolidated monarchy now planned to unite Schleswig with Denmark, with the Eider River as the southern border of the realm. This program proved equally unwelcome to the powers, especially to the German states, but the government would make no further concessions. On September 28, 1863, a joint constitution for Denmark and Schleswig was submitted to the Rigsråd. The Assembly approved it, but before it could be signed, King Frederick VII died and was succeeded by Christian IX, November 15, 1864. Both Prussia and Russia had protested against the new constitution, but the king signed it under pressure of a strong public sentiment in his kingdom. As a result, the united armies of Prussia and Austria entered the duchies. In the war which followed 1864, Denmark was defeated and had to cede Schleswig-Holstein and Lauenburg, about 2/5 of the area and population of the realm. Thus vanished suddenly the hope of the Danish leaders of a strong centralized monarchy. The problem now confronting them was to save their country from utter collapse. With this in view, the settlement of the constitutional question had to be undertaken on the basis of the changed condition in the realm. The Althing had repeatedly sent petitions to the king and government in an effort to bring about a solution of the constitutional controversy, but these were always denied. The reasons assigned were either that no general settlement of the relation between the various parts of the realm had yet been effected, or that the constitutional question could not be solved so long as the financial problems still remained unsettled, as in the answers returned in 1861 and 1863. But the change in national affairs after 1864 made the government more willing to listen to the supplications of the Icelanders. In 1865 the king submitted to the Althing a law proposing a settlement of the financial question, the promise being given that as soon as this matter was arranged, the question of a constitution would be considered. According to this proposal, Iceland was to receive 42,000 rigsdaler a year for 12 years. After that time, the Danish Rigsdag should fix the amount to be paid. This proposal was rejected, and the Althing demanded that a constitutional convention should be assembled to frame a constitution for Iceland containing provisions for the settlement of the financial question. On July 28, 1866, a revised Danish constitution prepared by a committee of the Rigsråd under the direction of the ministry was signed by the king. Iceland was not mentioned. Her relation to Denmark remained as undefined as before. No constitutional convention was called in Iceland as requested, but through the efforts of Hilmar Finsen, Stiftamther of Iceland, a grandson of Bishop Hannes Finsen, the question of a constitution for Iceland was nevertheless brought a step nearer its solution. In 1867 the government submitted to the Althing a draft of a constitution proposing that Iceland should have its own legislative assembly and the management of its local administration. The supervision of Icelandic affairs should be placed in the hands of one of the ministers of the king's cabinet. The Althing should meet once every 3 years. It should consist of one chamber and should have the same number of representatives as before. In framing laws regarding the common affairs of the realm, Iceland should have no voice. Such laws should only be published to become effective. The proposal as a whole was favorably received, but amendments to various provisions were submitted, according to which the Althing should meet once every 2 years, the bicameral system should be established, and the number of representatives increased. Regarding the position of Iceland in the realm, the Althing held that instead of making Iceland a part of the kingdom of Denmark, as proposed in the submitted draft, it should be a part of the Danish monarchy, with individual rights as a distinct part of the realm. The question as to what amount Iceland should contribute to the general budget should not be decided by the king alone, as proposed in the government draft, but by the king in conjunction with the Althing, and finally it was demanded that the officials in charge of administrative affairs in Iceland should be made responsible to the Althing. Regarding the financial settlement, the government proposed to pay Iceland a yearly sum of 37,500 rigsdaler and 12,500 for a period of 12 years, the latter sum to be diminished by 500 rigsdaler a year. The Althing, on the other hand, asked a yearly sum of 60,000 rigsdaler. It is evident that the Althing, in suggesting the amendments, sought to be as moderate as possible, and it was hoped that they would be accepted by the government. The difference between the proposals regarding the financial settlement was so small that in 1868 a motion was introduced in the Danish Riksdag to grant Iceland a permanent yearly sum of 50,000 rigsdaler and a $10,000 annuity for a period of years. If negotiations had been continued in a conciliatory spirit, a final agreement could probably have been reached, but some of the Danish leaders had not yet learned that a union founded on mutual goodwill is stronger and more enduring than an artificial compact of constitutional provisions based on distrust and injured national sentiment. The bill proposing a settlement of the Icelandic financial question did not pass. Orla Lehmann, a fiery, patriotic Danish leader, more noted for his eloquence than for discretion and for political sagacity, said in discussing the measure that it had perhaps never happened before that one had to beg and beseech a people, yes, even promise them money, in order to move them to accept their liberty. And the Fædrelandet, a leading Danish paper, stated that the honor of adding the picture of a codfish to the Danish coat of arms and to maintain the union with an old Norwegian colony was dearly paid for. The attitude of the Danish leaders toward Iceland was still that of dictation from above and hostile opposition to its national aspirations. After the opening of the Althing session in 1869, the government commissioner disputed the right of the 3 members to their seats in the assembly, one of these being Jan Sigurdsson, who had constantly been re-elected from the same district and who had repeatedly served as president of the Althing. With the exception of one member who did not vote, the representatives unanimously resolved to seat the 3 members, and Jan Sigurdsson was again elected president of the assembly. The Danish Riksdag continued to discuss Icelandic affairs and to propose plans for establishing the relation between the 2 countries without consulting the Icelanders. In 1869, a new law defining the relation of Iceland to the realm was submitted to the Althing, together with a constitution outlining the administration of Icelandic local affairs, but both proposals were rejected as wholly unacceptable. A bill was then passed by the Danish Riksdag, January 2, 1871, defining Iceland's relation to the realm. It declared that Iceland was an inalienable part of the Danish kingdom, but that it should have its own government in purely domestic affairs. The royal treasury should grant Iceland an annuity of 30,000 rigsdaler and an additional 20,000 rigsdaler for 10 years, the latter sum to decrease by 1,000 rigsdaler yearly until it ceased to be paid. The Danish Høyesterett should be the highest judicial tribunal, but in other respects the domestic suits should be separated from those of Denmark. As this law was to become effective April 1, 1871, it was evident that it could not be submitted to the Althing, that the question was to be settled without reference to the wish of the Icelanders, a procedure which would violate even the constitutional right of that assembly to act as an advisory body. When the Althing met in 1871, it received notice of the passage of this law, and the draft of a constitution was also submitted. The committee appointed to consider these measures returned 2 reports. The majority held that the law of 1871 did not concern the Icelanders, as it was only a Danish proclamation. The constitutional draft was also found to be unsatisfactory, especially the features that the Icelandic minister should reside in Copenhagen, and that the highest official in Iceland should be responsible to him and not to the Althing. Some amendments were therefore proposed, the most important being the highest executive official should reside in Iceland and should be responsible to the Althing. The minority agreed with the majority on most points, and as they hoped to bring about a settlement of the constitutional controversy, they maintained an attitude of compromise and reconciliation. They would not refuse to accept the law of 1871 and would be satisfied with a minister residing in Copenhagen. The majority report was adopted by the Althing, but the minority report was also submitted. The government would not accept the proposals of the Althing and decided to let the matter rest for a while. The arbitrary spirit in which the Danish authorities continued to deal with Icelandic affairs could only increase the bitterness of the struggle and strengthen the Icelandic opposition. Ordinances were passed without paying any attention to the Althing. Judges of the Icelandic Superior Court were appointed without consulting the Icelanders. In 1872, a new office, that of Landshöfðingi, or governor of Iceland, was created without consulting the Althing or the wishes of the people. Acts of this kind showed that the old bureaucratic despotism, though moved by good intention and draped in new constitutional forms, had not yet been regenerated by a truly democratic spirit. Before a real settlement of the controversy could be effected, the old bureaucracy would have to learn to bow to the will of the people and do homage to the spirit of a new age. The growing discontent in Iceland found expression in numerous petitions addressed to the king, upholding the Althing and denouncing the law of 1871. Numerous local meetings were also convened to discuss the pending questions and to express the demand for an autonomous local government. A society of friends of the people was organized to defend the country's rights and to further its interests with all available means. The press of the country was divided into 2 camps. The 2 oldest and most widely read papers, the Þjóðfræði and the Neandfari, as well as the Nýfélagsrit, founded by Jan Sigurdsson, and the Göngurófur, edited by the poet Jan Olafsson, championed the national cause without compromise, while the paper Timon, founded in 1871, was more neutral, and the Victories, founded in 1873, was a government organ edited by Paul Melstedt, councillor in the Superior Court, and Jan Janssen, secretary of the Landshöfðingi. The government threatened the editor of the Þjóðfræði, Jan Gudmundsson, councillor in the Superior Court, that his lawyer's permit would be revoked. Jan Olafsson, editor of the Balder and later of the Göngurófur, was repeatedly prosecuted and fined, but the fines were always paid by his patriot friends until finally he was forced to leave Iceland to avoid new prosecutions, and his paper ceased to appear. The Norðanfari advocated that the Icelanders should try to enlist the sympathy of other nations or seek union with some other country. If they failed in this attempt, they should emigrate to America to escape the oppression of Danish overlordship. Brazil and North America were praised as lands of freedom, and a movement of emigration was set on foot, which soon carried thousands of Icelanders to the United States and Canada. After 1870, this emigration continued to grow from year to year, but it must be ascribed to economic rather than to political conditions, as most of the emigrants were poor people from impoverished districts where suffering was general. In 1874, A millennial festival was to be celebrated in Iceland in commemoration of the colonization of the country. A farmer suggested that this festival should be made an occasion of national mourning and farewell of an emigrating people. A provost in the Church of Iceland wrote, begging the people to wait one more year to see if the king would grant the long-expected constitution for this great event, and to leave the country only if this last hope was disappointed. Societies were founded, the members of which pledged themselves not to taste distilled liquors in order that the government might not derive any revenue from these. On New Year's night, the students of Reykjavik marched through the streets singing the Icelandingabragur, a bitter political poem, because its author, the poet Jan Olafsson, had been prosecuted. Demonstrations were also made in front of the home of the Stiftamtmaður Hilman Finsen on April 1, 1873, the day on which he was to assume the new office of Landshöfðingi. A black flag was found fastened to the flagpole in front of his house, bearing the inscription, "Down with the Landshöfðingi." So bitter was the popular feeling that no one ventured to show him any public attention. On June 26, 1873, a public assembly was convened at Thingvellir, consisting of 35 representatives from the various districts of Iceland. Members of the Althing and many people from all Iceland came to attend this meeting, among others also Jan Sigurdsson, who arrived from Copenhagen. Jan Gudmundsson was elected chairman of the meeting, and only the chosen representatives could have the right to vote. 19 petitions from various districts regarding the constitutional question were submitted. The committee appointed to consider these drafted a complete outline of a constitution declaring, among other things, that Iceland was a free and independent country united with Denmark under a common king, and that a bill should become a law when it had been passed 3 times by the Althing unaltered, even if the king did not sign it. Jan Sigurdsson and Jan Gudmundsson opposed these declarations strongly. They argued that such a plan could not be carried out, that Iceland could be a free country even if it had some things in common with Denmark. To those who understood affairs of government, it seemed dangerous to break completely with Denmark. Danish merchants have indeed oppressed the Icelanders, said the speakers, but if we had established close relations with other nations, the situation would probably not have been different. The first draft of a petition to be submitted to the king expressed strongly the excited feelings of the people, but the arguments of Sigurdsson and Gudmundsson made such impression that a new draft was prepared in a more modified tone. Even this was so radical that Jan Sigurdsson refused to present it, and Jan Gudmundsson agreed to do so only if it received the sanction of the Althing. It was feared that the strong party feeling which had developed during this period of excitement would bring about violent clashes within the Althing when it again assembled, but instead the men representing different views sought to become reconciled, and an unexpected unanimity prevailed in the assembly. It was agreed to ask the king to grant the country a constitution which would give the Althing full legislative power and control of Icelandic finances. In answer to this petition, the king issued a constitution June 5, 1874, granting legislative power to the Althing and establishing self-government for Iceland in domestic affairs. The manner in which this constitution and the law of 1871 were issued did not please the Icelanders, as they were not allowed to participate in the framing of the new fundamental laws, except in so far as they had expressed their wishes in petitions to the king. On many points the measures did not grant what the people desired, but the most important demands had nevertheless been realized. The Icelanders were given control of their own finances, the number of representatives in the Althing was increased, and the bicameral system was established. The Althing was to consist of 36 members, 6 appointed by the king and 30 elected by the people. The upper house, every deed, should have 12 members, 6 appointed by the king and 6 chosen by the elected members from their own number. The remaining 24 representatives constituted the lower house, or Nefthri Deald. The assembly was to meet on the first workday in July in Reykjavik every other year for 6 weeks. Special sessions could be called at the king's pleasure. The king could also dissolve the Althing and order new elections. No bill could become a law without his signature. Bills might be introduced in either branch of the assembly, and the parliamentary procedure was to be the same as in other modern legislative bodies. the executive power in domestic affairs, who was not made responsible to the Althing but to the Minister for Icelandic Affairs in Copenhagen. Iceland was not represented in the Riksdag, had no voice in the general affairs of the realm, and paid no part of the national expenditures. The Lutheran Church was recognized as the state church. The liberty of conscience was granted to all inhabitants. Titles and privileges of nobility were abolished. Sanctity of the home, security of private property, freedom from forced labor, freedom of the press, of association and assembly, and rights of municipal government were guaranteed. The Icelandic government was thus very limited in power. The king's absolute veto in legislation and the responsibility of the governor to a minister residing in Copenhagen were especially objectionable features. Much would depend on the goodwill of the Landsjoefingdinge and the minister, and the extent to which they would respect the decisions of the Althing. The new election law passed September 14, 1877, divided the country into 19 election districts, of which 8 elected 1 representative each, the others 2. Suffrage was granted to all male citizens, not servants, 25 years of age, who had lived 1 year in the election district and were paying a tax of 8 kroner a year as farmers or citizens of towns, or as peasants were paying a yearly tax of 12 kroner. Further, also to all graduates of the University of Copenhagen and of the Theological Seminary and Medical School of Reykjavik. Eligible to office were all voters 30 years of age who had resided in the European part of the Danish realm for a period of 5 years. The millennial festival could now be celebrated as an event of rejoicing over the new era of autonomy and national progress to which the Icelanders could look hopefully forward. As the Constitution should become effective August 1, 1874, the celebration arranged for this occasion would have the double purpose of commemorating the 1000th anniversary of the settlement of the country and of inaugurating the new national government. This great event was made memorable also by the visit of the King of Denmark, Christian IX, who sailed to Iceland to take part in the festivities and bring the people his personal greetings. Delegations from many foreign lands, from Sweden, Norway, France, Germany, and the United States and England, also arrived in Reykjavik. On August 2, commemorative services were held in the cathedral where Bishop Peter Peterson preached. The American poet Bayard Taylor, who was present on this occasion, writes, "Lights were burning in the chandeliers on the altar, and between the gallery pillars wreaths of heather decorated the walls, choirs, and galleries, and there was a glow of flowers around Thorvaldson's baptismal font. The dull red of the walls and dark panels of the wooden ceiling harmonized well with these simple adornments. The building wore an aspect of cheerful solemnity becoming the occasion. The seats filled rapidly during the chant, men and women sitting together as they could find places. Then the service commenced after the ancient Lutheran fashion. In fact, it was nearly an exact repetition of that which we have seen in Thorshavn, except that the Icelandic language was used. The hymns were simply and grandly sung, and the psalm of praise, written by Matthias Jochimsson and composed by Svein Bjornson, the first musical work by a native Icelander, I am told, produced a powerful effect. In whichever direction I looked, I saw eyes filled with tears. The repetition of the refrain, Islands Paysander, Iceland's 1,000 years, rang through the cathedral in tones which were solemn rather than proud, and gave expression to the earnest religious spirit in which the people had come together. The services were followed by a banquet in the hall of the college, where the king spoke, expressing the hope that the people would be satisfied with the constitution he had granted them, and closing with the toast, "Long live old Iceland." The band struck in with the cheers that followed, and the ships thundered their salute from the harbor. In the evening, a popular festival was celebrated on the hill of Askjulith, near the city. A rostrum for speaking had been erected, a tent for the king, and 2,000 people were assembled. An elaborate program was carried out with singing and speaking. Admiral Lagerkrantz spoke for Sweden, the author Nordahl Rolfsson for Norway, and Bayard Taylor for the United States. The formal part of the program was followed by popular merrymaking, consisting of dancing and fireworks. The king and his party and the foreign representatives also visited the geysers of Iceland and took part in a public festival at Thingvellir, where greetings were read from the universities of Copenhagen. Uppsala, Lund, and Christiania, from students' societies in Denmark and Norway, from Norwegian patriotic societies, and from the Academy of Fine Arts in Copenhagen, which acknowledged the great sculptor Thorvaldsen to be an Icelander. Bayard Taylor brought the greetings of America in a poem written for the occasion. At the door of the pavilion, a chorus sang a song, Mini Korings of Thingvellir, written by Matthias Jakobsen. A banquet was then served, and the king and his party returned to Reykjavik. Better days had at last dawned for Iceland. Politically, the people had won recognition of their rights as a distinct nation. A new spirit of enterprise and national self-consciousness had been awakened. Economic conditions were improving, and export and import trade had increased after the commercial monopoly was abolished. This shows that the export of important commodities like fish, train oil, meat, skins, feathers, and eiderdown had increased extensively. The decrease in the export of tallow was due to the fact that people now sold it to the fishermen instead of bringing it to the merchants. In spite of the decrease in the sale of some commodities of less importance, the total volume of the export trade was growing. Of still greater benefit to Iceland was the change effected in the relation of prices between imported and exported goods. In 1849, a barrel of rye flour cost 89.6 kilograms of dried codfish. In 1872, it cost only 44 kilograms. In 1849, a barrel of rye flour was exchanged for 39.5 pounds of wool, in 1872 for 15.2 pounds. Because of this favorable change in prices, importation increased in volume much faster than exportation, and the people were better able than hitherto to procure the staple commodities. The increase in number of ships arriving in Icelandic harbors also shows a considerable growth in trade and intercourse. During the period of 1865 to 1872, the trade with Denmark was decreasing, while the traffic with other countries was constantly growing. In 1872, many ships from England and Scotland also began to arrive in Iceland to purchase horses, an article of export which from this time forth became of increasing importance. Reykjavik had now become the chief trading center in Iceland, with Isafjord as second in rank. Another evidence of the general progress was the steady growth of population. In 1870, Iceland had 70,031 inhabitants, an increase of 3,043 since 1860. End of chapter 16, part 2. Chapter 17 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Realism in Icelandic literature, modern intellectual life in Iceland. The year 1874, when Iceland received its constitution and entered upon a new era of national development, coincided very closely with the beginning of a new period of European political and intellectual life following the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871. That eventful conflict between the two leading European nations dispelled the romanticism which had hitherto remained bound up with the memory of Napoleon's military glory and the resplendent greatness of France. The war shattered the Napoleonic Empire and taught the world a new military science, but it also created the bloody conflict in Paris between the old social order and militant communism, and turned the mind of Europe to new political and social problems. New forces also made themselves felt in European life and thought. The women's movement raised the demand for women's rights. Socialistic ideas were spreading, and international labor unions were organized. The Darwinian theory of evolution, expounded and popularized by able writers like Thomas Huxley and Herbert Spencer, offered a new explanation of man's life and his relation to the universe. In such an age, people naturally felt that they were not living in the realms of dreams, but in a practical world with difficult problems which awaited their solution. The inquiring and critical spirit of the age found its expression in a realistic literary movement and a literary criticism based on the new views, which soon rendered archaic the romanticism of the earlier decades of the 19th century. In Iceland, the new realistic literary movement began to develop about 1880. The leaders of this movement were the Icelandic students in Copenhagen, who had come under the influence of Georg Brandes, the chief representative of this school of thought in Denmark. In 1871, Brandes began a series of lectures at the University of Copenhagen, later published under the title "The Main Currents of the 19th Century Literature." Romanticism and the old views were sharply assailed, and the most radical ideas in politics, religion, philosophy, and literature were advanced. Christian faith and national patriotism were considered antiquated remnants of an unscientific age destined to disappear in the broad daylight of modern scientific inquiry. In contradistinction to the nationalists, the adherents of the new movement called themselves Europeans, and affected an air of superiority because of their scientific reasoning and cosmopolitan views. All established tenets and institutions, all relations in family, society, and state were subjected to a searing scrutiny. All human problems were discussed in this new literature, which aimed to picture life as it really is. Most of the young authors in Denmark, Norway, and Sweden were soon found in the ranks of the realists, and it was natural that the Icelandic students in Copenhagen should also join in the new movement. As the periodical Fjolnir had been founded as the special organ of the Romanticists, a new periodical, Verðandi, was founded by the four young authors, Berthel E. O. Thurleifsson, Einar Kjorleifsson, Gestur Pallesen, and Hannes Hafstein, to champion the new realistic views. The first number contained the poem Storm by Hannes Hafstein, the very fine short story Kjærlighedsmillet by Gestur Pallesen, and another short story, Up og Nithur by Einar Kjorleifsson, productions of great excellence. But the Verðandi lived only 1 year. It was succeeded by two new journals, Sutri, published in Reykjavik 1883 to 1887, and Heimdallur, published in Copenhagen 1884. But these two died soon. In the larger European countries, realism performed a useful mission by making literature a weapon in the hands of social reformers. But in Iceland, where no class distinction, industrial conflicts, or social problems existed, it could be nothing but a new literary style, little understood or appreciated by the people. The cosmopolitan atmosphere and pessimistic critical attitude which characterized the realists was little suited to solve the problems which confronted the Icelanders. The reawakening of the old national spirit, the romantic love of their own country, the pride in their ancient traditions, the confidence in their ability to make Iceland as prosperous as it is beautiful, fostered by the devoted enthusiasm of the romanticists, had accomplished great things for Iceland. The critical and often negative realists could bring no such encouraging message. In their effort to picture conditions in their naked reality, they could only point to the shady side of life, the poverty and discouraging economic conditions. The solace and encouragement found in the Christian faith they usually discarded. The greatness of past ages they regarded as idle fancies. The pessimism and discontent fostered by this attitude could only tend to swell the number of emigrants who at this time were yearly leaving Iceland, some of the realist leaders themselves setting the example of emigrating to America. But although realism could have no direct mission in Iceland as a regenerating social force, it has been of great importance to modern Icelandic literature and intellectual life. To the realists is due in a great measure the development of the modern Icelandic novel, though it had begun to flourish before their time. Through their discussion of present-day conditions, they have fostered among their people a better understanding of the modern world with its complex social life, so necessary to all deeper analysis of human life in our age. By discarding the rather grandiose style of the Romanticists, they have given literary production a somber and critical spirit, but also a cosmopolitan character which reaches beyond the purely local and national, and makes the Icelandic novel and drama of today distinct contributions to the 20th century literary art. The foremost novelists of the new school were Gestar Pálsson (1852 to 1891), Jonas Jonasson (1856 to 1918), and Einar Leifsson, born December 9, 1859. Gestar Pálsson pursued the study of theology at the University of Copenhagen, but left without taking his final examinations, returning to Iceland in 1882. For some years he published the paper Soothry. In 1890 he emigrated to America, settling in Winnipeg, Canada. Here he became editor of the Icelandic paper Heimskringla, but died at an early age in 1891. In his novels and short stories he pictures Icelandic life and social conditions with great force and clearness, dwelling especially on the misery of the poor and the greed, hypocrisy, and egoism of the well-to-do. The leaders in society who pretend to promote the general welfare when they are only furthering their own interests are made to feel the sting of his bitter irony. His delineation of character is striking, and his psychological analysis of great mental struggles are true and artistically wrought. His novels have been translated into German, Danish, Norwegian, English, and Bohemian. Jonas Jonasson was a very productive novelist, devoting himself chiefly to the picturing of social conditions in ancient and modern times. Einar Leifsson attracted attention as a story writer even while attending the Latin school. In 1885 he emigrated to America, becoming associate editor of the Icelandic paper Heimskringla in Winnipeg, Canada. Later he served as editor of the Icelandic weekly, the Logberg, of the same city from 1888 till 1895, when he returned to Iceland. He is one of the most noted and influential of Icelandic writers. Since 1910 he has received a government stipend for literary work. Among younger Icelandic novelists may be mentioned Gudmundur Magnusson, better known by his pseudonym Jan Trausti, 1873 to 1918, who also received an author's stipend from the government; Benedict Bjornsson, born 1879, and Gunnar Gunnarsson, born 1889. Hannes Hafstein, one of the founders of the Verthandi, is an idealist and a gifted lyric poet. But as he became one of the leading statesmen of Iceland, he has accomplished less in literature than he otherwise might have done, as he has been chiefly occupied with political questions and a busy public life. Among the foremost lyric poets of this school was Thorstein Erlingsson, 1858 to 1914, for a time teacher in Copenhagen. In religion he was an evolutionist, in political views a radical. His poems were written to serve as a vehicle for his radical and evolutionistic political and social views. Einar Benediktsson, born 1864, is a lyric poet of great power. In 1903 he organized the political party known as the Landvarnarfloker, or Party of National Defense, which opposed the amendment to the Constitution proposed by the government. Since 1907 he has lived abroad, usually in England. The Icelandic dramatic literature has found able representatives in Johan Sigurd Jansson, 1880 to 1919, and Gudmundur Kamben, born in 1888. Both have written dramas which have been played with success also in many foreign lands. In the field of religious literature, Valdemar Briam, born February 1, 1848, has distinguished himself as one of the great hymn writers in the North. Since 1909 he has been vice-bishop of the Skalholt diocese. He was a member of the committee appointed to prepare a new hymn book, also of the Committee on Ritual for the Icelandic Church. Briam has written many collections of hymns. In 1886, the committee of which he was a member gave Iceland a new hymn book. Of the 650 hymns which it contains, 142 are by him. The hymn book, edited by Magnus Stevenson in 1781, had been in use till 1871, when a revised edition was published. This was superseded in 1886 by the new hymn book, which is still in use. In 1912 appeared a new Bible translation, the first Icelandic Bible translation from the original texts. The translation of the Old Testament was done by Haraldur Nielsen, professor of theology in the University of Reykjavik. The New Testament was translated by Bishop Thor Haller, Bjarnason, Jan Helgeson, professor of theology in the University of Reykjavik, and Eiríkur Briam, instructor in the same university. The cost of publishing was defrayed by the English Bible Society. In the various fields of learning, the Icelanders have shown increased productivity during this period. In history, archaeology, mathematics, and natural science, they have able writers. In philology and northern antiquities, they have especially distinguished themselves. A noted scholar in this field was Eiríkur Magnusson, born 1833 and educated at the Theological School in Reykjavik. In 1862 he went to England to superintend the publication of an Icelandic Bible translation, was appointed assistant librarian at the University of Cambridge, and became M.A. of Trinity College in 1893. In England he devoted himself especially to the translation and publication of old Icelandic literature. His chief work of this kind was the Saga Library, saga translations by Eiríkur Magnusson and William Morris, published in London in 1890. He has written articles on northern mythology and antiquities in various publications, also articles dealing with political and social conditions in his own country. Finnur Jansson, born at Akureyri in northern Iceland in 1858, became instructor and finally professor of Icelandic language and literature in the University of Copenhagen, and has long been regarded as one of the greatest scholars in this field. Of his numerous works on literature, history, and philology may be mentioned Den Old Norska og Islandske Litteratur I History, a compendious and scholarly work in 3 volumes. He has been knighted and is a member of many literary and learned societies. Bjorn M. Olsen, a distinguished scholar, was born in northern Iceland July 14, 1850, died January 16, 1919. After completing his studies at the University of Copenhagen, he traveled in Italy and Greece. Upon his return home, he became teacher in the Latin school at Reykjavik, and in 1895 he was chosen rector of that institution. From 1911 until 1918 he was professor in the University of Reykjavik, of which institution he became the first rector. He has written many works on literary and philological subjects. Valtýr Gudmundsson, born in 1860, is also a noted philologist. Since 1890 he has been professor in the University of Copenhagen. In 1896 he visited the United States at the invitation of Mrs. Cornelia Horsford to examine ruins in Massachusetts supposed to be of Norse origin. He has written many works dealing with northern antiquities. Of Icelandic historians must be mentioned Bogi the Melstead, a grandson of the poet Bjarni Thorarensen, born in 1860. He is the author of many works, among others of Icelandin Saga, a large history of Iceland, of which 2 volumes have appeared. He resides in Copenhagen and receives a stipend from the Icelandic government for continuing his historical research. Jan Janssen, 1869 to 1920, also received a stipend as historian from the Icelandic government. From 1911 he was professor of history in the University of Reykjavik. His works on the history of Iceland are many. Among others may be mentioned his Iceland Saga, a short history of Iceland. Jan Thorgesson, the younger, born in 1859, editor of Diplomaterium Icelandicum, is director of the National Archives in Reykjavik and one of the founders of the Icelandic Historical Society. Of his historical works may be mentioned Digningen pa Island Edet 15 og 16 ad Arhundred 1888, and Saga Jorundar Hunda Dags Kongsa 1892. In the field of art, little had been accomplished in Iceland till the latter part of the 19th century. In earlier times the Icelanders had skilled woodcarvers, tapestry weavers, and metal workers, as can be seen from numerous articles in the Reykjavik Museum, in the National Museum in Copenhagen, and in the Nordiska Museet in Stockholm. But these activities had gradually declined, owing no doubt to the poverty and general misery prevalent in the 17th and 18th centuries. But the new intellectual awakening and improved economic conditions revived also the long neglected artistic talents of the people, and there is now a prospect of a rich contribution of modern Icelandic art. Sigurdur Gudmundsson, 1833 to 1874, was a talented painter. He founded the Reykjavik National Museum and devoted himself to the history of art, especially of his own country. These activities consumed so much of his time that he found little opportunity to produce original works of his own, but he rendered valuable service by rekindling the love of art among his countrymen. Thorarin, Thorlaksson, and Asgrimur Janssen have shown great talent, especially as painters of Icelandic landscapes. Einar Janssen, born in 1874, is Iceland's first sculptor. Many of his works, as Dawn, Evolution, Ymir og Humla, and Monument to Queen Victoria, have attracted wide attention. He has also sculptured monuments of Jonas Hallgrimsson, Jan Sigurdsson, King Christian IX, and Ingolf Arnarsson. Probably his greatest production is The Outlaw, in which he has delineated with powerful realism in the facial expression of the central figure, as well as in the composition of the whole group, the tragedy of hopeless struggle against the curse of a people pursuing the offender even into the recesses of an uninhabitable wilderness. With face set in defiance, but furrowed with anxiety, the outlaw carries on his back the body of his dead wife to inter her remains in consecrated soil. His right hand rests on a spade. On his left arm he carries his child wrapped in a sheepskin, clinging to him confidingly in its helplessness, and his shaggy, half-starved dog follows him with a shy and wondering look. The agony of suffering and hopeless loneliness could scarcely be more pathetically portrayed. The Icelandic state has brought the sculptor's works to Iceland, where they are preserved as a treasure of national art. In music, the Icelanders have made great progress since the middle of the 19th century. Before that time, little had been done to cultivate this art. The church hymns were sung in a primitive way to the earliest old melodies. Of musical instruments, only a few crude string instruments were in use, especially the langspill. Peter Gud Jansson, 1812 to 1877, and Jonas Helgason, 1839 to 1903, both organists in the cathedral in Reykjavik, did much to create interest both in vocal and instrumental music. Organs are now found in nearly all Icelandic churches, played by organists who have studied music in Reykjavik. In the towns, pianos are found in the homes of the more well-to-do, and the guitar and violin are in common use. Of late years, Icelandic composers have appeared, the most prominent being Svein Bjornsson, born in 1847, for a long time a resident of Edinburgh, Scotland. His compositions with English texts have been published there. Of other Icelandic composers may be mentioned Bjarni Thorsteinsson, born 1861, Sigfús Einarsson, Arni Thorsteinsson, Jan Fridjansson, and Helga Helgason. The system of public education has of late years been brought to a very high state of completeness and efficiency in Iceland. A school of jurisprudence was established in 1908. In 1911, the school and those of medicine and theology were consolidated into the University of Iceland, and a department of philosophy was added. On June 17 of that year, this university was dedicated with fitting ceremonies. Of other institutions of learning, there is one Latin school or college located at Reykjavik, two popular high schools, four agricultural schools, and one nautical school. The facilities for study and research have also been greatly increased. The National Library in Reykjavik, containing rich stores of the best books of all lands, together with large manuscript collections, has continued to grow until it is now the most complete collection of Icelandic books in the world. The national archives covering the last 200 years of Icelandic history are also very complete. The National Antiquarian Museum in Reykjavik contains a collection of more than 5,500 articles, and the Natural History Museum, founded in 1889, contains nearly all specimens of fishes, plants, and birds in Iceland. Also in the field of vocational training, able instruction has been provided, and great progress has been made. The Industrial Exposition in Reykjavik in 1911 showed woven tapestries and hand-carved articles of wood and whalebone wrought, with rare taste and skill of workmanship, showing that these old arts in which the people used to excel in earlier ages are being revived under the stimulus of a new intellectual awakening and social development, which has placed Iceland among the most progressive as well as the most enlightened of modern nations. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The struggle for independence. Iceland proclaimed a sovereign state. Recent economic development. The Constitution, granted in 1874, contained many features distasteful to the Icelanders. It was accepted as a first installment of liberty, in the hope that new concessions could be obtained later, but it was evident that the people were not satisfied with an autonomy so imperfectly accomplished. It is said that the first time King Christian IX met Jan Sigurdsson after the millennial festivities, he asked him if the Icelanders were satisfied with the constitution, to which Sigurdsson replied that, since the chief wish of the Icelanders had not been granted, His Majesty could not expect them to be satisfied. This answer expressed very pointedly the relation existing between the two countries. No one could doubt that the constitutional struggle would be renewed, though king and government were sure to falter at every step towards a more perfect democracy. The Icelanders wished their administration to be entrusted to native officials residing in Reykjavik, but it was still directed from Copenhagen. No minister for Icelandic affairs had ever been appointed as provided in the constitution. The management of these matters had been left to the Danish Minister of Justice, who had often advised the king to veto bills passed by the Althing. When Jan Sigurdsson died in 1879, his able lieutenant, Benedict Sveinsson, at one time Associate Justice of the Landsfurtur, and later Syslumaður of Þingeyjarsýslu, reopened the constitutional conflict by proposing in 1881 a revision of the constitution. According to the plan submitted, both the office of Landshövdingi and that of Minister for Iceland were to be abolished, and an Icelandic administrative government was to be created in Reykjavik, consisting of a viceroy with a ministry of not more than 3 members, appointed by himself but responsible to the Althing. To become law, all bills passed by the Althing had to be signed by the king or by the viceroy, who should exercise full royal power. Constitutional amendments should be signed by the king in person. The ministers, if accused, should be tried by a special tribunal consisting of some members of the upper branch of the Althing and the justice of the Landsfurtur, or highest Icelandic court. All members of the Althing, 36 in number, should be popularly chosen, and a Supreme Court of Appeal was to be created for Iceland. This proposed revision was submitted to every session of the Althing till 1895. It was always passed by the lower branch, but met determined opposition in the upper branch. It was at last passed by 2 succeeding Althings as provided in the Constitution, that is 1885 and 1886, 1893 and 1894, but it was promptly vetoed by the king. In the reasons for the royal veto, submitted November 2, 1885, it was stated that it would be a violation of the Danish constitution and of Iceland's position as an inseparable part of the Danish kingdom. Furthermore, the proposed changes would also entail too big expenses for so poor a country as Iceland. The more moderate political leaders, in seeking a way out of the difficulty, began to consider acceptable compromises. In 1889, Sigurdur Stephensen, Jan Jensen, Eiríkur Briam, and Paul Briam framed such a compromise, the Mithlun, patterned on the government of the Dominion of Canada. But it was not passed by the Althing. In the session of 1895, the majority of the members resolved to drop the old revision plan, which was again submitted. In its place, a resolution was passed requesting the government to submit a plan for revision, but this request was also rejected by the government. Among the people, great confusion prevailed. Some were in favor of continuing the struggle along the lines hitherto followed. Others thought that this would be useless because of the determined opposition of the government, but all agreed that the existing conditions could no longer be tolerated. In 1897, Valtýr Gudmundsson, professor in the University of Copenhagen, who had been elected member of the Althing, submitted a compromise plan in order to shape an issue which might gain general support. According to this plan, nearly all the main provisions in the constitution were to be retained, but a minister for Iceland capable of speaking the Icelandic language should have a seat in the Althing, should take part in its deliberations, and should be responsible to it for all his official acts. This provision, however, if carried through, would bring about a greater change than at first apparent, as it would virtually establish parliamentary government. It is therefore quite noteworthy that the government agreed to accept the plan. The bill was passed in the upper branch of the Althing, but in the lower branch it was defeated by a majority of 3 votes. In 1899 it was again passed by the upper branch, but failed to pass in the lower. The plan did not provide for an Icelandic administration in Reykjavik, as the Icelandic minister should remain in Copenhagen. In consequence, it failed to pass, as it did not solve the constitutional question in a way satisfactory to the majority of the people. The election of 1900 gave the supporters of Gudmundsson's bill a slight majority. In 1901 it was introduced in the Althing for the 3rd time in a slightly altered form, and was passed by both branches. The bill provided for an increase in the number of popularly chosen representatives to 34, 8 of whom should sit in the upper branch, in order that the popularly chosen representatives might be in the majority in both branches of the assembly. Suffrage was extended to all male citizens, not servants, 25 years of age, who were paying a yearly tax of 4 kroner. The sessions of the Althing should last for 2 months. Even before the measure had been voted upon in this upper branch, word was received that a liberal ministry had been formed in Denmark, and that a Dane had been appointed minister for Iceland. A memorial was therefore addressed to the king, stating that a fully satisfactory solution of the constitutional question could be reached only when the Icelanders received a government of their own, residing in Reykjavik. To this memorial the king returned a very favorable answer, saying that the desired modifications of the constitution, among others also that a minister for Iceland capable of speaking the Icelandic language and taking part in the deliberations of the Althing, would be granted, that a government proposal would be submitted to the next session of that assembly, containing a plan for establishing an Icelandic ministry in Reykjavik. In the next election the Home Rule party was victorious. The government proposal providing for an Icelandic minister residing in Reykjavik was submitted to the Althing and was passed by both branches. New elections were ordered in 1903, the Home Rule party again receiving a majority. The government amendments to the constitution, passed almost unanimously by the new Althing, received royal sanction October 3, 1903. Iceland had now received Home Rule. The revised constitution, which was to become effective February 1, 1904, abolished the office of landshövdingi, likewise those of the 2 amtmen. The Icelandic minister was to reside in Reykjavik. He was to be able to speak and write Icelandic, and should take part in the deliberations of the Althing, and should be responsible to it for all his official acts. From time to time he should go to Copenhagen to lay before the king in cabinet meeting bills and other important matters. The Althing should be assembled July 1 every other year, and should remain in session 8 weeks. It was to consist of 40 members, 34 of whom should be elected by the people, and 6 to be appointed by the king. In organizing itself for legislative work, it should divide into 2 branches, the Efri-deild, or upper branch, to consist of 14 members, and the Nethri-deild, or lower branch, of 26 members. Male citizens, not servants, and paying a yearly tax of 4 kroner, should have the right to vote. Mayor and Syslumathur Hannes Hafstein was appointed minister for Iceland. There can be no doubt that the Danish government at this time made an earnest effort to solve the constitutional controversy in a manner satisfactory to the Icelanders, and all hoped that political peace and good understanding would now prevail. But the changing of an old conservative fundamental law to fit a new time spirit is something like the task of remodeling an old house. One change necessitates another, and many alterations will have to be made which at first were neither foreseen nor contemplated. Together with the provision in the revised constitution that the Icelandic minister should reside in Reykjavik, it was stipulated that he should submit to the king at meetings of the cabinet new laws and other important matters for his signature. This had been done, and could easily be done, so long as the minister resided in Copenhagen, but no provision in the constitution had existed regarding this matter. Already in the summer of 1902, before the constitutional amendments were passed, anonymous writers began to oppose this provision in the revised constitution and sought to prevent its adoption. A new party was formed, led by Judge Jan Jensen and the political leader Bjarni Jansen, to oppose this feature of the revision program. This new group, calling themselves Landvarnar Floker, or Party of National Defense, soon received the support of the conservatives, now calling themselves the Progressive Party, Framsóknarflokkur, who also were opposed to the minister. This opposition to the new administration became as formidable as it was determined. The cry was raised that through the revised constitution Iceland had been incorporated in the Danish kingdom, that the law of 1871 regarding Iceland's relation to the realm had been accepted. Vigorous objection was also raised because the Danish authorities had signed the appointment of Hafstein as Icelandic minister, as this indicated that they still wished to exert influence on purely Icelandic affairs. With regard to the provision in the constitution that bills passed by the Althing should be submitted to the king in cabinet meeting, it was demanded that Icelandic affairs should be separated from those of Denmark, and should not be laid before the king in the meeting of the whole cabinet, as this would give his Danish advisers the right to deliberate and decide on purely Icelandic matters, and would still make the Icelandic government subservient to the Danish authorities. Up till 1904, the Danes had always taken for granted that Iceland was an integral part of the Danish kingdom, even when important concessions were made to the Icelanders in their struggle for national autonomy. It had been assumed that no other relation could exist between the two countries. To this view the Icelanders had never acceded. As a rule, they held the view of their great leader, Jan Sigurdsson, who had made it clear that after the king had renounced his absolute power, the Gamle Mali was the sole remaining union agreement. According to this view, the more aggressive leaders claimed that only a confederate union existed between Denmark and Iceland, as had been established between Norway and Iceland in 1262. We have seen that according to the Gamle Mali, the Icelanders were to retain their own laws and institutions, their national assembly, and full control of their own affairs, but they promised to receive a jarl, or governor-general, appointed by the king to act as his deputy. It was unfortunate that the Danish statesmen should have become so attached to the idea of the unity of the realm as to insist that under all circumstances Iceland must be considered an integral part of the Danish kingdom. They had already made great concessions to the national aspiration of the Icelanders, but their theory gave offence. The struggle was carried into the realm of principle, like the taxation controversy between the American colonies and King George III, rendering practical adjustments difficult. In the light of such a theory, the Icelanders could only view all bonds which united them with Denmark as fetters designed to keep them in a state of inferiority and subjugation. Questions were sure to arise about Icelandic commerce, flag, and other important matters, as they had done in Norway and Sweden under similar circumstances. Political peace and mutual goodwill between the two partners in the union could be established only by recognizing their essential equality. No one could doubt that the struggle would continue until Iceland's complete independence as a sovereign nation should be definitely acknowledged. When the Althing assembled in 1905, the chief measure under consideration was a proposal submitted by the minister Hafstein regarding a projected plan for telegraphic and telephone service in Iceland. The Great Northern Telegraph Company had agreed to lay a telegraphic cable to the Faroe Islands and Iceland if subsidies were granted by the Icelandic government. In the plan submitted, it was provided that such a subsidy should be granted together with funds for the construction of the telegraph and telephone lines between southern and northern Iceland. Since 1891, this project has been discussed and a strong sentiment had been created in its favor, but the opposition, backed by the paper Icefold, began a determined fight against it in an effort to defeat the minister. Securing an offer from the Makoni company of wireless telegraphic service to Iceland. They held that this would be cheaper and argued that the subsidies necessary to secure the projected cable would drain the treasury. As thorough investigation finally showed that the cable would be the safest and most advantageous telegraphic connection to be secured, the bill was passed October 28, 1905. The following year, a cable was laid to Seyðisfjord, and telegraph and telephone lines were soon extended to Akureyri and Reykjavik. The political events in Norway in 1905, which led to the dissolution of the Swedish-Norwegian Union, gave added strength to the demands of the Icelanders for complete independence. When Frederick VIII ascended the throne in 1906, he extended an invitation to the Icelandic Althing to visit Denmark. On the voyage from Iceland, the representatives discussed the question of Iceland's position in the Union and agreed on the following points. A joint commission consisting of members of the Danish Riksdag and the Icelandic Althing should be appointed to draft a new law defining Iceland's position in the realm, to take the place of the law of 1871. The annuity paid by Denmark to Iceland should be converted into a fixed sum to be paid to the Icelandic treasury. The name Iceland should be added to the king's title, so that it should henceforth read King of Denmark and Iceland, and the appointment of a minister for Iceland should be signed either by that minister himself or by his predecessor in office. On July 29, the Althing representatives were received in the Riksdag building by a large Danish delegation. During their visit, they set forth the plan agreed upon on the voyage. This was courteously received, the king expressing the hope that he would be able to visit Iceland the following summer. On behalf of Iceland, the Althing representatives extended a formal invitation to the king and 40 members of the Riksdag, and in the summer of 1907, King Frederick VIII visited Iceland accompanied by the Riksdag delegation. Shortly after his arrival, a commission was appointed, consisting of 13 Danes and 7 Icelanders, to draft a new law defining Iceland's position in the Union. But elections had not been held for some time, and the members of the Althing were no longer in sympathy with the prevailing political sentiment. For this reason, the Liberal Party groups demanded an election before the appointment of the commission, in order that the members, when appointed, might represent the prevailing public opinion. But Minister Hafstein, supported by the Heimastjórnarmenn, or Home Rule Party, which favored a strong union with Denmark, disregarded this demand, and the Icelandic members were chosen from the old Althing representation. The commission assembled in Copenhagen February 28, 1908. In May of the same year, it submitted a draft of a new law defining Iceland's position in the realm. According to its provisions, Iceland should be a free and autonomous country, united with Denmark under a common king, and through such joint matters as should be specified in the proposed law. The name Iceland should be inserted in the king's title, as the Icelanders desired. The royal treasury should pay to the treasury of Iceland once for all the sum of 1,500,000 kroner, and thereby the financial question between the two countries should be settled. The joint matters were to be a common king, foreign affairs, and defence on land and sea, together with the same flag protection of the fisheries, common right of citizenship, and a common Supreme Court. No treaties should be made regarding affairs in which Icelanders was interested, unless the Icelandic government was consulted. The Icelanders should have the right, with the consent of Denmark, to increase their supervision of the fisheries in territorial waters. They might also grant a citizenship which should be in force in Denmark, and they might establish a supreme tribunal for Icelandic cases if the constitutions of both countries were amended to this effect. It was also provided that a judge should be appointed to the Danish Supreme Court who possessed knowledge of the Icelandic language and government affairs. Danes and Icelanders should enjoy the same right, respectively, in Denmark and Iceland. They should also have the same right to participate in the fisheries and territorial waters of the two countries, but Denmark should exercise protective control. Icelandic students should be granted stipends by preference, and the Icelanders in Iceland should be exempt from military service. When 25 years had elapsed after the passage of the law, it should be revised if either the Danish Riksdag or the Icelandic Althing should demand it. After 37 years, either Denmark or Iceland might demand a complete separation in all matters except those of a common king, foreign affairs, and defence. All the Icelandic members of the commission, with the exception of Skuli Thoroddsen, signed the draft of the proposed law. Scarcely refused to sign and submitted a report of his own in which he said the Icelanders will not be satisfied except it be clearly stated that Iceland is a sovereign state, that it controls all its affairs, and stands on an equal footing with Denmark, only with a common king temporarily. But this, according to my opinion, is not possible, since certain affairs, foreign affairs and national defence, are exempted from revocation and given into the hands of the Danish government, so that Iceland can have no part in their control or can assume management of them without asking the consent of the Danish lawmaking assembly. Minister Hafstein had been one of the most active members of the commission, but the opposition to the law which he had helped to frame was very determined. Skuli Thordarsson's party, the Framsóknar Floker, or Progressive Party, which after 1905 called itself the Preface Floker, or Popular Government Party, opposed it. So did also the Landvarnar Floker, or National Defence Party, led by Judge Jan Jensen and Bjarne Jansen. These parties feared that the new law, according to which Iceland should still be a part of the Danish kingdom, would only rivet more firmly the chains which bound them to Denmark. Iceland was not to have her own flag, and the request that Icelandic affairs should not be considered in meetings of the Danish cabinet had not been granted. In their opinion, the new law would only be a covenant, giving sanction and permanence to existing conditions, only a compromise which would be sure to retard the work for national independence. Together the two parties had called a convention at Thingvellir, June 29, 1907. This assembly passed resolutions demanding that the covenant to be established between Denmark and Iceland regarding the relation of the two countries should expressly acknowledge the Iceland to be a free country united with Denmark under a joint king and possessing full equality with the Danish kingdom and full sovereign control over its own affairs. It was further to be understood that this covenant could be abrogated by either party to the compact. A proposal was also adopted that Iceland should have its own flag, consisting of a white cross on a blue field. Resolutions were passed protesting against any covenant falling short of these demands, stating that nothing but complete separation of the two countries was possible if such conditions were not granted. After this meeting, the Popular Government Party, still led by Skuli Thordarson, called itself the Svalv Stedther Floker, or Independence Party, and its political program became complete separation from Denmark. Jan Jensen, one of the leaders of the Landvarnar Floker, or Party of National Defence, now left his party and gave his support to Minister Hafstein, and the Heimastjornarmen, or Home Rule Party, but the Landvarnar Floker, led by Bjarne Jansen, continued to oppose Hafstein. A violent agitation against the proposed law was begun, supported by the paper Icefold and its able editor Bjorn Jansen. In the elections held September 10, 1908, the first in Iceland in which the Australian system of secret ballot was used, the opponents of the proposed measure were victorious. Of the 8,146 votes cast, 3,475 votes were registered for the measure and 4,671 against it. The opposition had elected 24 members to the Althing, its supporters only 10. When the new Althing assembled, it passed a vote of lack of confidence in the ministry, and Hafstein resigned in April 1909. He was succeeded by Bjorn Jansen, editor of the Icefold, one of the leaders of the opposition, who had been chosen president of the Althing. The new minister promised to work for a better understanding between Iceland and Denmark, and it was agreed that the measure regarding Iceland's position in the realm should not be submitted to the Althing. Instead, the Althing majority passed a new measure declaring Iceland to be a free and sovereign kingdom, united with Denmark under a joint king and through such common affairs as might be agreed upon. While remaining in office, Bjorn Jansen was especially occupied with the question regarding the management of the Bank of Iceland. Even before his appointment, rumors had been abroad that the bank management had been lax with regard to loans on real estate and to the fisheries. Charges were also made against the cashier of the bank, Halder Jansen. The new minister appointed a committee to examine the status of the bank. It was found that it had suffered heavy losses, but that these were covered by a reserve fund, which would show a credit balance of 250,000 kroner after all losses were paid. As to the officials of the bank, the committee found that no blame could attach to them. The minister, however, did not feel wholly reassured. Having lost confidence in the bank officials, he removed the cashier, Halder Janssen, the two controlling directors, K.R. Janssen and Eirik Briem, and the general manager, Trig V. Gunnarsson, a man of great business ability and member of the Althing for many years. This aroused general resentment, as the people felt that the removed bank officials had been unjustly treated. At a big mass meeting in Reykjavik, in which 7,000 people are said to have participated, the following resolution was drafted. The people assembled to protest against Minister Bjorn Janssen's treatment of the bank officials and regard his action to be an arbitrary use of official power as well as a flagrant disregard of the true interests and honor of Iceland. Since the people assembled find his action to be a positive proof that he can no longer be tolerated in the high office which he now holds, they demand his immediate resignation. The leading merchants of Reykjavik also addressed to him sharp letters of protest when he refused to reinstate the bank officials after they had been declared blameless by the investigation committee. His former friend, Judge K.R. Johnson, one of the removed directors, brought suit against him for personal injury and defamation of character, pleading that since he had not been appointed by the government but had been elected by the Althing, the government had no jurisdiction in the matter and could not remove him. The case was decided in his favor. The minister appealed to the Landsréttur, but the decision of the lower court was sustained. Even then the minister would not yield. His paper Icefold announced that a new appeal would be taken to the Danish Høyesterett, or Supreme Court, but the case was never brought before that tribunal. Judge K.R. Janssen was satisfied with his legal victory and did not resume his office as bank director. The Althing representatives also mixed in the fight, many of them demanding a special session of the Althing in order that the bank question might be considered by the people's chosen representatives. Party feeling ran high both in Iceland and in Denmark. In Copenhagen, many leaders assembled to protest against the separation movement, which it was claimed was headed by Minister Bjorn Janssen himself. Even many Icelanders took part in this meeting to deprecate this movement. A personal union would be equivalent to separation, they claimed, and separation would mean the ruin of Iceland. No one spoke more vehemently than the young Icelandic lawyer, Svein Bjornsson. I see the danger to the union between Denmark and Iceland, he said, in the fact that Minister Bjorn Janssen stands at the head of a party which openly works for separation of the two countries. When he comes to Denmark, he talks in another tone, but he cannot be trusted. This I tell you, members of the government who are here present. He is a man who either lacks reason or suffers himself to be controlled by unscrupulous men. A Danish journalist proposed to send a warship to Iceland to arrest the leaders of the Independence Party. Such hysterical outbursts found little favor with the people of Denmark, but the secession movement, supported by a radical group in Iceland, which in 1910 passed a resolution declaring that absolute separation was the only proper solution of the Union question, created genuine alarm. Minister Bjorn Janssen was a strong and upright man, an energetic worker, ever ready to aid anyone in need or in distress. He always remained faithful to his purpose of rendering efficient and unselfish public service in the high office to which he had been appointed. As leader of the Prohibition forces, he succeeded in passing the Prohibition law, which received a majority vote in both branches of the Althing in 1909 and was signed by the king in June the same year, in spite of the opposition of several European nations, including Spain. But his stand on the bank question and his views regarding Iceland's relation to Denmark aroused a strong opposition which constantly grew more hostile and determined. In 1911, Skuli Thoroddsen, the leader of the Independence Party, and others introduced in the Althing a motion of lack of confidence in the minister. The motion was passed with a small majority, and Bjorn Janssen resigned. While he remained in office, his paper Icefold was edited by his son, Olaf Bjornsson. Through the father's political defeat, the paper lost prestige and support to such an extent that Olaf no longer dared to accept articles written by him. For this reason, Bjorn Janssen founded a new paper, Magni, in which he defended his position in the bank question as well as on the very important question touching Iceland's relation to Denmark. The Sjalfested Flocker hoped that the king would now appoint the leader of their party, Skuli Thoroddsen, to succeed Bjorn Janssen as minister, as 21 members of the Althing gave him their enthusiastic support. But the king selected instead K.R. Janssen, Chief Justice of the Landsréttur, who was a member of Skuli's party. Jansen accepted the office, incurring the bitter enmity of all his former political friends. A large mass meeting was assembled in Reykjavik to protest against his course of action in accepting the office, as he was not supported by a majority of the popularly chosen representatives in the Althing. So bitter was the feeling that he was formally ousted from the party. The same day a motion for a vote of lack of confidence in the new minister was introduced in the Althing. It was passed in the lower branch, but was not put to a vote in the upper branch. Jansen therefore continued to hold his office, though he was no longer regarded as the leader of any party group. In the press he was violently assailed, the Liberal leaders claiming that he had violated the principle of parliamentary government to satisfy his own personal vanity. The new minister was born at Gautlondum in Thingeyjarsla in 1852. He had been Syslumathur in Gullbringasla, later judge in the Landsfjorete, and since 1908 Chief Justice. For many years he had been controlling director in the Bank of Iceland and royally appointed representative to the Althing. When he assumed the office of minister, he emphasized in a speech to the Althing that his policy was to create peace and good understanding and to secure the passage of a much-needed finance law. In April 1911, the Hindmast Jornarmen, or Home Rule Party, which supported him, introduced a bill for amending the Constitution, stipulating that the Althing henceforth should consist of 40 members, all of whom should be elected by the people. All men and women 21 years of age should have the right to vote for Althing representatives. The executive branch of the government should consist of 3 ministers responsible to the Althing. Proportional party representation was also provided for. The measure was passed by the Althing, but since it was a constitutional amendment, it would have to be passed anew after another general election before it could be submitted to the king for his signature. In the summer of 1911, a bill was also introduced in the Althing, providing for a separate flag for Iceland to consist of a white cross on a blue field. This raised another important issue, as Denmark regarded it as another step in the direction of complete separation of the two countries. The Icelanders held that without a flag of their own, they had no national emblem expressive of their nationality, that the Danish flag flying on their ships and public buildings was only a token of Danish overlordship. The Althing, however, failed to pass the bill. Georg Jansen and his supporters did not secure a majority in the next general election. He therefore tendered his resignation and was again appointed Chief Justice in the Landsfjorete. In July 1912, Hannes Hafstein succeeded him as minister. The same year, the general prohibition law for Iceland, passed 3 years before, during the ministry of Bjorn Jansen, took effect insofar as it affected importation of liquors. According to this law, no liquors containing more than 2.5% of alcohol can be imported except for medical, industrial, and chemical use. It is noteworthy that in passing this great social reform, Iceland was several years in advance of other nations. When Hafstein for the second time entered upon his duties as minister, 31 members of the Althing declared that they would unite in bringing about a solution of the Union question by making such changes in the plan of 1908 as would meet with the approval of the majority of the voters and would lead to a final agreement with Denmark. In his speech to the Althing, Hafstein had called attention to the unfavorable economic condition of the country, saying money is wanting, credit is lacking, Icelandic bonds cannot be sold in foreign markets, and sympathy with civilization and desire for progress are decreasing. Why is this? I'm convinced that it is no exaggeration to state that one of the chief causes is dissension, quarrels, and party strife at home, together with unsettled disputes abroad. This weakens confidence, creates gloom, and increases all that which is inimical to cultural endeavor, hindering the increase of the true capital of culture which is required in order to turn credit to profitable account. It is my conviction that one of the first steps to be taken in order to remedy this trouble is to bring about a satisfactory settlement of the disputes with our sister nation, the Danes, regarding the Union question, which so long has diverted the attention from other important matters, and in later years has added fuel to strife and disunion in our own country. In the fall of 1912, Minister Hafstein went to Copenhagen to confer with the Danish government about the resumption of negotiations on the Union question. In these preliminary conferences, it was pointed out by the Danish leaders that since the plan of 1908 had been rejected by the Althing, the Icelanders would have to submit new proposals before the negotiations could be resumed. Upon his return to Iceland, Hafstein sought the advice of a number of Althing representatives. A new plan was outlined, which the minister said was neither his own nor one proposed by the Danish government, but which it was hoped would gain the sanction of the Danish authorities. When it was published, it met determined opposition. The paper Iceful considered it wholly undesirable, and the whole liberal Icelandic press rejected it. In the fall of 1913, a new revision of the constitution was submitted to the Althing, based on the plan of 1911, but differing from it on many points. This measure was finally passed in both branches of the Assembly. It provided for an Icelandic minister, popular election of all representatives to the Althing, proportional party representation, women's suffrage in general elections, and eligibility to all offices. The question of a separate flag for Iceland had also been debated repeatedly in the Althing, but the measure had met with defeat in the upper branch of the Assembly. Finally, on November 22, 1913, the king sanctioned an Icelandic proposal for a separate flag, with the understanding that it should be so designed as not to resemble too closely the flags of other nations, and that the Danish flag should always be hoisted with it on government buildings. In the next general elections, the opponents of Minister Hafstein secured a majority of the Althing representatives. He accordingly tendered his resignation and was succeeded by Sigurdur Eggers, who was appointed minister for Iceland July 5, 1914. Shortly after Egger's appointment followed the outbreak of the World War, and serious problems confronted the Icelanders. The Althing took steps to safeguard the country as far as possible. Laws were passed providing that necessaries of life such as grain, coal, salt, petroleum, machine oil, fishing gear, and medical supplies should be bought by the government, that the ready money in the treasury should be used for this purpose so far as it could be spared, that a loan of 500,000 kroner should be negotiated for such purchases, and that public expenses should be curtailed. The export of necessaries of life was prohibited, and a commission was appointed to assist the government in taking the necessary steps to safeguard the country. In an address to the Althing, August 3, 1914, Minister Eggers called attention to the problems confronting the government. The proposed revision of the constitution was still pending, so also the question of a separate flag for Iceland. He expressed the hope that the king would sanction these measures, and that the people would then turn their minds to internal affairs. We ought to devote more attention to our farming and husbandry than heretofore, he continued. The fisheries must be developed, the means of communication on land and sea must be improved. The Icelandic Steamship Company especially should be encouraged. He expressed the hope that in those perilous times the government and the legislature would cooperate in every way in the protection of the country, so that no apprehension of danger would need to be entertained. A commission appointed to consider the eventual design of the Icelandic flag found that the one hitherto used, consisting of a white cross on a blue shield, could not be adopted, as it resembled too closely the flags of Sweden and of Greece. A new design would have to be submitted. The revision of the Constitution, passed in 1913, was again brought before the Althing in 1914, and was passed a second time by both branches of the Assembly without change. The king had promised that if the amendments passed in 1913 should again be passed unchanged by a new Althing, he would sanction the measure, with the understanding, however, that no change could be made in the practice which had hitherto obtained, that all measures should be submitted to the king in cabinet meeting. To this practice the king stated he would adhere until he had sanctioned a law regarding the relation between Denmark and Iceland, agreed to by both the Riksdag and the Althing, which should establish a different regulation. The commission appointed to consider the design of the Icelandic flag submitted a report commending that the flag should consist of a red cross with white borders on a blue field. It was hoped that Minister Eggers, in going to Copenhagen, would secure the king's signature to both measures. But word was soon received that he had failed in his mission. In the negotiations with the minister, the king reiterated his promise to sign the measures, but with the proviso that they should be presented in cabinet meeting. This, in the opinion of the minister, raised the issue whether Icelandic measures were to be regarded as joint matters to be considered by the whole cabinet, or as separate Icelandic affairs. He refused to yield on this point, which he regarded as a vital issue, and tendered his resignation December 1914. Early in 1915, the king invited 3 members of the Independence Party to Denmark for consultation on the Union question. One of these was Einar Arnarsson, who was soon appointed to succeed Eggers as minister for Iceland. Arnarsson, born in 1880, was still very young, but he was already a prominent jurist. In 1908, he became instructor in law in the University of Reykjavik. In 1911, he was made professor of jurisprudence. In 1914, he was elected member of the Althing, where he quickly rose into prominence as leader of the Independence Party. He had written several works dealing with the relation of Iceland to Norway and Denmark, opposing the views of the Danish professor Knut Berlin. He maintained that Danish authorities had no right whatever to meddle with Icelandic affairs. In Iceland, a movement was developed in opposition to what was regarded as too supine an attitude on the part of the Althing in the Union question. Complaint was made that important decisions on vital Icelandic questions had been left to the king. The supporters of this movement, which finally led to the organization of a new progressive group, were found especially among the adherents of the Independence Party. They demanded a vigorous national policy and active efforts in promoting Icelandic enterprises. Arnarsson's visit in Copenhagen to carry on private negotiations with the king regarding the Union question had aroused suspicion and ill will among the members of this group. Would he too suffer the king to exert a controlling influence over Icelandic affairs? When Arnarsson entered upon the duties of his office, they convoked large public meetings in Reykjavik, demanding that he should cause the Althing to be dissolved in order that new elections might be held. But the minister had sufficient support in the Althing to remain in office. The negotiations regarding the Icelandic flag and Union question were renewed, and since the new minister did not urge the question regarding the submitting of Icelandic matters in cabinet meetings as his predecessor had done, the king sanctioned both measures, June 19, 1915. In accordance with the report of the committee appointed to consider the design of the flag, it was to consist of a red cross with white borders on a blue field. It should be used within the country and in Icelandic territorial waters, but the Danish flag should be hoisted with it on government buildings. The design of the Icelandic coat of arms was also changed. By royal order of 1903, it was decreed that it should be a silver falcon on a blue field. Still earlier, it had consisted of a device in which a split codfish was the principal feature. In 1915, it received its present symbolic and attractive design. According to the constitutional amendments passed by the Althing in 1913 and 1914 and sanctioned by the king in 1915, there should be an Icelandic ministry in Reykjavik responsible to the Althing and taking part in its deliberations, the number of cabinet members to be fixed by law. The Icelandic prime minister should hold no other office. He should be able to speak and write Icelandic and should go to Copenhagen to present bills and other important matters to the king for his signature. The Althing has 40 members, but this number can be changed by law. It is divided into 2 branches, the Efri Deild, or upper branch, consisting of 14 members, and the Nethri Deild, or lower branch, of 26 members. The number of members in both branches can be changed by law. 34 of the Althing representatives are elected directly by their constituencies within their respective districts for a period of 6 years. 6 representatives are chosen at large and according to proportional party representation for the period of 12 years. These 6 members have seats in the upper branch of the Assembly. The other 8 members constituting it are chosen by the 34 representatives elected in the districts from their own number at the Assembly of the Althing. Only 1/2 of the total number of representatives are chosen at each election. Men and women 25 years of age who have resided in the country 5 years immediately preceding the election can vote for the district representatives. Men and women 35 years of age can vote for the representatives elected at large. The Althing meets July 1st every other year, but extra sessions must be called by the king when a majority of both branches demand it. Such sessions last only 4 weeks, unless the time is prolonged by the king. By law of 1916, the number of members of the Icelandic cabinet was fixed at 3. Minister Einar Arnarsson now resigned, and the king invited Jan Magnusson to form a cabinet according to the new provision. The members of this cabinet were Jan Magnusson, leader of the Heimastjornarmin, or Home Rule Party; Bjorn Christiansen, leader of the majority faction of the Skjalfaststeinsflokker, or Independent Party; and Sigurdar Janssen of the newly organized Bende Flocker, or Agrarian Party. This coalition was created at the request of the party leaders to secure the greatest possible cooperation in view of the difficult situation caused by the World War. The three parties represented in the ministry controlled 36 out of the 20 total 40 votes in the Althing. In 1917, Bjorn Christensen, Minister of Finance in the new ministry, resigned, and former Minister for Iceland Sigurdur Eggers was appointed to succeed him. Through their constitution, as finally amended, the Icelanders had established complete democracy in their political institutions, parliamentary government, unrestricted suffrage for men and women, and a legislative assembly elected by the people. They had gained control of their finances, and the executive branch of their government had been located in Reykjavik, but difficult problems still remained unsolved. The all-important controversy regarding Iceland's relation to Denmark had not been settled, and the question of a separate Icelandic flag had so far found only a preliminary solution. The flag already granted was little more than a decoration restricted to local use in connection with the flag of Denmark. As Icelandic commerce was expanding, the flag question was revived. It was evident that this was no longer a matter only of national sentiment, but of growing practical importance. In 1914, the Icelandic Steamship Company was organized with a capital stock of 1,200,000 kroner, the Icelanders in the United States and Canada subscribing a large part of the stock, and the Icelandic government contributing 400,000 kroner. 4 steamers were to be built. The first of these, the Gullfoss, was launched at Copenhagen in 1915. The question would naturally arise whether Icelandic ships in foreign waters should continue to sail under the Danish flag. In August 1917, a measure was introduced in the Althing requesting the Assembly to demand an Icelandic merchant flag. The proposal was adopted, and the Icelandic Prime Minister Jan Magnusson went to Copenhagen to lay it before the king. In a meeting of his cabinet, November 22, 1917, the king refused to sanction the measure. In stating the reasons for his refusal, he said, "I cannot sanction the proposal submitted by the Icelandic minister, but I wish to add that when Danish and Icelandic views do not coincide, negotiation, no matter how they may be inaugurated, will do more than direct action on a single question to create that good understanding which ought to form the basis for the relations between the two countries." After considering carefully the king's words, all political parties in Iceland agreed to try negotiations. The Danish Riksdag appointed a commission to meet, a similar body of Icelandic representatives, in Reykjavik. The Danish members arrived in Iceland June 29, 1918. The negotiations were begun at once, and on July 19 the Icelandic Telegraphic Bureau wired a message that full agreement had been reached regarding the flag question and the relations between Iceland and Denmark. An act of union defining Iceland's position was signed by all the delegates and submitted to the Danish Riksdag and the Icelandic Althing. After these assemblies had approved the measure, it was finally ratified in Iceland by a general plebiscite. In the Althing, the measure was carried by 38 against 2 votes. In the plebiscite, 12,040 votes were cast in its favor and only 897 against it. On November 30, 1918, it was signed by the king. The following day, Sunday, December 1, Iceland was proclaimed a sovereign kingdom in union with Denmark according to provisions in the Act of Union. The Danish flag, Danebrog, was lowered, and the new national flag was hoisted over Iceland. The city of Reykjavik was decorated for the occasion. Shortly before 12 o'clock, the orchestra opened the program for the occasion by playing the Icelandic national anthem, Eldgamla Icefold. Minister Eggers then spoke, saying in closing, "By sanctioning the Act of Union, the king has carried out the thoughts of Frederick VIII, who possessed the most intimate understanding of our affairs. Today the king has decided to grant Iceland its own flag, which is now raised over the Icelandic state. Our sovereign has won the sympathy of every Icelander. The flag is the symbol of our sovereignty, of the most resplendent thoughts of our nation. The honor of our flag is our national honor. We pray God the Almighty to preserve our state and our king. We pray God to help us to carry our flag to honor. May the good fortune of king and people follow it. So let us hoist this flag." As the flag rose to the top of the staff, the orchestra played the Icelandic flag song, and the Danish man of war, Islands Falk, lying in the harbor, fired a salute of 21 shots. Captain Lorck of the Islands Falk spoke for Denmark. The orchestra played the Danish national song, King Christian, and a long live the king, echoed through the city. A speech by City Judge Johannesson, president of the Althing, was followed by 3 times 3 cheers for the king. From Copenhagen the following telegram was received from King Christian X. After signing in meeting of my cabinet the Danish-Icelandic Act of Union, which, upon preliminary negotiations between Danish and Icelandic delegates, has been passed by the legislative assemblies of the two countries and ratified in Iceland by a general vote, and after having determined the appearance and use of the Icelandic flag, I wish to express the hope that this new arrangement may form the basis for a happy national development and cordial relations between the two peoples. I also send my dear and faithful Icelanders my royal greetings and best wishes for Iceland's future success and happiness. Danish-Icelandic Act of Union. Denmark and Iceland are free and sovereign states united by a common king. Danish citizens in Iceland are to enjoy equal rights and privileges with the citizens of Iceland and vice versa. The citizens of each country are exempt from military service in the other country. Access to fishing within the maritime jurisdiction of both countries is equally free to Danish and Icelandic citizens, regardless of residence. Danish ships in Icelandic harbors have the same rights as Icelandic ships and vice versa. Denmark will act in Iceland's behalf in foreign affairs. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs there will be a representative appointed in consultation with the government of Iceland and familiar with Icelandic conditions. Attachés who are well informed on Icelandic affairs shall be appointed to the already existing consulates and legations. All agreements entered into by Denmark with foreign countries and already published shall, in so far as they concern Iceland, be in force for that country also. Agreements ratified by Denmark after the proposed law of confederation has gone into effect shall not be binding upon Iceland without the express consent of the Icelandic authorities concerned. Until such time as Iceland shall decide to take charge of the inspection of fisheries in whole or in part, this duty will be performed by Denmark under the Danish flag. The monetary system shall continue to be the same for both countries as at present, so long as the Scandinavian monetary system exists. Should Iceland desire to establish her own coinage, the question of acknowledgment by Sweden and Norway of the coins and notes stamped in Iceland will have to be settled by negotiation with those countries. Denmark's Supreme Court has jurisdiction in Icelandic cases until Iceland shall decide to institute a Supreme Tribunal of her own. Until then, one member of the Supreme Court shall be an Icelander. Matters of importance to both countries, such as coinage, trade, customs, navigation, mails, telegraphs and radio telegraphs, administration of justice, weights and measures, as well as financial arrangements, shall be regulated by agreements of the authorities of both countries. The sum of 60,000 kroner contributed annually by Denmark to Iceland shall be discontinued, and instead Denmark shall establish two funds of 1 million kroner each, one at the University of Copenhagen and one at the University of Reykjavik, for the promotion of intellectual intercourse between the two countries. There shall be established an advisory body of at least 6 members, one half from Iceland and the other half from Denmark, to be appointed by the Althing and the Riksdag, respectively, to deal with any bills brought forward in the Parliament of one country which also touch the interests of the other. If differences of opinion should arise concerning the provisions of this law of confederation, which cannot be adjusted by the governments, they shall be laid before a court of arbitration, consisting of 4 members, 2 to be appointed by each country. This court of arbitration shall settle differences by a plurality of votes, and in case of a tie, the matter shall be submitted to an arbitrator, appointed alternately by the Swedish and the Norwegian governments. This law of confederation may be revised until the year 1940 upon the request of either the Riksdag or the Althing. The agreement may be abrogated only by a 2/3 vote of each parliament, which must afterwards be confirmed by a plebiscite. Denmark will communicate to foreign powers its acknowledgment of Iceland as a sovereign power in accordance with the provisions of this law of confederation. At the same time, Denmark will announce that Iceland declares itself to be perpetually neutral and has no naval flag of its own. In accordance with the provisions in the Act of Union, a Danish minister is stationed in Reykjavik as Denmark's official representative in Iceland. The Icelanders are similarly represented in Denmark through their own minister. In the summer of 1921, elaborate preparations were made in Reykjavik to receive the royal family who were to visit Iceland. For the first time in their history, the Icelanders were to greet a king and queen of their own. During the last 2 weeks, Reykjavik has been the busiest city in the world, says a report from Iceland of June 27, 1921. Houses have been painted, streets repaired, and many hundred people have been busy decorating the city. For months, the Committee on Arrangements has labored to make the reception an honor to Iceland. In the forenoon of June 26, the Danish man-of-war Valkyrie, carrying the royal visitors, entered the harbor of Reykjavik. A triumphal arch had been erected where the king and queen were received by the city authorities and greeted by the huzzas of the populace. At 12 o'clock, the Bishop of Iceland conducted religious services in the cathedral church. Then followed a royal reception in the Althing building, where the king spoke in Icelandic to the assembled people in response to an address of welcome by the Althing president. Gifts from the people of Iceland were presented to all the members of the royal family, the queen receiving a beautiful national costume. In describing the festival, editor Sven Paulsen wrote in the Berlingske Tidende, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the streets of Reykjavik resounded with huzzas and orchestral music. The royal pair were coming. The king wore a general's uniform. The queen was attired in Icelandic festival costume, wearing a golden diadem with white veil flowing over a black silk dress ornamented with gold embroidery and fastened about the waist with a belt of pure gold. The costume, a present from the women of Iceland to their first queen, cost 70,000 kroner. Queen Alexandra looked very beautiful in it, and the people were highly elated. At the royal dinner, Icelandic girls in national costume waited on the guests. The royal family also visited Thingvellir, where they were received by a large number of people in national attire, many of whom had come from a great distance to greet the king and queen of Iceland. When the king ascended the Mount of Laws, a body of Icelandic trumpeters struck up their solemn measures as a welcome to the distinguished guests from this old center of Icelandic national life. On July 1, the royal family visited the great waterfall Gullfoss, stopping on the way in a typical Icelandic farmhouse, which the king examined thoroughly with great interest. After a trip to Geyser, they proceeded to Olfusa to view the great suspension bridge spanning that stream. On Saturday, July 2, the royal visitors were brought in automobiles to the waterfall Írarfoss, whence they returned to Reykjavik. On Sunday, the royal family attended religious services in the cathedral church. At 1 o'clock, the king gave a luncheon at the royal residence for the Icelandic officials and the officers of the men of war, Valkyrie, Heimdall, Thule, and Beskidturinn, forming the royal escort squadron. The afternoon was spent in viewing men's and women's gymnastic exhibitions and national sports. Monday, July 4, the royal family left Reykjavik on the man-of-war Valkyrie, sailing to Hafnarfjord, where they embarked on the steamer Island for a trip to Greenland before returning to Denmark. Before departing, King Christian X created an Icelandic order of knighthood, the Order of the Falcon, with the 3 classes, Grand Cross, Commanders, and Knights. The insignia of the order is a white enamel star-shaped cross with gilt edges. In the center of the cross is a blue oval bearing the Icelandic symbol, a silver falcon ready for flight. On the reverse side is the name of the founder of the order in gold on white enamel, surrounded by a blue border with the inscription 1st December 1918. The ribbon of the order is blue with white borders containing a red stripe, the same colors as the Icelandic flag. The Knights of the Grand Cross carry also an 8-pointed star bearing the device of the order. The head of the order is King Christian X. During the last decades, political freedom and economic progress have transformed Iceland into a prosperous and progressive modern state. The old pursuits have become more productive than past generations would have considered possible. Great national resources are being made available which were wholly unknown in the past, and new pursuits are developing which give promise of still greater progress in the future. Of special importance are the fisheries, which of recent years have grown to be the most paying pursuit and chief source of income in the country. In 1895, Iceland had only 70 fishing vessels. In 1902, the number had increased to 144. Iceland has now over 20 steam trawlers, over 100 sail and motor cutters, 600 motor deck boats, and about 1,000 fishing boats, a fishing fleet which gives employment to nearly 11,000 people, or about 1/8 of the population of the country. In 1913, The export of fish products brought a total income of 13,327,000 kroner, or more than twice the amount derived from animal husbandry, which gave a return of 5,195,000 kroner. And yet the rich fisheries in Icelandic waters have been only partially utilized by the Icelanders themselves. In 1913, 1,413 fishing steamers and sail ships entered Icelandic harbors, and there is no sign of any decrease in the vast schools of fish and herring in these waters. Also, in animal husbandry and farming, considerable progress has been made, though not in the same proportion. In 1918, Iceland had 24,311 cattle, 644,971 sheep, and 53,218 horses. Especially important is the development of dairying, a pursuit which has been taught the people by the Danes, just as the valuable herring fishery has been taught them by the Norwegians. The first Icelandic creamery was built in 1900. In 1906, the number had been risen to 34. During the last few years, the annual export of butter is valued at 500,000 kroner. It is thought that dairying in the rich lowlands of southern Iceland, if properly developed, could support the entire present population of the country. But because of lack of proper means of transportation, dairying can yet be pursued with profit only during the summer months. For this reason, the project has been set on foot to build a railway about 70 miles in length, 111 kilometers, from Reykjavik to Thingvellir, Selfoss, and Thjörsa, with a short sideline to Ærarbakki. This road will open this important district to new economic development. Dairying is now pursued also in northern Iceland, but lack of transportation facilities makes further progress difficult. During the winter, the ice-bound harbors are closed to traffic. Not till the northern districts are connected with Reykjavik and southern Iceland by railways can their economic possibilities be fully developed. In all Iceland there are 6,558 farms. One half of these are owned by the farmers who till them. The other half of the farming population are renters. About 1/10 of the soil is owned by the state, but the government estates are now being sold as rapidly as possible at low prices and on easy terms. Relatively, the farming population is decreasing in number. For some time the number of farms has remained stationary, though large areas could yet be cultivated. The work of developing new farmsteads cannot be done, as the growth of the fisheries and the increase in trade and traffic have attracted the young people to the sea-coast districts. In 1900, Iceland had a population of 79,000, of which only 9,000 lived in the towns. In 1915, the population was 89,059, of which 20,705 lived in the towns. The growth of population in the decade 1910 to 1920 was 9,513, from 85,183 in 1910 to 94,696 in 1920. During the same decade, the rural population fell from 65,987 in 1910 to 65,032 in 1920. But great progress is being made towards better conditions in rural life. The old primitive farmhouses built of sod and stone are disappearing, and fine modern homes are built of lumber or concrete, usually 2 stories high, with large windows and jutting chimneys. The new houses are built according to American Far West models, says a recent writer. A similar transformation is being wrought in the means of communication and travel. 50 years ago there was not a bridge across a single river, nor was there a wagon in use in all Iceland. Now 2/5 of the revenues of the country are used for building roads and improving the means of communication. Fine roads are being built in all parts of the country, so that the old horseback caravans will soon be replaced by wagons and automobiles. From Reykjavik, a fine road has already been built to Thingvellir, and another almost to Hekla. All great rivers have been spanned by costly bridges, and fine highways are already in use along the valleys and streams in all parts of the country. 15 times a year the mail caravans go to all parts of the island, so that every home receives its mail regularly. Houses have been built and equipped at regular intervals along the mail routes as places of refuge for the mail carriers in stormy weather. In 1906, a telegraphic cable was laid to Iceland, and the first telephone lines were constructed in the island. In 1914, the Icelandic Steamship Company was organized. Regular steamship service is now maintained with Denmark and around the whole coast of Iceland, 60 places being entered by the steamers on their trip around the island. Motorboats are also plying the navigable rivers. Before many more years, the tourists may be able to travel on electric railway trains from one place to another in the Saga Islands. Industry is still of little importance in Iceland, but possibilities exist of great future development in this field. Lignite coal is found in several places, and beds of bituminous coal have also been discovered. These coal deposits will probably be of value only as fuel for private homes, but Iceland possesses a great supply of water power, which can be made available as motor power in industries and on electric railways. Of the countries of Europe, France has the greatest amount of water power, amounting to 10 million horsepower. Norway has about 7,500,000, Sweden about 6 million, Austria 6 million, Italy 6 million, Germany 1,500,000, Spain 1,500,000, England 333,000, Switzerland 167,000. The amount of water power in Iceland is not definitely known, but it has been estimated to be not less than 2,500,000 horsepower, or as much as that of Germany, Switzerland, Spain, and England combined. Foreign companies have already purchased great Icelandic waterfalls, and the building of railways and factories already planned will undoubtedly be begun in the near future. A fair index to the growth of prosperity in Iceland in late years is the rapidly increasing volume of trade. In the period 1880 to 1890, the yearly export and import together amounted to 10 million kroner. In 1910, this total had amounted to 30 million kroner. In 1913, before the outbreak of the World War, 36 million kroner, the export being 16 million kroner, the import 19 million kroner. In recent years, this rapid growth of commerce has continued. The official statistics show the greater share of this trade is carried on with Denmark, Great Britain, Norway, Sweden, United States, Spain, and Germany. In the period 1886 to 1890, the average number of ships which came to Iceland from foreign lands every year was 264. Since that time, that average has increased. In 1920, the population of Iceland numbered 94,696. A correspondent from Reykjavik to the Danish paper Berlingske Tidende wrote in 1921, "There is scarcely another Scandinavian city which in the last 50 years has experienced such a development as the capital of Iceland. When Christian IX in 1874 landed in Reykjavik, it consisted of a cluster of houses around a small church at the upper end of Faxi Bay. Many of the houses were built of sod and stone. The town gave the general impression of a primitive village or a group of fishermen's homes. When Frederick VIII and members of the Danish government and Riksdag landed in Iceland in 1907, Reykjavik had become a city of about 10,000 people, but the king and members of the Riksdag had to land on a small pier on the open shore, and the town, with its unpaved streets and low houses irregularly placed, gave the impression of a large country town. Now, at the time of the visit of Christian X and Queen Alexandra, the town is nearly 20,000 people, and is not only a real city, but it deserves to be called the capital of Iceland. When the royal squadron entered the harbor, a beautiful seacoast town lay stretched before it, with an elegantly constructed harbor. Ready to receive the king and queen stood the population of a well-built capital, a city with government buildings, churches, colleges, public library, museums, hospitals, in short, the whole complex equipment belonging to a European capital. The age of the small tripping horses is past. Automobiles and motor trucks speed through the streets of Reykjavik. The old general stores, with their collections of all sorts of wares, from ship anchors, oil coats, and empty herring barrels to candy and millinery, have been replaced by stores of the latest model, carrying only special lines of goods, some so large and well equipped that they compare favorably with the stores in any Scandinavian city. Down by the harbor, the only great commercial harbor in the North Atlantic, great steamers are loading and unloading at the wharves, instead of as formerly, when the goods had to be brought from the ships to the shore and from the shore to the ships and barges. Reykjavik has also a fleet of modern trawlers and large motor fishing boats, not equaled in any Danish city, not even in Esbjerg. The city is a real capital where nearly all of what Iceland possesses of political, administrative, and academic talent and ability is gathered. An evidence of the high moral character of the Icelandic people is the almost total absence of crime in their country. In 1904, 16 persons were convicted of crimes or minor offenses, one being a woman. In 1905 and 1906, the number of cases were 22 men and 2 women, and 28 men and 5 women, respectively. But only 2/3 of the accused received a prison sentence. The prisons in Iceland usually stand almost empty when we consider that more than 1/5 of the whole population live in seacoast towns and are engaged in trade and fisheries. This is so unique a record that we must give the Icelanders the credit of being the most orderly and law-abiding people in the world. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Icelandic immigration, the Icelanders in America. A feature of singular interest and importance in the modern history of Iceland as of the other European countries is the emigration to America, a movement in which also the Icelanders have participated. The economic development, which during the last few decades has wrought such improvement in social conditions everywhere in the north, had not made itself felt at the time when the real emigration from Iceland began. Some progress had been made, but the condition of the peasantry and the poorer classes was so little improved that emigration to America from all Scandinavian countries was increasing rapidly under the stimulus of improved facilities for ocean travel. This migratory movement of the venturesome and depressed of Europe to the New World with its hopes and opportunities exerted its influence also on Iceland. The economic conditions there were still very unfavorable, and the bitter and hitherto fruitless struggle for political liberty had led leading newspapers to advocate emigration as the only solution of the pending national questions. Emigration from Iceland to the United States and Canada may be said to have begun in 1870, but even long before that time a few Icelanders who had been converted to Mormonism had sought new homes in America. In 1851, 2 Icelandic Mormons from Copenhagen came as missionaries to the Vestmannaeyjar. In 1855, a few persons who had accepted that faith, among others Samuel Bjarnason and his wife, emigrated to the United States, founding a settlement at Spanish Fork in the state of Utah. Other converts followed later. In 1857, 13 persons from Iceland arrived in the colony. Of late years, many of the Icelandic Mormons have returned to the Lutheran faith, and the colony at Spanish Fork is neither large nor prosperous. In 1863, the first emigrants to Brazil departed from Iceland under the leadership of Magnus Eriksson. A few left later at different times, going by way of Copenhagen to Germany, where they joined German emigrants going to South America. But this emigration was never of great importance, and no Icelandic settlement was founded there. In 1873, many persons signified their desire to go to Brazil, but as Magnus Eriksson, who had hitherto acted as guide, declared that he would no longer act as leader of emigrants going to that country, they joined another group going to the United States and Canada. The immigration to the United States, begun in 1855, was continued in 1870, when 4 young Icelanders from Ærarbakki came to Milwaukee. They settled on Washington Island, Wisconsin, thus founding the second Icelandic settlement in America. A few more immigrants arrived the following year, but although the colony still exists, it has never grown beyond a small group of families. In 1872, almost 300 Icelanders came to America. Among these were the leaders Sigtrygr Jónsson, one of the founders of the large Icelandic colony, New Iceland; Paul Thorlaksson, who founded the Icelandic settlements in North Dakota; and Hans B. Thorgrimsson, who took the lead in founding the Icelandic Lutheran Synod in America. In 1873, a ship carrying 153 emigrants sailed from Akureyri in northern Iceland to Canada. 30 more emigrants who found no room on the ship followed later in the fall. All agreed to settle in the same place, but when they arrived at their destination, some went to Nova Scotia and a few to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, but the greater number founded a colony on the Russo River near Muskoka, Ontario, where the post office Hecla was built. Many men who later became prominent among the Icelanders in America were in this group of immigrants, among others the poet Stephen G. Stevenson, Baldwin L. Baldwinson, and Jan Jansen Bardal. In that year came also Reverend Jan Bjarnason, who later became so prominent a leader in the Icelandic Church in America. He had been moved to come to America with his wife through letters from his friend Paul Thorlaksson, who had entered the theological seminary of the German Lutheran Missouri Synod at St. Louis. Bjarnason and his wife came to Milwaukee, and after a few days proceeded to St. Louis, where they met Paul Thorlaksson. Reverend Bjarnason did not enter the theological seminary in St. Louis, but went instead to Decorah, Iowa, where he became assistant to Reverend V. Koren, one of the leading ministers of the Norwegian Lutheran Synod. In January 1874 he was appointed teacher in Luther College, Decorah, Iowa, but in the spring of that year he resigned and returned to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. When news was brought that Iceland had received a constitution, the Icelanders in Milwaukee arranged a celebration in which all the Icelanders in the city took part. Speeches were made by Reverend Jan Bjarnason, by the editor Jan Olafsson, who had accompanied him from Reykjavik, and others. At this time, an Icelandic society, Icelandig Affelig, was founded for the purpose of promoting intellectual interest among the Icelanders in America. A movement was also set on foot to find a suitable place for an Icelandic colony where the immigrants might dwell together. As Wisconsin did not seem to offer the desired opportunity, committees were appointed to investigate where a suitable location might be found. Sigfus Magnusson and Jan Halldórsson were sent to Nebraska. As a result of their visit, a few Icelanders settled in that state, but it was not selected as a site for the new colony. Another committee, led by Olafur Olafsson and Jan Olafsson, was sent to Alaska. About their expedition, Jan Olafsson later published a book, Alaska Lysing, Alandi, Ag Lankastum, etc., Washington, D.C., 1875, probably the first Icelandic book printed in America, but Alaska was not found to be a suitable place for a colony. The Canadian government carried on active work and sent paid agents to Iceland to encourage immigration to Canada. In September 1874, the steamer St. Patrick brought 365 Icelandic immigrants directly to Quebec. At the entrance to the harbor, a government officer, accompanied by Johann Arngrimsson, who had come to America in 1872, met them and sought to persuade them to settle in Canada. Many of the immigrants said that they intended to go to the United States, but after some negotiations they entered into an agreement with the government representatives, promising to settle in Canada on the following conditions. They were to enjoy full liberty and right of citizenship at once on the same terms as native-born citizens. A sufficiently large and suitable tract of land for a colony was to be granted them. They were to preserve unhindered their personal rights, their language, and their nationality for themselves and for their descendants forever. The reason for this agreement was that the immigrants believed that there was more freedom in the United States than in Canada. Journeying westward from Quebec to Ontario, they founded a settlement at Kinmount, about 60 miles north of Toronto, but the land here proved to be so poor that the settlers grew discontented and wished to find a better location. In the fall of 1874, Johann Arngrimsson, representative of the Canadian government, came to Kinmount and urged the discontented settlers to move to Nova Scotia, where a suitable tract for a settlement would be granted them. About 80 families promised to go. They moved early in the spring of 1875, and others followed later in the summer. About 30 miles from the coast, at a place which they called Elgshæther, they founded the settlement Markland, but as the land was stony and covered with timber, it was little suited for cultivation. The following year, more people from Iceland came to the settlement. It is thought that it numbered at one time about 200 people. Brynjolfur Brynjolfsson was the leader in the settlement in all things pertaining to religious and educational work. He was a gifted man and worked with untiring zeal to promote the welfare of his people. But the settlement did not prosper. In 1881 to 1882, most of the settlers moved away to join their countrymen in other localities. In 1875, Goon Logger Peterson and his wife, who had settled in Wisconsin in 1873, moved to Lyon County, Minnesota. More settlers from Wisconsin joined them the following year, and in 1877 many immigrants from Iceland arrived. People of other nationalities also settled there, but the Icelanders are very numerous around Minneota and Marshall, Minnesota. In 1878, the Icelanders in this settlement organized a society for the purpose of printing books and papers, for establishing a common burial ground, and for gathering together for the reading of the Scriptures on Sundays. The first clergyman who visited the settlement and helped to organize congregations was the pioneer leader, Reverend Paul Thorlaksson, who visited the settlement in 1877 and 1878. 4 congregations were organized, all of which were served by the same minister. In 1897, an Icelandic quarterly, the Kennarinn, was founded, edited by B.B. Janssen and Reverend Jonas A. Sigurdsson of Accra, North Dakota. This periodical continued to appear till 1905. In 1902, the Icelanders in Minnesota began the publication of a monthly, edited by Thordur Thordarson, M.D., and Reverend Bjorn B. Janssen. The periodical ceased to appear in 1908. Among the prominent men reared in this settlement is Honorable G.B. Bjornson, editor of the Minneota Mascot, for years a leader in the Minnesota state legislature. As the Icelanders in eastern Canada were dissatisfied with conditions in the localities where they had settled, Lord Dufferin, Governor-General of Canada, who was very friendly to them, moved the Canadian government to grant them financial aid to move their colony to a new site. John Taylor, who had become acquainted with the Icelandic settlers at Kinmount, offered to serve as guide in searching for a better location. In 1875, a committee headed by Sigtrygr Jónasson was sent from Muskoka under the guidance of Taylor to find a suitable place for a colony. They selected a strip of land along the west shore of Lake Winnipeg, calling it New Iceland. In the fall of that year, a few settlers from Ontario arrived in the new colony. The following year, about 1,200 immigrants arrived from Iceland. The colony grew so fast that it already numbered about 1,400 people, the largest Icelandic settlement in America. On January 4, 1876, a general meeting was held and a council of 5 was chosen to act as temporary government for the colony. Shortly after New Iceland had been founded, the 2 most influential church leaders among the Icelanders in America, Reverend Paul Thorlaksson and Reverend Jan Bjarnason, arrived in the colony. Paul Thorlaksson, who had served some Norwegian congregations and an Icelandic congregation which he had organized in Wisconsin, and had served as missionary preacher in other Icelandic settlements, was called as minister by settlers in New Iceland in 1876. He arrived in the colony October 9, 1877, and organized the first congregation there. Jan Bjarnason, who, after leaving Luther College, had worked for a time as assistant on the Norwegian newspaper Scandinavian and Bud Stikken, was also called as minister by some settlers in New Iceland in 1876. In the summer of that year he visited the colony, and on November 8 the following year he arrived there with his wife and entered upon his work as pastor and church organizer. Between these 2 leaders a church controversy soon arose which divided the Icelanders in America into 2 parties. Paul Thorlaksson adhered to the conservative Lutheran views of the German Lutheran Missouri Synod and the Norwegian Lutheran Synod. He sought to prevail on his countrymen to associate themselves in church work with the Norwegians of the Norwegian Lutheran Synod, but Jan Bjarnason opposed the plan. He considered the Synod too conservative, as he rejected the doctrine of the verbal inspirations of the Bible, and differed with Reverend Thorlaksson also on other doctrinal questions. The meetings held between the 2 leaders and their adherents, March 25 to 26, 1878, and March 17, 1879, to discuss these questions only widened the breach between the 2 parties. During the first years in the colony, the settlers suffered much, as they were poorly equipped to live in the severe climate of Canada. An epidemic also broke out, which carried away hundreds of people. In these trying days, the Canadian government granted them a loan to aid them, and Reverend Paul Thorlickson solicited aid among the Norwegians in the United States, who contributed $1,300 to the relief fund. In 1880, Jan Bjarnason had to go to Iceland to visit his dying father. He bid farewell to his congregations and did not return to New Iceland. In 1877, steps were taken to organize a more permanent government for the colony. 2 meetings were assembled, each choosing 5 men to act as a committee in drafting laws for the people. These laws were later submitted to a general meeting assembled at the town of Gimli, February 5, 1877. The colony was divided into 4 settlements: the Vithennes by Goth, Arnes by Goth, Flats by Goth, and the Miklejor by Goth. At an election held February 14, each settlement chose 5 men to act as a local council. Each council chose one of its members as president. Bithor Sturjori. The 4 presidents formed a general council for the whole colony, the Nylendurath, with a president and vice president. This council had charge of all matters common to the 4 settlements. A constitution for the colony was framed at a meeting held January 11, 1878. This fundamental law, the only one of its kind among the Icelanders in America, remained in force till 1887. New Iceland was a state with its own constitution, laws, and government, even its own language and distinct nationality. No other people than the Icelanders were allowed to settle within its borders. But in all except local affairs, it remained under the authority of the Canadian government. In 1877, a company was organized in the colony to print and publish books and papers, the Presfelagnaya Islands. A printing press was bought in Minneapolis, and on September 10 of that year, the first Icelandic paper in America, the Framfari, began to appear, its editor being Halldór Brium. In 1880, the paper ceased to be published, but although it lived only a short time, it is of great importance as a source for the early history of the colony. Other papers were published later. Dagsbrun, 1893 to 1896, the periodical Savava, 1895 to 1904, Bergmalio, 1897 to 1901, Balder, 1903 to 1910, Nye Dagsbrun, 1904 to 1906, and Gimlunger, 1910 to 1911. The colony of New Iceland is still prosperous and remains the most exclusively Icelandic settlement in America. It has been represented in the Manitoba legislature by several able men born in Iceland, first by Captain Sigtrygr Jonasson, and later by B.L. Baldwinson and S. Thorvaldsen. The religious controversy between the adherents of Paul Thorlickson and Jan Bjarnason, together with the hardships caused by poverty and epidemics, led to an emigration from New Iceland, which resulted in the founding of new Icelandic settlements in other localities. In the spring of 1879, Reverend Paul Thorlickson, accompanied by several leading men of the colony, set out to search for a suitable location for a new settlement. A tract in Pembina County in the northeastern corner of North Dakota was selected. Some settlers from New Iceland arrived there that same summer, and many people came the following year from New Iceland, Nova Scotia, and from Icelandic settlements in Wisconsin and Minnesota. Before the new settlement in Pembina County was 10 years old, it was one of the largest Icelandic colonies in America. In 1880, the first congregations were founded there by Reverend Paul Thorlickson, the father of this new and flourishing settlement. On March 12, this gifted and faithful worker died, deeply mourned by all his countrymen. Brave, gentle, and resourceful, a true and devoted leader, he had worn himself out in untiring effort to aid his people in their various needs. In that year, Reverend Hans B. Thorgrimsson graduated from the Theological Seminary of the Missouri Synod in St. Louis. He was called as pastor by the newly organized congregations in Pembina County, arriving there in the fall of 1883. At this time, a congregation was also organized in the town of Pembina, the real center of the Icelandic settlement. In 1884, Thorgrimsson organized new congregations farther west in the settlement, and also at Grafton in Marshall County, North Dakota, where some Icelanders had settled. That same year he proposed that the Icelandic congregations in America should unite and organize an Icelandic Lutheran synod. At a meeting of delegates from various places assembled at Mountain in Pembina County, January 23 to 25, 1885, this proposal was discussed. A constitution for a general church organization was drafted and submitted to the various congregations for their approval. On June 24, 1885, a new meeting was assembled at Winnipeg, where the proposed synod was organized by the 13 congregations which had already signed the Constitution. Reverend Jan Bjarnason, who had returned from Iceland in 1884 and had become pastor of Icelandic congregations in Winnipeg, was elected president of the synod. He was also chosen editor of the church paper Samaningin, which began to appear in December of that year. In 1905, the Icelandic Synod had 37 congregations. In 1919, the number had increased to 58. In 1886, Reverend Hans B. Thorgrimsson moved to South Dakota, where he took charge of some Norwegian congregations. He returned in 1900 and continued to serve the congregations in Pembina County till 1912. Many Icelanders in the Pembina settlement have become prominent in the public affairs of their state. Among these men may be mentioned Honorable D.J. Laxdal, Land Commissioner of North Dakota, deceased; Honorable M.B. Brynjolfsson, a brilliant lawyer and political leader, also deceased. In both houses of the state legislature, Pembina County has been repeatedly represented by men born in Iceland. While New Iceland was being settled, many Icelanders came to Winnipeg, the chief point of communication in that part of Canada. Many remained in the city, forming a colony which dates its origin from the same years as that of New Iceland. This flourishing city in time attracted so many Icelanders that it became the center of the Icelandic settlements and of Icelandic intellectual life in America. Already in 1877, an Icelandic society, the Icelandingafélag, was organized there for the purpose of guiding Icelandic immigrants in finding homes in settlements founded by their own countrymen, so that they should not become scattered everywhere. Another aim of the society was to provide instruction for children and young people, both in the English language and in their own mother tongue, to cultivate among their people love of reading and intellectual pursuits, and to aid the sick and needy. A Sunday school was organized in which children received instruction in religion and in the Icelandic language. In 1877, teachers were hired, and a general public school was maintained throughout the winter. Instruction was given in writing, arithmetic, English, and Icelandic, 40 pupils being in regular attendance. In 1881, the Icelandingafélag was reorganized under the name of Framfarafélag. The aim of the society should be to further everything which might be of benefit to the Icelandic people in America. A school committee was chosen and money was collected to support the school, which had hitherto been maintained through the efforts of private individuals. The same year, the Society of Icelandic Women was organized in the city, the aim being to aid Icelandic immigrants who were arriving every year in large numbers. The society also labored and contributed money to the support of the Icelandic school. For this purpose, one of the members, a young girl, Gudrun Jan's daughter, gave 1/2 of her yearly earnings of $15 a month, a striking illustration of the devoted self-sacrifice which characterized the brave Icelandic immigrants. In 1883, 2 years after the society was organized, the treasurer reported that about $500 had been contributed to various charitable purposes, and that a cash balance of $150 remained in the treasury. The society continued to exist till 1890. Both Paul Thorlakson and Jan Bjarnason had visited Winnipeg on their journeys to New Iceland, but no Icelandic congregation was organized in the city till 1878, when Reverend Jan Bjarnason organized the Trinity congregation. The real growth of this congregation began in 1884, when Reverend Bjarnason returned from Iceland to become its pastor. It was then reorganized under the name of the First Lutheran Church of Winnipeg. A church was erected in 1887. In 1904, it was destroyed by fire, and a new church was built the same year, finer than any Icelandic church which had hitherto been built. There are now 4 Icelandic churches in the city and several societies. Reverend Jan Bjarnason made the church service as simple as possible, discarding Catholic and chanting, the most characteristic features of the Lutheran ritual. He was not only a learned man and an able speaker, but an inspiring leader, more highly beloved and honored by his people than any other Icelander in America. When he died in 1914, Reverend Bjorn B. Janssen was elected president of the Icelandic Lutheran Synod. A small Unitarian synod has also been founded by the Icelanders in Winnipeg. Many Icelandic papers and periodicals have been published in Winnipeg. Leifer, 1883 to 1886, Heimskringla, which began to appear in 1886, Logsberg, which has been published since 1888, and many periodicals. About 6,000 Icelanders are now living in that city. Most of them are prosperous, not a few being wealthy merchants and men of prominence in civic life. Honorable Thomas H. Janssen, who has represented central Winnipeg in the legislature, is one of the leading men in Western Canada. One of the leading surgeons in this part of Canada is Dr. B.J. Branson, FACS professor in the Winnipeg Medical Institute. From the mother colony on Lake Winnipeg sprang other Icelandic settlements in Canada. One of the most prosperous of these is the one at Argyll in southwestern Manitoba, founded in 1880 by Sigurdur Kristofferson and other settlers from New Iceland. Many Icelanders have settled in Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia. In the Saskatchewan legislature, one of their leading men, Honorable W. H. Paulson, has served as representative. Groups of Icelanders are also found in various cities in the United States and Canada. In Chicago and Minneapolis, they have settled in considerable numbers. Many also live in Seattle, Bellingham, Victoria, Marietta, Blaine, Point Roberts, and other places on the Pacific coast. The Icelanders in America now number about 20,000. About one-third of them belong to the Icelandic Lutheran Synod. One of the most notable traits of the Icelanders in America, as well as in their own country, is their love of learning, poetry, and intellectual pursuits. Even as immigrants in a new environment and living under difficult circumstances, they did everything possible to educate their children and to foster intellectual life among their people in the newly established settlements. Literary societies were founded, congregations were organized, schools and reading circles were established, papers and periodicals were published as soon as the settlers had thatched their first cottages. While they were yet few in numbers, they began to consider the possibility of founding a higher school, preferably a college for their own young people. In 1884, a young Icelander, Freeman B. Anderson from Toronto, came to Winnipeg. He urged that a higher school should be established for the Icelandic young people. Much interest was awakened, and a committee was appointed to promote the plan. But the difficulties to be overcome were found to be so great that the plan was abandoned. It was revived at the yearly meeting of the Icelandic Synod in 1887 by Reverend Frederick J. Bergman and Fridtjof Fredriksson. The president of the Synod, Reverend John Bjarnason, had received $100 as pay for his service as editor of the church paper. This sum he donated as the beginning of a fund to be raised for establishing an Icelandic college under the auspices of the Synod. Since that time, the college question was brought up at every yearly meeting of the church, and money was gradually collected for the college fund. In 1900, the question of a higher Icelandic institution of learning took a new turn. It was then decided to create chairs in Icelandic in Wesley College, Winnipeg, belonging to the Methodist Church, and in Gustavus Adolphus College of the Swedish Augustana Synod at St. Peter, Minnesota. In 1901, Reverend Frederick J. Bergman was appointed teacher in Icelandic in Wesley College under the auspices of the Icelandic Lutheran Synod, which also paid his salary. He continued to serve till 1909, when he was succeeded by Runolfur Martinsson, who served till 1913. In 1905, another chair in Icelandic was established at Gustavus Adolphus College, St. Peter, Minnesota. Magnus Magnusson of Cambridge, England, a nephew of Ariker Magnusson, was appointed professor, serving till 1909, when the chair was discontinued. The desire of the Icelanders to establish a higher educational institution of their own was finally realized in 1913, when a resolution was passed at the yearly convention of the Icelandic Lutheran Synod, assembled at Mountain, North Dakota, to establish an Icelandic institution of learning in Winnipeg, Canada. Before the next yearly meeting of the church, Reverend Jan Bjarnason died, and the school, founded according to the resolution of the previous year, was given the name of Jan Bjarnason Academy. Reverend Runolfur Martinsson was elected president of the institution. During the first year, it had 30 students and a faculty of 3 teachers. The aim of the school is to bring the young people who attend it under Christian influence, to preserve for them as far as possible their Icelandic heritage, and to prepare them for useful service in church and state. In 1914, efforts were made to raise an endowment for the school, the Jan Barneson Memorial Fund. This fund now yields a yearly income of about $1,400. The other necessary means for the operation of the school are derived from tuition fees and private contributions. Unexpected difficulties were created by the outbreak of the World War. Collection of funds and the erection of suitable buildings had to be postponed until peace and normal conditions should again invite a distraught generation to constructive efforts. What the Icelanders in America themselves have been unable to accomplish for the promotion of scholarly interest in their literature and culture has at times been done by American higher institutions of learning, which have created extensive collections of Icelandic books and are offering courses of instruction in older Icelandic language and literature. The largest collection of this kind has been created at Cornell University, Ithaca, New York, through the initiative of Professor Willard Fisk, formerly librarian of the university. The collection, which is now in the charge of a special custodian, Professor Halldór Hermannsson, is considered to be the largest Icelandic library outside of Iceland. End of chapter 19. End of History of Iceland by Knut Gjerset.